A woman who calls herself a saint stands in front of an ice mirror, except the face staring back isn't beautiful anymore. Her golden hair is falling out in clumps. Her perfect skin is splitting like dried mud. She's screaming and clawing at her own reflection with broken fingernails, and the guy who did this to her is just watching, calm as ice. Switch over to a tyrant lord swinging a legendary demonic battle axe, the kind that's supposed to flatten cities, and our guy catches the blow with one hand. Then he flicks a finger and the entire weapon shatters into glittering shards. Cut to a ghost girl wrapping herself in raw earth, taking the full hit of a matter-erasing demon storm just to shield him. Her hands start flickering out of existence. Her feet are already gone. She is literally being deleted from the world, and she's smiling because she finally gets to protect somebody. Cut to a cliff's edge. 4 heroes. One guy with shaking fingers. His own best friend smiles at him, raises a glowing hand, and lightning erupts straight into his face. And then, out of the dark, a skeletal dragon the size of a mountain reaches down with a single claw and rips a human arm clean off the shoulder. How does the helpless little map boy go from getting his fingers crushed by his closest friends to deleting upper demons with a sword of pure light? Yeah, rewind. Meet Jill. Our guy is what people in this world call a medium, born with a 1 in a million gift. He can see and talk to ghosts. Sounds cool, right? It is not. In this kingdom, that gift makes you a freak. Babies cry around him. Dogs growl at him. His own parents stared at him like he was a maggot they pulled out of a wound. By the time he hit 15, Mom and Dad packed him a stale loaf of bread, called it independence, and shoved him out the front door. He grew up dodging eye contact and dodging dinner because nobody wanted to feed the spirit boy. Combat skill, 0. Strength, 0. He couldn't swing a sword if his life depended on it. The only thing he had going for him was that ghost talk gift and a sharp brain for mapping out terrain. So when 4 rising star heroes start putting together the strongest party in the kingdom to slay the demon king Valzard, somehow they need a guy like Jill. Why? Because every dungeon the demon king hides in is crawling with the ghosts of dead adventurers. And if you can chat with those ghosts, suddenly traps go from invisible to obvious. Pitfalls? Marked. Curses? Disarmed. The whole map of hell laid out in front of you. The party has 4 stars. Voss. Twin swords, golden boy looks, the official leader. The kingdom's pretty face. Danae. Wall of muscle and heavy armor. Fists like cannonballs. The kind of guy who thinks loud equals brave. Rook. Silent archer with cold eyes who can clip a fly's wing at 500 meters. And then there's Jury. Beautiful elemental mage, voice like silk. She actually smiles at Jill. Actually shares her bread with him. Actually treats him like a person. Jury becomes his anchor. The first human in his entire life who isn't disgusted by him. They train together. They survive a brutal stretch lost in Dennis Forest, where she stitches up his ribs in the rain, and he memorizes the angle of her face for warmth at night. Nothing romantic ever gets said out loud. But Jill, our guy who has never been held by another person, he holds on to that quiet warmth like a drowning man holds on to a piece of driftwood. He thinks she's his future. She is not. Hold that thought. Fast forward. The party reaches the Demon King's throne room. Valzard himself looms, a black-armored monster the size of a small castle, sword the size of a bridge. The kind of boss that should chew this party up and spit them out. But Jill spent weeks mapping the place. He knows every hidden curse panel, every soul-binding crystal. He whispers the layout into the party's earpieces in real time. Voss flanks left. Rook punches an arrow through the heart crystal. Danae tanks the killing blow. Jury melts the demon throne with a fire spear straight through the eye socket. Valzard collapses. The throne room cracks open. The party wins. The kingdom erupts. Statues are being carved before the bodies are cold. Songs are written. Voss is offered a noble title. Dien is offered a city. Rook gets handed a sealed fortune. Jury gets a temple in her name. And Jill? Jill stands in the back of the celebration hall in his dirty mapper's cloak, watching strangers raise their cups for him. For half a second, he almost believes it. The clapping, the smiles. Maybe his life finally turned. Maybe people finally see him as a hero too. 3 days later, the party tells him they need his help one more time. A wrap-up mission, Voss calls it. There's a leftover demon stronghold deep at the lip of Swandle Ravine, the Valley of the Evil Dragon, an ancient cursed canyon where nothing flies and nothing climbs out. They need Jill's spirit reading one final time, Then they can all retire as legends together. Jury squeezes his arm and says it'll be quick. He believes her, because of course he does. They ride out for 2 days. They reach the cliff. The wind is howling. There's no demon stronghold in sight. Just a chasm so deep the bottom looks like spilled ink. Our boy slowly starts to feel the weight of the silence behind him. He turns around. 4 heroes, all staring at him. No one smiling. Even Jury has dropped the smile. Her face is blank, empty. The kind of blank that's been practiced in a mirror. Voss talks first, real calm. He explains it the way you might explain to a dog why you're putting it down. The kingdom loves them. The kingdom worships them. But a hero party that openly includes a spirit-speaking freak? That's a stain. That's gossip. That's careers ruined. So Jill has to disappear, quietly, forever. No body, no questions. Jill barely opens his mouth to plead before Dean moves. The mountain of armor stomps forward and just kicks. Center mass, like punting a sack of grain. Jill goes airborne off the cliff backwards. Pure reflex saves his fingers. His hands snap shut on the rocky lip of the ledge on the way down. He dangles there, legs swinging over nothing, gasping. He looks up. He looks straight into Voss's face. Calm. Bored even. Voss raises one boot and steps. Hard. He grinds his heel into Jill's left hand until the bones crunch. Jill is hanging by one bloody set of fingers. Voss moves to the right hand and grinds again. But Jill isn't watching Voss anymore. His head is turned. He's staring at Jury. She walks to the edge. She crouches. She actually crouches down so he can see her face one last time, and she smiles. That same warm smile from Dennis Forrest. The one that kept him alive when he was bleeding out under rain. The one he memorized. She raises a single finger. Her finger glows white-blue. She says, in the gentlest voice in the world, that he was always going to die out here. Lightning explodes from her fingertip and rips through the entire rock ledge. The whole cliff face shatters. Jill drops. He doesn't scream. He's too stunned to scream. He just falls, backwards, weightless, watching his own hands trail blood up toward the 4 shrinking faces above him. The light from the surface narrows to a slit, then a pinprick, then black. Pitch black. No bottom, no sides, just cold dead air rushing past him. Then he hits something soft. Cracks ribs, but soft. He bounces, slides down a slope, smacks into something else springy, bounces again, tumbles, crashes through layer after layer of weird padded mass until he finally stops, splayed on his back, somewhere deep in the dark, every bone in his body screaming. He fumbles a small spirit light into the air. The faint blue glow brushes over what broke his fall. Bodies. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. Old adventurers, armored skeletons, brown leather corpses pinned against the canyon walls like a slow, vertical graveyard. The whole abyss is layered with them. Every fool the kingdom ever tossed down here over the centuries. He landed on a literal mountain of dead people. He starts laughing. Quiet, broken little laughs. Because if he hadn't fallen on the dead, he'd be dead too. So in a way, the people his kingdom murdered down here just saved his life. Then the dark moves. Something on the far wall opens an eye. A single eye, the size of a city gate, glowing soft gold. And then a second eye. Then a slow draw of breath that fills the whole cavern. Out of the canyon stone, layer by layer, a skeleton unfolds. A skull the size of a house. Ribs like the arches of a temple. Wings of bare bone that drape down the entire ravine. Every inch of it glows faintly white, like moonlight made solid. This is Veldor, ancient bone dragon, sealed at the bottom of Swandle 1,000 years ago by some great sage who was supposed to be his closest friend. The dragon stares down at Jill, reads him, sees the broken fingers, the lightning burn, the look in his eyes. In a voice that rolls through the canyon like distant thunder, Veldor says, "I know that look. I know exactly what humans did to you." Jill, who has never been hugged by anything in his life, sits there crying with his crushed hands in his lap, while a skeletal dragon explains that they're going to fix this. Together, Veldor offers him a deal, a soul fusion, permanent. Veldor's lifetime of magic and rage poured into Jill's veins. In exchange, Jill walks back up to the surface and burns every traitor down. Jill says yes, faster than the dragon can finish offering, but the fusion needs an anchor. Veldor explains, almost gentle about it. A soul this big can't squeeze into a body that fragile. Something physical has to be replaced. Something has to become bone, Before Jill can ask what, Veldor's claw, a finger longer than a man, comes down and clamps onto Jill's right shoulder. And rips. The arm tears clean off. Skin, muscle, joint, gone. Jill howls. Blood sprays across the corpse pile. But before he can pass out, Veldor's own forelimb is already crumbling apart at the wrist, sending a single white claw of pure bone drifting down through the dark like a feather. It lands on Jill's bleeding shoulder. It melts in, bonds, reshapes. When Jill looks down through tears, he has a new right arm. Solid white bone from shoulder to fingertip, glowing softly with that same moonlight shine. No skin, no muscle. Just a perfect skeletal limb that flexes when he tells it to. Above him, Veldor lets out one long, satisfied sigh. The skeleton's golden eyes go dim. The towering body shudders once. And the whole thing, the skull, the ribs, the wings, 1,000 years of dragon, crumbles into a soft snowfall of white dust that settles across the corpse mountain like fresh powder. Veldor is gone. Veldor is inside him now. Jill is alone again, but not weak. He stands up, tests the new arm. It moves perfectly. He brushes the bone fingers against a nearby skeleton, some old armored knight pinned to the wall, and something in his head clicks. Information floods in. Names, techniques, muscle memory of a man dead 100 years. Sword mastery, intermediate. Heavy armor resilience, advanced. Iron will. The dead knight's entire combat life downloads straight into Jill's nervous system. He flexes his left hand, and somehow he knows how to grip a longsword like a veteran. He stops breathing for a second. Then he turns slowly. Hundreds of corpses. Thousands of skills. What follows is the greatest one-man yard sale in necromancy history. Jill walks the corpse wall like a kid loose in a candy shop. Bone hand on a skeleton's forehead. Skills download. White fingers brush the next skull. Download. A wind mage's full spell tree, ripped into him in one breath. A dagger assassin's perception, snatched off the next body. A fire knight's flame coating. An explorer's brutal high-altitude lungs. 5 different versions of basic wind cutter, and the moment the 5th one drops, all 5 fuse together inside his soul and evolve into a higher-tier skill called Thrust Fang. Duplicates merge. Identical skills don't compete. They stack and upgrade. So Jill starts hunting copies on purpose. 3 matching firebolts? Boom, explosion magic. 8 matching defenses? Boom, iron skin. 12 identical light footwork techniques? Boom, his sprint speed triples. By the time he finishes harvesting that gallery of the dead, our former map boy is carrying the combined martial education of an entire army. His own arms can swing weapons he never trained on. His mind holds more magic chants than the Royal Library. He has gone from cannot lift a sword to can probably lift a building in a single afternoon of touching skeletons. But there's a problem. He's still at the bottom of a sealed abyss. The walls are smooth black stone. Even with fresh strength, climbing 1,000 feet straight up is a gamble. And he is not in the mood for gambles. So he gets creative. Real creative. The abyss is full of weak roaming spirits. Little glowing wisps of failed adventurers who never moved on. Jill grabs them. Talks to them. Reassures them. They flock around him like fluff. He enchants each one with a tightly compressed wind spell. The kind that goes off like a small explosion when triggered. Then he lines them up. A spiral staircase of glowing wisps, rising up into the dark. He takes a deep breath, steps onto the first spirit, and detonates the wind. Boom! He rockets up, lands on the second wisp. Boom! Higher. Third wisp. Boom! Higher still. Jill launches himself out of Swandle Ravine like a piece of human artillery, bouncing from spirit to spirit, the canyon flashing past him in detonations of pale blue light. He bursts out of the canyon mouth so fast he keeps going, sails clear over the ravine edge, lands rolling across the same dead grass where, hours earlier, he was bleeding from crushed fingers. The wind smells like night and pine. The stars are still up. He doesn't go home. He doesn't go anywhere near the kingdom. He doesn't even let himself think about Jury yet, because if he thinks about her right now, he'll lose his mind. Instead, our guy turns east and walks straight into the great forest. Because here's the rule he just learned. Corpses give skills. The forest is full of monsters. Monsters that die in the forest don't get cremated. They stay there, rotting, skeletonizing, waiting for a young man with a glowing white arm. For 1 full year, Jill disappears into the woods. No villages, no temples, No allies. Just hunting. Bigger monsters every week. A goblin scout drops, and he stamps his bone palm on its skull. Skills. A forest lion drops next. Skills. A poison wyvern eats a wind blade to the throat. Skills. 3 bears jump him at once, and he stacks identical bear strength 3 times until it auto-evolves into Mighty Arm. He starts collecting Mighty Arm like trading cards. 200 copies of the same trait, fused over and over, evolve it into something even the source documents don't have a name for. His body changes, his magic changes, the shy little map boy is dead in the abyss. What walks back out of the Great Forest a year later is something else entirely. Year 1, Jill returns to civilization. He pulls a dark cloak over his bone arm and walks like a normal traveler. Nobody recognizes him. He looks taller, calmer. His eyes do not blink as often as they used to. He arrives in Glora, the royal capital. Same kingdom that worshipped his betrayers. Banners of Voss and the rest still hang from the city walls. He doesn't grind his teeth. He doesn't curse. He just gives a small, patient smile and walks through the gates like he has all the time in the world. But he's not here for revenge yet, not today. Today our guy is here for a tomb. Specifically, a tomb that's been sealed for over a century in the Temple District. A tomb everyone in the kingdom whispers about. The resting place of Runa, the great hero who slew the previous Demon King 100 years ago. The kingdom's most sacred dead. Jill has heard the rumor that Runa's body was buried with a unique demon-sealing magic that's been lost for generations. And dead people, as he has thoroughly learned, are an absolute goldmine. So at midnight, he positions himself in an alley 2 streets from the temple grounds. He releases a swarm of tiny spirits underground. He whispers a sonar pulse through them. The spirits ping back the exact location of every hollow chamber under the earth. Then he tags a different swarm with mild acid magic and sets them quietly chewing through the stone in a thin tunnel. Slow, silent, surgical. 2 hours later, Jill drops into a vaulted chamber that hasn't been seen by living eyes in 120 years. The air is dry, cold. The walls are painted with faded scenes of a sword cracking a demon's skull. In the center sits a marble coffin laced with golden seals. He hops up onto the coffin, brushes off the dust, and presses his bone hand to the lid. A voice immediately hisses behind him, sharp, angry, female, "You, Mapper, get your filthy hand off my body." Jill turns calmly. Floating in the corner is a ghost, translucent, glowing soft red. A girl no older than 19, with hair like flame and arms crossed tight over a battle-worn chestplate, wreathed in low, smoldering anger. She's been alone in this room for a century, and she has opinions. This is Runa. Same Runa carved into every monument in the capital. The kingdom's greatest hero, terrifying even as a ghost. Jill blinks. Sees her instantly because of course he does. He's the one human in the entire empire who can. He bows politely and explains why he came. He needs her skills. Her sealing magic. The very thing the kingdom buried with her. She laughs at him. Bitter and cracked. She tells him exactly where he can shove that request. Then he, very gently, tells her what happened to him at Swandle. About the cliff. About Jury smiling. About the lightning. Runa goes quiet. For a long time. She asks one question. She asks who his king is now. He tells her. She bursts out laughing again, but this time it's a different laugh. A laugh with knives in it. Runa floats down and sits on her own coffin next to him. She tells him a story. 100 years ago, she finished the previous Demon King the same way Jill's party finished Valzard. Saved the kingdom. Got dragged back home for a parade. Flowers in the streets. Children chanting her name. At the height of the parade, the king of that era, direct ancestor of the current king, handed her a golden cup of wine and toasted her health. She drank it. The wine had no taste. The wine was poison. The kingdom decided their hero was too powerful to leave alive, so they killed her, mid-parade, with a smile and a chalice. They wrote her into the history books as a saint and locked her ghost in this tomb where she's been raging silently for over a century with no one able to hear her. Jill listens. He doesn't interrupt, he just nods slowly. When Runa is done, he gives her his offer. He'll take her sealing magic. He'll find the resting places of her old party, her real friends, the ones the kingdom likely murdered too. In exchange, he'll find a way to get her out of this stone box so she can see the sky again. Runa stares at him for a long time. She sticks out a ghostly hand. Jill bumps it with his bone fist. The deal is made. He pulls the lid off her coffin. Her bones inside are still arranged ceremonially. A beautiful skeleton in red armor, clutching a small crystal pendant on a silver chain. Jill, breath held, places his bone palm on her skull. Skills cascade in. Sword saint techniques he never imagined existed. Holy resistance. Stamina pools the size of an ocean. Old-school demon-banishing chants that haven't existed in living memory. And one shimmering golden ability, Soul Anchor. The art of binding a wandering spirit to an object so it can leave the place of its death. Jill thanks her under his breath. He lifts the crystal pendant from her bones, fastens it gently around his own neck, and whispers a single word. Runa's ghost shudders, and suddenly her form is no longer chained to the tomb wall. She's tethered to the pendant. She can float anywhere the necklace goes. She tests it by drifting through the chamber door and back, then through the ceiling and back. She stops in front of him and grins, fangs and all. After 120 years stuck in stone, she finally gets to leave. Jill drops back into the tunnel, the new ghost girl drifting at his shoulder like a small red comet on a chain. They climb back into the night. The capital is sleeping above them. The traitors are sleeping above them. Voss in his manor, Rook in his fortress, Danae lording over the northern city of Nurkia. Jury smiling in a temple to the east. None of them know, none of them have the faintest idea that a corpse-stuffed shadow with a glowing bone arm just rose out of the catacombs of their own capital, with a dead hero floating at his side and a list of names burned into his teeth. Jill turns north, toward Nurkia, toward the first name on the list, and our guy is smiling. 3 weeks of walking later, Jill crests a hill and sees Nurkia for the first time. It's supposed to be a thriving border city. From up here, it looks more like a city holding its breath. The market square is half empty in the middle of the afternoon. There are fresh banners hanging from every wall, and every banner has the same face stitched on it. A square-jawed brute in heavy armor, axe slung across his back, grinning like he just won a bet. Dia, Lord of Nurkia. Runa floats up next to Jill's shoulder, glares at the banner, and asks if that's one of the guys who tossed him off the cliff. Jill nods. Yes. The one who started the kicking. Runa cracks her knuckles, then remembers she's a ghost. She cracks them anyway out of spite. They walk down into the city together. Jill cloaked, his bone arm wrapped, Runa drifting invisible to everyone except him. Inside Nurkia, the mood is worse than it looked from the hill. People keep their eyes down. Bread costs 3 times what it should. Children walk past with bruises on their faces and no one stops to ask why. Then Jill hears shouting from a side street. He follows the sound around a corner and finds the scene already in progress. A rundown little orphanage with a cracked wooden sign. 5 knights in polished blue armor stand in front of it. 3 of them are dragging a sack of grain out of the door. A 4th has a young woman by the wrist. Small, frantic, dirt on her cheek, maybe 20. She's begging. Her name, Jill catches in passing, is Hana. She runs the place. She's pleading that the orphanage already paid the Lord's monthly tax. She doesn't have more grain. The kids will starve if they take this sack. The knight in charge, wide jaw, broken nose, the kind of guy who became a knight specifically to push people around, laughs in her face. He says the Lord raised the tax this morning. New rate. Pay up or pretty face goes to the Lord's chamber as compensation. He grips her chin and turns her head from side to side. He says the Lord likes pretty faces lately. The other knights laugh. Jill stops at the mouth of the alley. Cracks his neck once, slow. Inside his head he runs a quick inventory. Vibration magic, harvested from an old battle priest in the abyss. Wind cutter, level whatever, iron skin. He doesn't even need most of it. This is going to be embarrassingly cheap. He steps out into the street. Pulls his hood back just enough that his hair shows. He calls out one polite question. He asks if the gentleman could let the lady go. The knights turn. They see a lanky traveler in a dusty cloak. Skinny. Unarmed looking. One of them whistles. Another one starts laughing before he even finishes turning around. The boss knight lets go of Hana's wrist long enough to walk over and look Jill up and down. He asks Jill if he knows whose colors he's talking back to. Jill says he does. That's why he's asking nicely the first time. The knight draws his sword. Slow, theatrical. Wants Jill to watch every inch leave the scabbard. He swings. Jill doesn't even raise his hand. He just exhales. A pulse of low vibration magic ripples out of him. Silent. Invisible. The knight's sword shatters mid-swing. Just falls apart in his hand like dry sugar. The blade hits the cobblestones in 1,000 pieces. The knight stares at the hilt. Jill steps forward. The other 4 knights scramble for their own weapons. He glances at each of them. 4 more pulses, 4 more piles of shattered metal raining onto the street. The whole alley fills with the sound of weapons disintegrating, like a dropped tray of glass. Then he flicks one wrist. 5 soft thumps. 5 knights hit the ground unconscious, neat as folded laundry. He didn't even break a sweat. Hana stares. She has not blinked yet. Jill walks past her, gently picks up the sack of grain the knights were stealing, and carries it back through the orphanage door. He sets it down inside, dusts his hand, and walks back out. He smiles at her. Actually smiles, soft and a little embarrassed, because he hasn't really smiled at a stranger in over a year. He apologizes for the mess. Tells her she might want to get the kids inside before more knights come. Hana doesn't move. Just stares. Then she throws her arms around his middle and hugs him so hard her feet leave the ground. She cries into his cloak, tells him in a wobbling voice that nobody has stood up to those men in months, that she had been bracing herself all morning to be dragged up to the Lord's chamber, that 2 of her older girls already got taken last week and never came home, that the Lord has been doing this for a year, calling it the beauty tax. Whoever Dne thinks looks nice gets pulled into the castle and never leaves. Jill listens. His smile flattens out into a thin line. Runa floats next to him, arms folded, eyes narrowed at the unconscious knights. She mutters that she's going to enjoy tonight. Jill agrees. Before he leaves the orphanage, he asks Hana one last question. Whether there used to be a monument in Nurkia. The grave of an old mage, Reiner. Hana lights up sadly. Yes, of course. Everyone in Nurkia knew Reiner's grave. The hill at the south edge of town with the cracked basalt headstone and the old garden around it. It was a sacred site. The kids used to leave flowers there. Used to. She tells him that the new lord knocked it over. Hauled the headstone away, built a giant marble statue of himself on the foundation instead. They say he dumped the old mage's bones into Lake Lucan to make sure no one could rebuild the grave. Jill nods slowly. Files this away in the corner of his head labeled Second Errand. First, the Lord. He leaves Hana in the doorway of the orphanage with the recovered grain and a promise that her tax problem will be solved by morning. He walks back into the main road. Runa drifts beside him. Jill spends the rest of the afternoon walking the perimeter of Danae's fortress. The place sits on the very edge of Nurkia, half built into a cliff face overlooking a sheer drop. Hundreds of feet of bare rock straight down to jagged shore. The other side is sheer stone wall, 20-meter battlements, and patrolling guards with crossbows. The front gate is a tank. Jill stares at the cliff face. Smiles. Out loud, he tells Runa that lords who like high cliffs really shouldn't. Runa snorts. She thinks the symmetry is delicious. That night, he climbs. The bone arm grips stone like climbing pegs were drilled in. He scales the cliff in silence, not even using wind boost, because he wants to enjoy this. Halfway up, he pulls himself into a narrow alcove, exhales a slow breath, and reaches into the spirit world. A skill he picked up off an old shaman's skull in the abyss. Nightmare sleep. A curse that drifts as gentle mist, finds the eyes of every conscious mind nearby, and pours bad dreams into them until they slump. Not deadly, just devastating to job performance. Jill releases it. The mist rolls up the cliff like fog and pours into the fortress. Guards on the battlements yawn, sway, slump down against the stone. One after another. A crossbow clatters somewhere. A patrol dog whines and curls up. Within 5 minutes, every conscious adult in the outer ring of Danae's castle is unconscious and twitching from nightmares about being chased through an endless cornfield by something they can't see. Jill climbs the rest of the way and steps onto the parapet like a man walking into his own kitchen. The inside of the fortress is exactly what you'd expect from a man like Danae. Gold leaf walls. Way too many statues of himself. Boar heads on every other pillar. A wine cellar visible through one open doorway that has more bottles than the entire orphanage has ever owned of anything. Jill makes his way through corridor after corridor, past sleeping guards, past slumped servants, up a wide stairwell. He hears something soft from the second floor, a small, scared sob. He follows it, through a velvet curtain, into the Lord's private chamber. Dini is there, sitting on a heavy carved chair in a robe half open. He has a girl by the wrist. Jill recognizes the look on her face from Hana's description of the missing orphanage girls. She's maybe 17. She's crying without making noise, which is the worst kind of crying. GAS, In hasn't even noticed yet that the entire castle outside this room has gone silent. Danae is too busy giving the girl a long speech about how the beauty tax is, technically, a great honor. Jill clears his throat. Danae's head snaps up. The brute's brain stalls for a full second. He sees a slim hooded figure in his private bedroom. He sees a girl who has just stopped breathing in shock. He stands up so fast his chair tips backwards. He roars for the guards. No guards come. He roars again. Still no guards. Jill lowers his hood. Danae's face goes through 6 emotions in 3 seconds. Anger, confusion, recognition, disbelief. Anger again. Then a wide, terrible grin. He laughs. He absolutely loses it. He thinks Jill is a ghost, a hallucination, a bad joke, a very persistent corpse who climbed all the way out of the world's deepest hole to die a second time. He calls Jill Little Mapper, calls him the spirit talker, tells him he should have stayed down, tells him a bunch of other things that won't be flattering to repeat. While Dana is monologuing, Jill walks slowly over to the captive girl. He touches her shoulder, whispers 2 words. The girl is out cold in his arms, the gentlest sleep spell he can manage. He sets her down on a cushioned bench, drapes a blanket over her, and turns around fully. Now there's nothing in the room except him and Diane. Diane stops laughing. He sees the bone arm. He doesn't know what it means, but his lizard brain knows it means something he's not going to like. He reaches behind his chair and pulls out his weapon. It's the size of a man. A 2-headed demonic battle axe, ornate and pitch black, etched with red runes that pulse faintly. Even Jill raises an eyebrow at it. This is a Demon King tier weapon, the kind they handed out as rewards from the Valzard kill. Danae keeps it within arm's reach of his bed because of course he does. Danae grins again. He activates his absolute skill. His whole body flickers. A wave of dark energy wraps around him like a second skin. It's a defensive technique called phase skin. The trick is, physical attacks pass straight through him as if he weren't there. Spears miss. Swords miss. Arrows miss. He's untouchable to anything with a sharp edge. It's the absolute defense that made him a legend. Denny lunges. He swings the axe in a brutal arc straight at Jill's neck. Jill catches the axe with one hand. The bone hand, specifically. He doesn't move his feet, doesn't dodge. Just snaps his fingers shut around the descending blade and stops it cold a centimeter from his collarbone. Denny is still leaning into the swing. Denny weighs about 300 pounds in armor. Denny's swing should split a horse in half. Jill's bone fingers don't move. Denny stares at the stopped axe. Jill tilts his head and casually flexes a vibration pulse into the haft. The ancient demonic battle axe, gift of the Demon King's horde, supposedly indestructible, shudders, then bursts, then explodes into a confetti of black metal flakes that scatter across the room and tinkle off the chandelier. Dane is left holding empty air. His face finally drops. He bellows and throws a fist. His absolute defense should make the punch unstoppable. Phase skin works on offense too. His strikes pass through any guard. Jill simply opens his palm and snaps off a small fire spell. A simple flame, pure heat. No physical edge for phase skin to grab onto. The flame washes over Danae's chest plate. The metal screams. The runes on his armor light up red trying to compensate. Phase skin can't phase out heat. Skin doesn't pass through fire. Skin just burns. Danae staggers back, smoke rising off his breastplate. Eyes finally, afraid. Jill takes one step forward. Danae tries to grab the unconscious girl on the bench as a hostage. He lunges across the room. Jill is already there. He doesn't even seem to teleport. He just appears between Danae and the girl, palm raised. 2 glittering shards of ice the length of spears erupt from his hand and slam into Danae's shoulders. Punch through both pauldrons. Punch through both joints. Pin his arms backward in midair. Denny howls. His arms hang from frozen lances. They don't work anymore. The cold has flash frozen the muscle and tendon underneath. He'll never use those arms again. Jill walks calmly toward him. Tells him very quietly that the beauty tax is cancelled, effective tonight. D&E starts begging. Big mountain of a man, Lord of Nurkia, terror of the north, on his knees, weeping into his own beard. He tries everything. He says Voss made him do it. He says the demons made them do it. He says it wasn't his idea to push Jill off the cliff. He says he never wanted to be a lord. He says he has gold. He has women. He has whatever Jill wants. Jill listens patiently. Then he asks Dien one question. He asks where the mage Reiner's bones are. Dien stalls, then sees Jill's eyes. Coughs out the answer. Bottom of Lake Lucan, south side, near the boulder shaped like a horse head. Threw them there himself. Big joke at the time. Jill nods, says thank you. Then he opens his right hand, the bone palm. 200 copies of Mighty Arm have been quietly cooking inside him since the forest year. He hasn't tested the final evolved form yet. Tonight feels right. He punches. The fist that connects with Danae's chest isn't a fist anymore. It's a compressed core of pure compounded force, wrapped in a thin shell of flame to bypass Faye's skin entirely. The flame seeps through the armor. The force punches inward, not out, inward, like detonating a bomb inside a barrel. Denis' chest plate stays intact on the outside. The inside of Denis does not. He goes rigid, eyes wide. There's a single muffled crack from somewhere deep in his rib cage. A line of red glow blooms behind his eye sockets. Then his mouth opens and a thin pillar of fire from inside him, comes whistling up out of his throat for one quiet second before he collapses sideways onto his own rug. Jill kneels next to the body, places the bone hand on Denis' forehead. Skills pour in. Supreme Axe Mastery, Absolute Defense, Phase Skin, Heavy Strike, Bear Strength, War Cry, and a bonus skill from the demonic battle axe he just shattered. Something the description calls Hellforge. Properties to be unpacked later. Jill stands, stretches the bone arm. It hums softly with new weight. He carries the unconscious girl back to her quarters, leaves a note for the staff that they'll find her safe. He walks back through corridor after corridor of slumped guards. He stops next to each one, brushes the bone hand across their temples, quietly rewrites their memory of the night. This is the part Runa has been waiting for, and it's almost too much fun. She suggests details. Jill obliges. By the time the curse mist lifts at dawn, the guards will all remember the same story, that their good Lord Denis had been weeping in his chamber for hours, talking to himself about the things he'd done, the women he'd hurt, the friend he'd tried to murder at Swandle, that he'd unsealed his own demonic axe in the night and turned it on his own chest in grief, that his absolute defense couldn't protect him from his own remorse. It will go down in Nurkia's history as the night a tyrant repented and ended himself. Hana will read the announcement and cry, but not the way she was crying yesterday. Jill leaves the fortress before sunrise. Down the cliff, across the sleeping market, past the orphanage door where a small loaf of fresh bread is waiting on the step for the kids inside, paid for in stolen lord money. By the time the rooster crows, he's already on the road south, toward Lake Lucan, toward Errand number 2. Lake Lucan sits in a deep bowl at the foot of Mount Ragna, a full day's ride from Nurkia. By the time Jill gets there, the surface is glass. Pale green water, no breeze, surrounded by tall reeds and the kind of silence you only get in places nobody visits. Somewhere down at the bottom of that lake are the bones of Reiner, Runa's old comrade, the great earth mage of her hero party. The man Dine tossed away like old fish guts. Jill kneels at the shore, cups his bone palm into the shallows, whispers to the lake spirits. They come, dozens of them, translucent little fish shapes drifting up out of the depths. Curious, friendly, because the spirit world doesn't carry grudges. He tells them what he's looking for. They scatter through the lake like a cloud of glowing minnows. 3 minutes later, they're back. They show him with their bodies. They all line up and point with their tails toward a spot 100 meters offshore, near a boulder shaped like a horse head. DNE wasn't lying. Jill turns to Runa, who is floating beside him watching the spirits with wide eyes. He's pretty sure she hasn't seen friendly spirits in a very long time. He asks her if she'd like to do this part. She blinks. What part? He explains. Reiner was her friend, her actual friend. She should be the one to bring him up. Runa's ghost goes very quiet. Then she nods, hard, twice. Jill weaves wind around her, not a normal spell. He stitches a tight, hollow sphere of compressed air around her translucent form, like an invisible diving bell. Then he wraps another layer outside that, kinetic wind pressure she can push against. Suddenly Runa's hands have something to grip, something to move water with. She's still a ghost, but she's a ghost in a wearable little weather pattern. She tests it, pushes a tiny wave on the lake surface. The wave moves. She grins so wide it cracks her ghost cheeks. Then she dives. Jill watches the green water swallow a faint red glow. Bubbles spiral down. Lake spirits part politely. Down at the bottom, The glow drifts under the horsehead boulder. There's a long pause, then the glow comes back up. Runa breaks the surface holding a skull. It's a beautiful skull actually, old but intact. Faint carvings of small earth runes still etched into the temples where Reiner used to channel his magic. She floats out onto the bank, water dripping off her windshell, and offers the skull to Jill with both ghostly hands. She says hello, old friend, then says sorry it took her so long to come back. Jill takes the skull as gently as if it were a sleeping baby. He sets it on a flat rock, places his bone palm on the brow. Skills pour in, different from anything he's tasted yet. Slower, heavier, like swallowing a mountain. Supreme earth magic. The genuine article, not some basic stone shaping. The skill to lift continents, to pull metal out of bedrock, to grow a tower out of dust. And then a second skill arrives, and even Jill stops breathing for a second when he feels it click in. Attachment. A sub-branch of supreme magic that almost no one alive has. The ability to conceptually graft one thing to another. To bind a sword's edge to a piece of wood and make a real sword. To bind a soul to a vessel. To weld the metaphysical to the physical. His mind immediately ticks back to the crystal pendant around his neck. To the ghost girl in front of him. To possibilities. He doesn't say anything yet. He files it. Runa kneels next to the skull in the grass. Touches it lightly. Tells Reiner she's still mad at him for dying first. Tells him the kingdom is even worse now, somehow. Tells him she met a man with a bone arm who is going to fix it. The skull does not answer. Skulls usually don't. Jill picks it up and tucks it carefully into a wrapped cloth. They start the climb up Mount Ragna together. The mountain is bare, windblown, steep. Halfway up there's a long flat ridge that rolls south for a kilometer. The locals call it the Sleeping Hill, a grassy spine of ground that hums faintly at night. Beautiful spot. Wildflowers in summer. Jill thinks it'll do nicely for Reiner. They're 3/4 of the way up when the sky goes orange. Not sunset orange. Wrong orange. Jill stops, looks up. A shape unfolds itself from a high crag and drops down onto the slope ahead of them. Big. Red wings the size of sailing ships. A fire dragon, young, by dragon standards, which still puts it at the size of a war elephant. Its eyes are gold. Its breath is already glowing. It must have been napping on the mountain for a while. It does not appreciate company. Jill sighs. Sets down Reiner's skull behind a rock for safety. Tells Runa to stay back. The dragon opens its jaws. A torrent of fire, real fire, not orphan night fire, comes screaming down the slope at him. Wide as a river. Hot enough to glass the rocks underneath as it passes. Jill raises his bone arm. He doesn't summon a shield. He doesn't dodge. He summons something out of his own shadow. A weapon. Hellforge, the bonus skill he ripped out of Danae's shattered demonic axe, has been quietly cooking in his soul all morning, and Jill suddenly has a hunch about what it does. The shadow at his feet stretches, curls upward, pours itself into a shape. By the time the fire breath reaches him, he's holding a battle axe bigger than he is, made of pure compressed darkness, edges drinking the orange light right out of the air. He swings. The black axe cuts through the fire stream like a knife through smoke. The flames part around it. The shockwave from the swing keeps going forward, straight up the slope, and slams into the young dragon's chest with the force of a falling cliff. The dragon flies backward into the side of the mountain. Crater, rocks bouncing down. It tries to take off. Jill is already on top of it. He springs up the slope on 3 mighty arm-boosted steps, lands on the dragon's neck, and brings the dark axe down at the base of its skull. One clean swing. The dragon does not get a second breath. The body crashes down across the ridge. Jill stands on top of the still chest, panting a little, holding a black axe in a clenched bone hand, his cloak shredded by heat. He turns and shoots Runa a thumbs up. Runa's mouth is hanging open. She mouths the words "Holy hells." He laughs for the first time in a year. Then he slaps the bone palm onto the dragon's snout and harvests it. Skills pour in. Fire resistance, wing flight technique, a roar that can crack stone at 30 paces. And, the prize, draconic blaze, a breath weapon, pure dragon fire on command. He doesn't even take a full second to enjoy it. He's already turning back to the cliff ridge, the sleeping hill, where Reiner's skull is waiting. He climbs up, sets the skull gently on the highest point of the ridge, uses a thread of supreme earth magic to open a tidy grave shaft straight down. He lays Reiner inside. He shapes a small monument out of the surrounding stone, an elegant pillar of polished granite with a single etched rune for earth and another rune for friend. Runa stands next to it the whole time and just looks at it. It's only when Jill rises and dusts off his hands that the ground beneath them rumbles. Soft. Once. Almost like a sigh. Jill freezes. He drops his palm to the soil, pulses a thin trickle of supreme earth magic outward to feel. His eyes widen. The hill they're standing on isn't a hill. The ridge they just buried Reiner on is the spine of a dragon, an elder dragon, buried hundreds of years ago, miles long, all of Mount Ragna grown over its back. The whole sleeping ridge is a carcass. He doesn't tell Runa yet, he just looks down at his feet and very quietly tells himself this is a very big snack he can come back for later. He picks up the wrapped Reiner skull pouch, empty now, with only a single sprinkle of dust inside, and rolls up the cloak around his shoulder. The shadow axe drops back into the dark at his feet and disappears. Down at the foot of Mount Ragna, the road forks east toward Horus. Horus, where a local militia has been posting bounties about missing women. Horus, where the gentle Saint Jury runs a temple and smiles at orphans on the holy day. Horus, where, according to every nearby village, sweet Lady Jury has not aged a single day in 5 years. Jill stares at the eastern road for a long moment. Runa floats up next to him. He tells her, very softly, that errand number 3 is going to be different. Errand number 3 is the one he's been saving. He starts walking east, the black road, the wind off the mountain, a bone arm under his cloak, a ghost girl at his shoulder, and somewhere in the town of Horus, an elemental witch is brushing her perfect golden hair in front of a mirror, humming a hymn, completely unaware that she has about 48 hours of perfect left. Horus is the prettiest town Jill has seen in a year. White stone houses, climbing flowers on every windowsill, a central fountain shaped like a dove, children playing in the streets without flinching when a stranger walks past. The town smells like fresh bread and clean linen. There's a small chapel at the heart of the square with stained glass windows and a bell that chimes softly on the hour. It is the perfect set dressing for a horror story. Jill walks in at midday with his hood pulled low and his bone arm wrapped to the elbow. Runa drifts at his shoulder, invisible to everyone, eyes narrowed at every smiling face she passes. She doesn't trust pretty towns anymore. Her hometown was pretty too, right up until they handed her the wine. In the square, a wooden bounty board has a thick paper tacked to it. Fresh ink. Local militia request. 3 women missing in the last 2 weeks. 4 the month before. 8 the month before that. No bodies found. No suspects. Reward offered for any reliable information. Jill takes the contract. A grizzled militia captain at the small barracks gives him the rundown. Same pattern every time. Young women. Always pretty. Always disappear at night. Always near the old mountain mine on the north edge of town. The mine was sealed 20 years ago when the iron vein ran out. No reason for anyone to be there. The trail keeps ending at the boarded-up entrance, and the militia can't find a thing wrong inside. The captain rubs his face and admits the whole thing has people scared. He also says something that makes Jill's jaw tighten. He says people are starting to whisper that maybe Lady Jury hasn't been quite right since the sickness took her sister. Jill asks, very casually, who Lady Jury is. The captain laughs like Jill must be joking. Lady Jury, the hero, the saint of Horus, used the prize money from killing the Demon King to build a little temple in town, and personally tends to the sick and the poor. Everyone here adores her. She's an angel. Jill nods politely. Says he'd love to pay his respects. He walks straight to the chapel. He doesn't even have to ask. She's standing on the front steps in pale blue robes with a wicker basket of bread on her hip, handing out loaves to the line of villagers. Golden hair down to her waist. Skin like a porcelain doll. Eyes wet with sympathy as she presses a coin into an old woman's palm and refuses to take any payment for the bread. Jury. Same face. Not aged a day in 3 years. The same warm smile that used to share rain shelter with him in Dennis Forest. The same soft eyes that watched him fall. Jill walks up the temple steps with his hood up. She doesn't recognize him at first. She's mid-sentence to the next villager. He stops in front of her. She glances up, professional smile already loaded. She drops the bread. A whole loaf rolls off the basket and bounces down the marble steps. Her face goes white, then red, then white again. Her mouth opens and closes twice with no sound. The villagers in line shuffle awkwardly, sensing something strange in the air without understanding it. To her credit, she recovers fast. Within 3 breaths, her eyes are full of tears. real-looking ones. Her hands fly up to her mouth. She whispers his name like she's seeing the dead. She sways like she might faint. She grabs the doorframe. The villagers gasp. They start whispering. The saint is upset. Who is this stranger? Jury throws herself into Jill in front of the entire square, wraps her arms around him, cries into his shoulder, loud enough for the line to hear. She sobs that they told her he was dead. They told her Jill had betrayed them at the last second, and Voss had to deal with him. She mourned him for months. She lit candles for him every week. Voss tricked her, she gasps. Voss tricked all of them. She begs his forgiveness, begs him to come inside the temple so they can talk in private, says she has so much to tell him. The villagers are crying now too, out of sheer sympathy. The saint and her lost friend, reunited. It's a beautiful scene. Jill keeps his face carefully gentle. He smiles softly at her, pats her hair, says of course. Of course they can talk inside. Runa, drifting 6 inches behind Jury's left ear, is making a face that could curdle milk. Inside the temple, the moment the door clicks shut, Jury's whole body language changes. The tears keep flowing, but the panic underneath is gone, smoothed over by sharp calculation. She pours him wine, sits him at a small altar table, tells him the long version of the lie. In her version, Voss orchestrated everything. Voss decided Jill was a liability. Voss had Dean kick him. Voss forced Jury to use her lightning under threat. She had no choice. She cried about it every night since. She thought he was dead. She prayed for his soul. She has been trying for 2 years to find a way to send a message to him in the afterlife. She tells him she always loved him, quietly, since Dennis Forrest. She just never had the courage. She thought saying it would only make their friendship awkward. She says it with shaking hands and big wet eyes and a voice that wobbles in all the right places. Jill nods at every line. He sips the wine. He doesn't drink the wine. He pretends to. He tells her he believes her. He tells her he forgives her. He tells her he was so lonely down there in the dark, and the only thing that kept him alive was the thought that one day he'd find her again. Jury's eyes glitter. He can see her shoulders relax. He's selling it well enough that she's already moving on to her real plan. She tells him she's tired. So very tired. The town has been hard. Will he stay at the Temple Inn tonight? She'll come visit his room after the evening service. They can talk all night. There's so much catching up to do. Jill smiles. Says he'd like that. Jury squeezes his hand at the temple door and says she missed him every day. Runa, who has been silent the entire conversation, follows Jill out and waits until they're a full block away before exploding. She says Jury is the worst liar she has ever seen and somehow also the best liar she has ever seen, and she cannot decide which is more terrifying. Jill just chuckles. Tells Runa to relax. Tonight they go to the mine. The sun sets over Horus. Jill takes a room at the Temple Inn like Jury suggested. He doesn't sleep in it. The moment dusk hits and the street outside goes purple, he opens the window and slips out across the rooftops, hood up, bone arm uncovered. He spreads out a wide cloud of small spirits across the entire town, every alley, every street, every wall, and gives each one a single instruction. Sniff for upper demon energy. He's been sitting on a hunch since the moment Jury cried on his shoulder. Her tears were too rehearsed. Her timing was too clean, a 2-year secret unraveling in the middle of a breadline, and the saint just happens to recover within 10 seconds and produce a perfect emotional speech. No, somebody coached her, somebody much older. The spirits drift through Horus for 2 hours. Most come back blank. Then one spirit in the north of the town starts vibrating. Then a second, a third. A line of disturbed spirits forms a clear path leading up the side of the mountain, all the way to the boarded entrance of the abandoned mine. Jill smiles thinly under his hood. There it is! He moves. He's halfway up the mountain when a quiet voice in his head says it's almost time for the saint to visit his empty inn room. He smiles wider. The empty bed is going to ruin her evening. The mine entrance has been boarded over for 20 years, supposedly. The boards in front of it look weathered. The earth in front of them does not. Fresh footprints. Multiple. All small, all female, all facing inward only. None coming back out. Jill pulls the boards aside with his bone hand. They come off like wet paper. He steps into the dark. Inside, the mine is not abandoned at all. The walls have been recently smoothed. The floor has been recently swept. There are oil lamps on iron hooks every 20 paces, all lit, all gently flickering. Someone has been maintaining this place for years. Runa floats next to him, gone very still. The tunnel slopes down. Jill follows it. The air gets colder. He passes a side chamber and shines a small spirit light inside. He wishes he hadn't. Dresses. Rows and rows of women's dresses, hung neatly on wooden racks. Different sizes, different styles, different colors. Some clearly old, some clearly new. There must be 100 of them. He doesn't enter. He keeps walking. Around the next bend, the corridor opens into a wide, lamplit chamber that someone has decorated like a boudoir from a noble's palace. A vanity table with a polished silver mirror, a velvet chaise, crystal perfume bottles arranged by color, a standing brass tub steaming faintly, fresh roses in a porcelain vase, a music box softly playing, and along the back wall, hanging from rows of iron hooks bolted into the rock, are bodies. Dried. Women. Dozens of them. Naked. Skin gone yellow-gray, and tight against the bone like old parchment. Hair brittle, mouth slightly open, hooks through the shoulder blades. The smell is not what Jill expected. There's no rot. Whatever was done to them has dehydrated them so completely they don't decay anymore. They just hang. Trophies on a wall. Runa makes a sound he didn't know a ghost could make. A small, sick gasp. Jill counts. He stops counting at 30. A familiar voice drifts in from behind him, light as a feather. She tells him she always knew he'd come this far. Jill turns. Jury is standing in the entrance of the chamber. She has changed clothes. The pale blue temple robes are gone. She's in a long, sheer silver gown that catches the lamplight in all the right places. Her golden hair has been combed out. She's wearing perfume. She has clearly come straight from his empty inn-room to her favorite hiding spot the second she realized he wasn't waiting for her, and she is not even trying to look ashamed. She smiles at him, soft, pleased. She tells him he was always too sharp for his own good. She walks past him into the chamber like she owns it. She does. She runs a finger lovingly down the cheek of one of the hanging corpses. She tells Jill that this one was 18. Sweet little baker's daughter. Her skin had this gorgeous, luminous quality that Jury just had to have. Jill says nothing. Jury keeps talking. She doesn't seem to care that she's confessing now. The mask is off. 2 years of perfect saint act dissolving into something almost girlish and giggling. She explains, like she's been dying to tell someone, that she figured out the trick on the Demon King mission. The dying bodies of those demon attendants in the throne room, when they died scared and full of life force, she could drink it. She could absorb their vitality, their freshness, their youth. Human women work even better than demons, apparently, especially pretty ones. She tells him every full moon, she takes a new one. She drains them slowly. 3 nights of feeding, and they become like the ones on the wall. Husks. Beautiful little donations to the cause of her face. She's been doing it for years. The town adores her so much they don't even let themselves connect the missing girls to her. She does a small twirl in her silver gown. Asks if she still looks like the girl from Dennis Forest. Jill's voice is very quiet when he finally speaks. He asks her about Stella. Jury's smile falters for a tiny second, then comes back wider. Stella, her twin sister. Her gentle, light magic, infuriatingly perfect twin sister. Jury says the name like it's a punchline. She walks deeper into the chamber, past the chaise, and points to a wooden coffin on a stone platform he hadn't noticed yet. It's locked, sealed shut. Brass clasps and a thick padlock. Jury says Stella's been in there for 3 years now. Jill's bone hand twitches. Jury keeps talking. She tells him with a giggle that Stella was annoying. Stella was kind. Stella was the one everyone loved. Stella's light magic kept her skin so beautiful that even Jury couldn't compete with her own sister. So Jury slipped a tasteless poison into Stella's tea one evening, locked her in the coffin while she was still conscious, listened to her sister scratch and beg and call out her name for 3 full days through the wood until she stopped. Jury says Stella never even decayed. The light magic she had in her body kept her body fresh, like a flower under glass. Sometimes Jury opens the coffin just to look. She says it's a comfort. Jill takes one long, slow breath. He steps toward the coffin. Then a second voice slides into the chamber from a corner Jill hadn't checked. It is not Jury's voice. It's smooth, cultured, slightly amused, male. The voice says he wondered when the medium would finally arrive. Jill spins. Out of the shadow between 2 of the hanging bodies, a figure steps forward. Tall, pale skin so smooth it almost looks carved, long pointed ears. Golden eyes with vertical pupils, black robes embroidered with silver runes that move slightly on their own when he breathes. He smells faintly of cold metal. Upper demon. The spirits Jill released 2 hours ago were screaming about this energy. Now Jill is standing 15 paces from the source. The demon bows politely. He introduces himself as Gastra. Jill has never heard the name. Runa has. Runa, floating just behind Jill's shoulder, has gone completely rigid. Her hands are at her sides. Her translucent face is paler than usual, which is impressive for a ghost. She is staring at Gastra like she has seen him before. Gastra notices her. His golden eyes flick to the ghost girl. He smiles. He greets her by name. He says hello, Runa. It has been a long time. Runa whispers something Jill barely catches. She says it's him, the assassin. The one who poured the poison in the king's cup 100 years ago. She's been looking at this exact face inside her own death memory for over a century. Gastra inclines his head, almost flattered to be remembered. He explains, conversationally, like he's giving a lecture to 2 interesting students, how this all works. When the great demon king Valzard fell 2 years ago, his soul did not fully die. It split into 4 pieces, 4 shards. Each shard found a hidden vessel. One of those shards is in him. He is 1/4 of Valzard's mind walking around in elegant clothes. The plan was never to win the war in one battle. The plan is to corrupt the human kingdoms from inside, hero by hero, lord by lord, until the 4 shards reunite and Valzard wakes up whole. Voss, Rook, Denis, Jury. They all sold their loyalty to demon shards in exchange for fame, beauty, and power, never realizing they were just tools. Gastra tells Jill that he was the one who whispered to the heroes that the spirit talker had to die. Jill's medium gift would have eventually let him sense the demon energy threaded through his own teammates. So Jill had to fall before he learned how to listen. Jill stands very still. Gastra spreads his hands and asks Jill if he'd like to be reasonable. Stop here, walk away. The shards will let him keep Nurkia as a personal kingdom. They'll even hand him Jury's head, since she's stopped being useful anyway. Jury's smile falters for the first time. Jill answers without looking at the demon. He looks at Jury. He tells her she had her chance to apologize for real. She wasted it on a story. He raises his bone hand. Jury laughs out loud. She thinks he's bluffing. She is, after all, an S-rank elemental hero. She killed the Demon King with these very same hands. She has spent the last 2 years feeding on stolen life force. She is at the absolute peak of her power, and she still has Dennis Forrest's sentiment about how soft little Jill used to be. She raises both hands. 6 different element runes light up in the air around her, spinning fast. A fire ring, an ice ring, a lightning ring, a wind ring, an earth ring, a water ring. She is about to throw everything she has at him at once. She does. A 6-element catastrophe storm tears across the chamber. Fire walls clamp from the sides. Ice spears come from above. Lightning lances in from behind. Wind blades shred the air at floor level. The whole chamber should be erased. Jill exhales. He activates Phase Skin, Danae's stolen absolute defense, only inverted. He doesn't phase through the spells. He lets the bone arm bones absorb them. The firewall splits around him. The ice spears glance off his shoulder like rain off a roof. The lightning hits his bone hand and just sinks into it. Gone. Eaten. He stole that the moment her finger touched his shoulder during her temple hug earlier. He has a perfect counter for every element she owns, because he has every element she owns. Jury stares. She tries again. Bigger this time. She calls down a falling star, supreme tier fire magic that should level the whole mountain. It punches through the chamber ceiling. A blazing meteorite the size of a wagon comes screaming down at Jill. Jill catches it with one hand. Hellforge wraps the meteorite in compressed shadow. The fire just dies. The rock goes cold. He drops it. It thuds on the floor like a sad pebble. Jury's mouth opens. She decides on Plan C. While he was distracted by the meteor, she slipped a knife out of her sleeve. A small, hidden runed blade. Not magic, just steel. Pure physical attack. The one thing she thinks his demonic defense can't see coming because it isn't magic. She lunges. Hugs him from the side like the temple hug. This time with a knife angled up for the heart. The knife touches his ribs. The knife snaps. Phase Skin, Denis' gift, covers steel just fine. Jury freezes against him. Jill turns his head slowly, looks down at her. He raises his bone palm and gently presses it flat against the side of her face. Like a father comforting a daughter, he whispers 2 words: energy drain, a skill harvested from a night crawler in the great forest. He has been saving it for her specifically. His bone hand pulses once, just once. Every drop of life force Juri has stolen for the last 2 years comes screaming out of her body and pours up his arm and into his core. She tries to scream. Her voice comes out cracked, old, rasping, wrong. She steps back from him, and her perfect golden hair falls out in one full sweep, hitting the chamber floor like wet straw. Her flawless porcelain skin starts to wrinkle, then crinkle, then crack. The cracks deepen into ravines. Liver spots bloom. Her teeth yellow and shrink in her gums. Her cheeks hollow into caves. Her hands shrivel into knobby twigs with chipped yellow nails. Within 10 seconds, the most beautiful woman in Horus is a wheezing, hunched, 90-year-old crone in a silver gown that hangs off her like a sheet on a coat rack. She turns toward her own vanity mirror. She sees herself. She does not understand. She presses her hand to her face and feels the wrinkles. She makes a noise no human throat is supposed to make. She lunges at the mirror. She rakes her broken old nails down the glass, screaming her own name at her own reflection, like she's trying to call herself back. Blood from her fingers smears the silver. She doesn't stop scratching. She doesn't stop screaming. The pretty saint of Horus, breaking herself open against an ice mirror with her last clumps of golden hair lying around her ankles. She has lost her mind completely. Jill turns away from her. He never looked at her face during the drain. He has bigger problems. Gastra has not moved during any of this. The upper demon has been watching with arms folded and an expression of mild, intellectual approval, as if a child has just performed a clever recital. He is not afraid. He has not even drawn a weapon. Now he steps forward. He says it's a shame about Juri. She was decorative. He raises a single pale hand. A storm of black projectiles materializes around him. Hundreds of them. Tiny spinning shards of pitch-black energy. Each one humming softly. Each one a piece of pure demonic essence. Matter eraser shards. Anything they touch ceases to exist. Stone, steel, soul. Doesn't matter. Erased. Gastra flicks his wrist. The whole cloud screams across the chamber at Jill. Jill raises his bone arm to wrap himself in Faye's skin again, and Gastra clicks his tongue, almost disappointed, and the projectiles split in midair around Faye's skin like water around a rock. They aren't physical, they aren't elemental, they erase. Faye's skin has nothing to grab onto. Jill realizes with a cold drop in his gut that he's about to be partially deleted. Runa moves first. She doesn't ask. She doesn't say goodbye. She just shoves Jill, her translucent hands actually shoving his shoulder, which she shouldn't be able to do, and steps in front of him. She pulls. Supreme Earth magic, freshly downloaded from Reiner's skull and tucked away in Jill's soul for safekeeping. Runa borrows it through their pendant tether. Stone explodes up out of the chamber floor. It wraps around her ghost body, layer after layer. She packs the earth onto herself by sheer will, encasing her own spirit inside a thick golem shell of pure stone. A walking suit of rock with a ghost in the middle. Just in time. The matter eraser cloud slams into her. The stone shell holds for 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. Then it starts to dissolve. Not break. Dissolve. Whole chunks of the rock golem flicker out of existence in puffs of negative light. Through the holes, Jill can see Runa inside. She's grimacing. She's keeping her arms up. The earth she's hugging onto herself is burning away faster than she can replace it. She's holding. Behind her, Jill is already moving. The instant she shielded him, he understood she was buying him seconds, maybe 1. He bolts left, around the chaise, around Juri's still screaming back, vaulting onto the vanity table and off the wall. The cloud finishes erasing the golem and starts erasing Runa. Her left hand goes first. It just flickers out. The fingers fade like steam. Then her wrist. Then her forearm. She does not stop holding the position. She bites her ghost lip and keeps the spell up. Jill is behind Gastra in 2 heartbeats. Behind. Pure forest year footwork. Mighty arm propelling him off the wall like a missile. In his bone hand, he weaves the only thing in his arsenal that can cut an upper demon. Light. Runa's stolen demon sealing magic. Pure holy attribute. The one element his system shouldn't have been able to wield because he's aligned with death and shadow. But Runa is the source. Runa is his teacher. Runa is right here in front of him, fading out of existence. He pulls the spell from her side of the pendant link, and the light flows. A blade of golden fire forms in his fist, a sword of pure hero magic. The first holy weapon Jill has ever held. Gastra senses it too late. The upper demon's head snaps around, golden eyes wide for the first time tonight, and he twists to face Jill. Jill stabs. The blade of light punches into Gastra's chest from behind, through the heart, out the front. It does not slow down. The runes on his robes blow apart. Blue liquid sprays from his mouth. Gastra stares down at the golden blade sticking out of his chest. He laughs once, surprised. He whispers something Jill doesn't quite catch, something about 3 more shards. Then he steps backward off the blade, leaving the wound open and bleeding sky blue down his front. He collapses into his own shadow and is gone. The chamber goes silent. Jury is still scratching the ice mirror behind him, but Jill doesn't hear her anymore. He has eyes only for Runa. She is half erased. Both arms below the elbow are gone. Both feet have flickered out. Her stomach is fading in patches. Her face is starting to flicker. She is sinking slowly to the chamber floor, her remaining knee buckling. The pendant around Jill's neck is pulsing erratically, dimming, flaring, dimming. She looks up at him, smiles weakly, tells him she's glad she got to see his face do that thing he did with the sword. Jill drops next to her. He grabs for her. His hands pass through her shoulders. He can't hold her. She's leaving. She's leaving, and he can't pin her down. He scans the chamber wildly. His eyes land on the coffin. Stella's coffin. Stella. Stella's perfect, light-preserved corpse. 3 years dead. Not a single sign of decay. A vessel. And in his soul, sitting unused since Lake Lucan, Reiner's supreme attachment magic. The skill to graft one thing to another, to bind a soul to a body. Jill is moving before his brain finishes the thought. He sprints to the coffin. He slams his bone palm onto the lid and burns through the lock with a pulse of explosion fire. He throws the lid open. She is exactly as Jury said. A girl, sleeping, pale skin still soft, long dark hair perfectly arranged on a velvet pillow. A small flake of holy light still glimmering under her skin from her death years ago, keeping her preserved. She looks like she has been dreaming for 3 years. Jill turns. Runa is now translucent from the shoulders down, just a chest, neck, and head floating in the air. She's still smiling at him with what's left of her. He scoops the disappearing remnant of her into both arms, bone arm and human arm, and prays the pendant holds for 1 more minute. He carries her to the coffin. He looks at Stella. He apologizes to Stella out loud, in case she's listening from somewhere. He explains very quickly that he needs to borrow her body to save a friend, and that Stella's gentle light made this possible, and that he hopes she would have said yes. He places Runa's fading shoulders over Stella's chest. He activates attachment. Reiner's supreme magic pours through his bone arm. Conceptual binding, soul to flesh, wandering spirit to incorruptible vessel. The fading particles of Runa's light start to pour downward like liquid gold, sinking into Stella's still chest, threading through her veins, settling into her lungs, her heart, her brain. The poison residue still floating in Stella's body, the dose that killed her 3 years ago, recoils from Runa's hero tier poison resistance and goes inert. Runa's hair, what's left of it floating up there, flares red and then dissolves into the light pour. Jill's bone hand is shaking. Even with Mighty Arm cooked 200 times, his arm is shaking. This spell wasn't designed for this. He's improvising. He keeps the channel open by sheer will. The last flicker of Runa's face above the coffin smiles 1 more time and whispers something he can't hear, and is gone. The light sinks into Stella. Silence. For a long moment nothing happens. Stella lies still, pale, dead-looking. The chamber feels empty. Jill's bone hand stops shaking. His knees buckle. He grabs the coffin's edge to keep from falling. Then, Stella's fingers twitch. Her chest rises. Once. Slow. Drawing in 3 years' worth of unbreathed air. Her eyelids flicker. Open. Her eyes are not Stella's calm gray. Her eyes are red. A bright, sharp, burning red. Like the embers of a campfire at midnight. Her dark hair, lying around the pillow, starts to shift color from the roots outward. Black to mahogany, to copper, to flame red. All in 5 seconds. By the time the change finishes, Stella's body has Runa's exact hair color in long crimson waves down to her hips. The new occupant lies there for a second and stares at the chamber ceiling, blinking like she's never used eyes before. She lifts a hand in front of her face, wiggles fingers, wiggles them harder, makes a fist, real hand, real flesh, real warmth. Runa starts crying. She has not cried in over 120 years because ghosts can't make tears. She is making up for it now. Big fat saltwater tears rolling out of borrowed red eyes and down borrowed soft cheeks. She turns her head and looks at Jill. Jill, kneeling at the side of the coffin, looking like a man who has not slept in 3 days, with blood and dragon soot on his cheek and a half-broken bone arm propped on the rim. She sits up. She tackles him. The coffin tips. They both go over backwards onto the chamber floor in a heap of red hair and silver gown and bone arm and shocked human boy. Runa lands on top of him and immediately wraps her real, warm, physical arms around his neck and squeezes like she is afraid he will dissolve. She says she can feel him. She says it 3 more times, getting louder each time. She can feel his shoulder. She can feel his cloak. She can feel his heart through his shirt. She has not felt a heartbeat through anything for 120 years. She is squeezing him hard enough to hurt, and she does not care because she has hands again. Jill, completely out of his element, sits frozen on the floor with a red head in a silver dress wrapped around him like a vine. She buries her face in his neck and says she is not letting go for at least an hour. He starts to say maybe they should leave the Cave of Horrors first. She squeezes harder, tells him to be quiet and let her have this. He shuts up. Behind them, on the far wall of the chamber, Jury's ancient husk is still scratching weakly at the cracked mirror, mumbling her own name in a broken whisper. She doesn't seem to register that the world has changed. Above them, in the dark beyond the chamber ceiling, a shadow passes briefly across the surface of the mountain and is gone. Gastra's escape trail, wounded, bleeding sky blue, heading somewhere underground to lick the first real wound he's taken in centuries. 3 shards of Valzard's soul still walk the world. Voss is still in the capital, smiling for sculptors. Rook is still in his cold fortress, counting arrows. A demon shard is still whispering in both their ears. But not tonight. Tonight, in a torchlit cave inside a mountain, a former map boy with a bone arm is being hugged senseless by a redhead who has not been touched by a living person since before his grandfather was born. Tonight, our guy gets to sit on a cold cave floor and let a girl who came back from death cry happy tears into his shoulder for an entire hour. He earned it. He has so much further to go, so many more names on the list, so many more shards to hunt, so many more lords to topple, so many more lies to crack open. The bone arm is still hungry, the dragon inside him is still grinning, the list of betrayers in the back of his head still has 2 names waiting their turn, and one of those names sits on a throne under 100 carved statues of his own face. But that's tomorrow. Tonight, for the first time since his parents stood at the front door of his childhood home and pointed at the road, Jill is being held. He lets himself be held. He closes his eyes. For 1 hour, the spirit boy is not alone. A throne room, somewhere in the largest empire on the continent. Gold pillars, guards in polished silver, a red carpet running straight up to the crown. And out of nowhere, right in the middle of the floor, the air tears open like paper. A black slit. A rip in reality. Something walks out of it. Tall, slim, wearing a smile like a knife. Not Gastra, not human. Something new, something worse. And the king of the greatest realm on this continent, bows. So do the guards. So does the prince. This is the kind of moment where you go, wait, hold up, nobody's fighting? Nobody's screaming? Yeah, that's the point. That bow tells you everything you need to know about how deep the rot goes. Cut. A private chamber, high in the capital's tallest tower. Alone. Voss, the golden boy leader, the guy whose smile is stamped on every coin in the kingdom, stands in front of a silver mirror. But the reflection is wrong. It's whispering, voice like sandpaper on bone, and it keeps saying one word on loop that we can't quite make out, until Voss goes pale and mouths a name back at it. Valzard. The Demon King, the one his party supposedly killed. Still talking. Still alive, just rearranged. Now cut again. A forest so quiet the trees look scared. Somewhere up in the branches, Rook, the silent archer of the party, the guy who barely blinks, pulls a black feathered arrow from his quiver. He knocks it slow, draws it slower. His eye locks on something a mile away that we don't get to see. The bowstring snaps, the arrow leaves, and a heartbeat later, a bird falls out of the sky. Except it isn't a bird, it's a scout, which means Rook already knows somebody's coming for him. Cut. A cave. Firelight. Warm shadows. Runa, our newly resurrected ghost girl, now stuck inside a real living body, lifts a shaky palm and tries to summon a little ball of light. It works. Kind of. That little ball turns into a beam of pure sunfire, misses Jill's face by an inch, and shaves his bangs clean off his forehead. Jill just stares. Runa presses her lips into a tight line and tries very hard not to laugh. She fails. One more. Mount Ragna. That big volcanic mountain from last time that Jill discovered was actually the fossil of a dragon so old it makes gods look young. His boots crunch across the stone. He's back, and this time he came ready to eat, which is probably why, deep inside the rock, in a chamber nobody's opened in 10,000 years, one massive, dead, empty eye socket suddenly glows red. Yeah, dead things don't always stay dead, especially not in this story. Now hit rewind, because to see how our guy walks straight into all that madness, we have to pick up exactly where we left him, deep under Horus, in a demon's dressing room chamber, standing over a girl who just came back to life. Quick recap for anyone who just wandered in. Jill was a spirit medium kid with a body made of spaghetti, thrown off a cliff by the very hero party he loved, saved by an ancient bone dragon named Veldor, given a skeletal arm that eats skills straight out of dead bodies, and pointed at his old teammates like a loaded gun. First target down, Tini, the armor-clad brawler, killed by having a compressed explosion cooked inside his own chest. Second target down, Jury, the beautiful mage who'd smiled while blasting him off that cliff, now a screaming senile husk clawing at her reflection in the ice mirror behind him. Two betrayers left, Voss in the capital, Rook in his fortress, plus one shadowy manipulator named Gastra, an upper demon who took a light blade to the chest and dragged himself into the underground to bleed and plot. But before Jill can walk out of this mountain and go hunting again, there's the small matter of the girl currently sitting on his stomach and refusing to move. Runa, or the soul that used to be Runa, now packed inside the body of Jury's murdered twin sister Stella. Perfect vessel, perfect graft. Except Runa doesn't know how to have a body yet. And when a ghost gets skin back after a full century of drifting around, they don't ease into it. She's touching everything. Her own hair, red, not the black she used to have, and she keeps twisting a lock of it between her fingers like it might vanish. Her own arms, her own knees, the stone floor, the heat coming off Jill's shirt where her cheek is pressed against his chest. Each new sensation makes her flinch and grin and flinch again. Jill tries to sit up. She growls at him, actually growls, like a cat that just claimed a warm spot. He gives up and lies back down. For 1 full hour, this is his life. Ghost girl in living skin, face buried in his ribs, refusing to let go, occasionally saying his name just to feel her own lips move. He should be planning the next attack. He should be worried about Gastra crawling through the tunnels below them, or about the news of Jury reaching the capital before he does. His entire brain should be strategy. Instead, his entire brain is, don't move, don't ruin this, she's actually here. Somewhere behind them, off in the corner of the chamber, the husk that used to be Jury lets out a soft, cracked laugh. She's talking to her reflection in the shattered mirror, telling it it's the prettiest one at the ball. And that's fine. That's exactly where she belongs now. Her sister's body has the sister's life, the sister's face, and the sister's second chance at breathing. The murderer gets to sit in the dark and rot alone. Cosmic accounting, cleaned up. Eventually Runa lifts her head. Her new red eyes are wet, but she's smiling like a lunatic. She tells him she can hear her own heartbeat. That's a sound she hasn't caught since she was breathing last. Jill nods and says, yeah, that's how it works. She sniffs. Then she smacks him lightly on the shoulder for taking so long to figure out the resurrection thing. Classic Runa. Even in a new face, she's exactly herself. Time to move. The mine is not safe. Jury's operation had staff. Quiet culty attendants who trickled in and out of the drying chambers with buckets and bandages. Some of them are still up top, still loyal to the woman who fed them coin and secrets. And then there's Gastra, bleeding somewhere in the deep tunnels, who might be crawling back up right now with a plan and a grudge. Jill peels Runa off him, which takes negotiation, and stands. He looks at the ice mirror. His eyes drop to the husk, mumbling into it. And then he does something small but important. He waves his bone hand at the tunnel wall and lets Reiner's supreme earth magic answer him. Stone folds like wet cloth. The whole chamber seals shut behind 3 meters of solid rock. Jury doesn't need an audience. Let her keep her mirror. Runa watches him do this and lets out a low whistle. She'd forgotten how casually he throws around supreme tier magic now. He shrugs. Says the arm does most of it. They climb. Not the way they came in. The front was watched. Jill sniffs a draft, follows the wind through a crack, and cuts a fresh corridor through the mountain with earth magic. 20 minutes, straight tunnel. Cleaner than any dwarves ever built. Runa keeps touching the walls just to feel them scrape her fingertips. She keeps forgetting she can feel things now. They come out on the eastern slope of the Horus foothills, right into a cold gray sunrise. Runa freezes, just stops, because it's been 100 years since she watched a sunrise with actual eyes. The wind hits her face, her hair moves, real hair, real wind. She sits down hard right there on the wet grass and starts crying. Not sad crying, that other kind, the overwhelmed kind. The one where your body doesn't know what to do with too much good stuff at once? Jill sits down next to her, doesn't say anything smart, just hands her the corner of his cloak to wipe her face. She takes it, sniffles, and tells him he's a lot dumber than she remembered. He smiles at that. Only Runa. They watch the sun crawl up over the eastern ridge. Somewhere down in the valley, the city of Horus is waking up. In a few hours, the temple bells will ring. Jury's public disappearance will trigger a search. Her chapel staff will find the shrine locked from the inside. The nobles will start whispering. And whoever Gastra reports to, assuming the demon has enough juice left to report to anybody, will start putting pieces together. Which means Jill and Runa have a shrinking window. He does the math out loud. 2 betrayers left. Voss in the capital, sitting on the throne of public opinion. Rook holed up in his forest fortress, quiet, patient, probably already suspicious. Then Gastra bleeding somewhere. Then the other 3 Valzard shards, hiding in hosts they haven't even identified yet. Plus the elder dragon corpse under Mount Ragna waiting to be harvested for skills that could level a city. Runa listens, then she raises one finger, suggests they take Mount Ragna first. Because if Rook and Voss are already suspicious, walking in with a supreme tier arsenal is a whole lot smarter than walking in with what he has now. Fair point. Skill grinding before a boss fight is universal wisdom. Jill nods. Mount Ragna it is. The road there cuts across 3 provinces of Glora, which is a problem, because Glora is exactly the kingdom that poisoned Runa 100 years ago. The current king is the great-great-grandson of the guy who ordered her execution. And Runa remembers. Oh, she remembers. Every time they pass a Glora flag on a checkpoint, her jaw twitches. Every time a Glora soldier waves them through, she mutters something under her breath that would make a priest faint. Jill has to physically walk in front of her twice, just to remind her they are trying not to start a war today. She's also, and this is the part he did not budget for, extremely bad at being a person right now. She walks funny. She keeps forgetting she has legs. She trips over a pebble and looks personally insulted by it. She eats a piece of bread and gets so overwhelmed by the taste of butter she has to sit down. She lets out her first sneeze in a century and stares at Jill like he did it to her on purpose. Every noise is loud. Every color is too much. Every smell, good or bad, is a full sensory experience she has to process out loud. He didn't plan for this part. The part where getting a body back after a century of drifting means the world hits you all at once, like standing under a waterfall with your mouth open. He's patient about it, actually shockingly patient. Our formerly timid map boy has grown into a guy who can wait for a friend to enjoy the taste of soup. Runa notices. She doesn't say anything, but she notices. 2 nights on the road, they stop in a little hillside inn under a fake name. Small room, 2 beds. Runa starts practicing. She has to. Stella's body remembers Stella's light magic, that gentle, warm, healing-adjacent branch that Jury's twin was famous for. And Runa needs it, because Runa's own combat repertoire, the earth magic, the ghost-piercing curse magic, the whole Hero of Old Glora kit, is designed for a spirit, and a spirit's timing does not translate cleanly to muscles and bones. So she sits on the bed, focuses, presses her palms together, pulls apart. A small warm sphere of pure white light glows between them. She grins, and then she flexes. That's when it goes sideways. The gentle glow becomes a lance. A thin, screaming beam of sun-hot light that shoots out sideways, misses Jill's head by literally a finger's width, incinerates the top row of hair off his forehead, and vaporizes a hole through the wooden wall behind him, straight through the plank wall behind that, and probably some poor farmer's cabbage patch 2 hills over. Both of them freeze. Runa slowly lowers her hands. She stares at Jill's smoking bangs. She whispers, "Oops." Jill closes his eyes, takes a breath, then he informs her, very calmly, that she is going to practice outside from now on. She agrees. Very fast. Half an hour later, he's paid the innkeeper for 3 walls, 1 ceiling beam, and a cabbage patch. Runa has decided she loves being alive. Jill has decided his hair is a small price. They reach the foot of Mount Ragna on the 5th day, and Runa, laying eyes on the mountain up close, goes quiet. Because now that Jill's told her the truth, that this whole peak is the fossilized carcass of an elder dragon so ancient nobody has a name for the species, she can see it. The way the ridge curves like a spine. The way 2 smaller crests near the summit sit exactly where shoulder blades would sit. The way the slopes fall away in a shape that used to be a rib cage. It's a body. A city-sized body. Turned to stone so slowly the world grew a crust on top and forgot. She murmurs that dragons don't die like this. Not naturally. Something killed it. Jill files that thought away for later. Right now, the priority is the harvest. Last time he was here, he only cracked open the upper chamber, the one holding the fire-breathing wyvern who'd built a nest inside the giant's eye socket. He killed the wyvern in 1 shot with a Hellforged shadow axe, but he didn't have time to dig deeper. He wants deeper now. The real body, the bones, the heart if there's anything left of it. They climb by moonlight. Runa's balance is still shaky, so Jill takes point. His bone arm hums the whole way up. It knows what's inside. It wants what's inside. Skills of that magnitude call to it the way honey calls to bees. Halfway up, they hit the first old climb scar, the trail Jill carved into the rock a few months ago. He resurrects the path with a flick of earth magic. They walk in. Inside the mountain, past the burned-out wyvern nest, past the collapsed fire chamber, there's a shaft going down. Jill widens it. Down they go. Farther, farther. The temperature drops. The air gets old. There's a faint pressure in the chest that has nothing to do with altitude. The pressure of being inside something that used to be alive. They come out in a cavern the size of a small city. And there, laid out under the light of Runa's carefully controlled palm lamp, is the Elder's real skull. 50 meters, tip to jaw. 2 curved horns that go up into the ceiling and disappear. Fangs bigger than temple pillars. The eye sockets are hollow black pits, wide enough to walk into. And every inch of that bone is glowing faintly. Not with light, with memory, with residual skill. Runa lets out a small ha of pure disbelief. Jill just walks up to it. He puts his bone hand on the lower jaw. The arm absorbs. Skills pour in. Not 1, not 10, hundreds. Then thousands. Ancient magic that hasn't existed in any human textbook for 10 millennia. Elemental sciences from before the elements had names. Curse-tier combat lines. A single skill called Time Weep that makes both of them dizzy just reading the name in the arm's inventory. Draconic strength traits, the raw kind, the physical kind, pouring in by the hundreds. Which means, per the rules of the arm, they'll start compressing. Basic strengths auto-evolving into supreme strengths. Supreme, evolving into whatever comes after supreme. Jill's knees actually buckle. He drops to one knee, hand still on the jaw, and grits his teeth. It's too much at once. His arm burns silver. His whole shoulder glows through his sleeve. Runa runs up and grabs him. She braces him. She yells at him to close the connection. He doesn't. He can't. It's still absorbing. It's still eating. For 1 full minute, Jill just tries to breathe while an ocean of dead knowledge floods into him. And then, deep, deep below them, under the pelvis of the mountain, where the great beast's heart would have been, something moves. A pulse. 1, 2. The whole cavern hums. Runa freezes. Her red eyes go wide. She looks at Jill. Jill looks back at her. She says one word. Alive? Jill finally forces his bone hand off the jaw. The absorption cuts. His arm stops glowing. He sags against the fossilized tooth and drags in a breath the size of a lake. Then he listens. Another pulse. From way, way down. Slow, old. A heartbeat that has 1 beat per minute and hasn't beat in 10,000 years. The old dragon is not fully dead. Not alive either. Not in any way that makes sense. But there's a spark. A single, sleeping ember, buried somewhere at the bottom of that massive skeleton. And Jill's arm just kicked it. He does the fastest calculation of his life. He can seal it back down. He has the earth magic. He can drop 100 meters of stone on that pulse and pin it for another 1,000 years. He can also just leave and hope it stays dozy. Or he can go deeper. Because if there is a single spark of that beast left down there, and if his arm can absorb from the source instead of the leftovers, then whatever he just took, the ocean of skills he just chugged, is a puddle compared to the sea waiting under the ribs. He turns to Runa. Runa is already shaking her head. Because Runa knows him, and Runa can read that particular look on his face. She informs him, in her very best I am the adult here voice, that they came for skills, not for waking a god. He counters that the god is barely a candle. He can eat the candle. Then it's done. Nothing wakes up. She fires back that the candle sits inside a body big enough to be a country, and he does not know what happens if he eats a wrong beat. He argues he'll be careful. She shoots back that no he won't. They lock eyes for 5 straight seconds. 2 stubborn people. 1 dead mountain. Deep below, another slow pulse. Runa exhales. Fine, fine, but she's going first. And if the mountain so much as twitches wrong, they leave. Deal? Deal. They start down. The tunnel gets narrower, steeper. The bone under their boots stops being rock. It goes from fossilized to fresh. Like the deeper they descend, the less time has managed to reach. Halfway down, the walls stop being stone at all. They're bone. Living, ivory-colored, faintly warm bone. Runa keeps her palm light low. Jill keeps his hand on the wall. He can feel the arm humming, greedy, almost begging. At the bottom of the shaft, they hit a chamber. Round, roughly the shape of a heart. And in the middle of it, floating a foot above the floor, spinning slowly, is a single organ, fist-sized, deep red, beating once every long, long breath. The last piece of that beast that never fully died. Runa breathes hay through her teeth. Jill takes a step forward. That is exactly when the whole mountain shakes. Not the pulse. This is different. This is external. A boom above them. Rock cracking. Dust falling. Somebody just breached the top of the mountain from the surface. Someone came for them. Runa's palm light flares out on instinct. Both of them go still. 3 sounds carry down the shaft. Boots on stone. Heavy. Confident. Not a lot of them. 2, maybe 3 sets. And then a 4th sound. Higher and sharper than the rest. The metallic tick of a bowstring being drawn, tested, and let slack again. Rook. The silent archer. The one they didn't come to fight yet. He came to them. Jill glances at the beating heart in the middle of the room. His eyes flick up the shaft. His look drops to Runa, standing in Stella's body, with Runa's fire in her new red eyes, and Runa's 100-year grudge already sharpening in her fists. He makes a call. Fast. He tells her to guard the heart. Don't touch it. Don't let anyone else touch it. If the mountain moves, run. Then he starts climbing back up the shaft, alone, toward the sound of boots and the tick of that bowstring, with a bone hand full of 1,000 fresh skills he hasn't even sorted yet, and a very specific name burning at the top of his to-do list. The 3rd betrayer just walked in. Time to make him regret it. Jill climbs, fast, silent. His boots don't touch the ivory walls of the shaft. He's running on a compressed air skill he just harvested off some ancient wyrm 2 minutes ago, and it feels like being weightless with an angry motor strapped to his back. He kills his own scent, kills his heat signature with a low-level frost drape, kills the sound of his breath by holding it, and letting a spare wind thread carry the air past his lips silently. 3 skills stacked in 3 seconds without thinking. He's not the same guy who dangled off a cliff 8 months ago. He's a walking library now, and the library just got 1,000 new volumes. Above him, the boots stop. He can hear them talking. Low. 2 voices he doesn't recognize. Hired blades, from the sound of it. Glora accents, professional. And a 3rd voice that says nothing. Just breathes. Slow and measured. The kind of breathing a sniper does. That's Rook. Jill flattens against the shaft wall, 60 feet below the chamber mouth, and listens. The 2 mercs are being briefed. Quiet, efficient. They're asking Rook if the target confirmed. Rook grunts once. Yes. They ask if Rook wants the target alive. Rook grunts once. No. They ask how much time they have before Voss's messengers arrive to formalize the paperwork. Rook makes a sound that in a normal person would be a laugh, something halfway between a cough and a click. That sound means no paperwork. Rook doesn't want witnesses. Rook wants a clean hole in a corpse and a report that says the map boy was never here. So that's the play. Kill Jill, bury the body. Tell Voss the mountain was empty. Rook came alone-ish because Rook doesn't trust Voss. Rook came with cheap muscle he can leave behind because Rook doesn't want his own knights to see what he does. Rook is protecting his career. Cool. Great. That makes this easier. Jill peels off the wall and floats up the last stretch of shaft on the compressed air, silent as a rumor. He crests the lip of the chamber mouth and slips behind a slab of fallen bone the size of a wagon. Now he can see them. 2 mercs. Big guys. Dark leather. Short swords. Short bows on their backs for range. Both of them are stationed at the mouth of the shaft, staring down into the dark, waiting for something to come up or something to signal them to go down. And past them, further back in the wyvern nest chamber, standing on top of the very rock Jill boiled a fire dragon on last time, is Rook. Same as ever. Tall, wiry, long dark coat with dust patterns on the shoulders that mean he actually walks the wild, not the ballroom. Hood up, bow already strung, a quiver of black feathered arrows across his back, and 1 arrow, knocked already, loose grip, resting, hanging from the string. His mouth is a flat line under the shadow of the hood. His eyes are hidden. He's completely still. That stillness? That is why Rook was the scariest one to Jill, back in the party days. Da loved a speech. Voss loved a smile. Jury loved a soft voice. Rook loved silence. In a fight, Rook wouldn't tell you he was going to shoot you. He'd shoot you. In a tavern, Rook wouldn't tell you he thought you were weak. He'd just look at you until you left the table. He is the friend who never chose to be your friend and never bothered to lie about it. And he's here, which means he heard about Nerkia. He heard about Horus. He put 2 and 2 together, and while Voss is still sitting in the capital sweating into his crown, Rook came out here on his own to erase the problem before it reaches the throne. Rook is the smartest of the 4. That is a fact Jill has always known and never enjoyed. Fine. Smart people die too. Jill runs his eyes over the new inventory in his arm. He has too many skills to sort in a hurry, so he lets the arm do the work. Feed him the top 3 most appropriate for this room, this range, this enemy. The arm answers in a warm pulse against his ribs. 3 names float up in his head. 1. Bone Splinter Nova. Elder Tier Draconic Combat Art. Fires 100-inch-long shards of femur, out in a cone, at hypersonic speeds. Range, 30 meters. Cost, cheap. 2. Marrow Freeze. Elder Tier Draconic Curse Art. Puts a hand on somebody, freezes the marrow inside their bones. They keep walking for a bit because the muscles don't know yet, and then they drop. Range, touch. Cost, medium. 3. Second Skin. Elder Tier Draconic Defense Art. Grows a paper-thin layer of dragon-scale hard hide over Jill's whole body. Blocks arrows. Blocks blades. Blocks small explosions. Cost, high, but he has fuel to burn. Jill picks all 3, because why not? He wraps himself in second skin first. His skin tightens. His clothes settle over the new layer like a curtain over armor. His face gains a very faint silver sheen. Nothing dramatic, just the sense that if you punched him now, you'd break your hand and not much else. Then he moves. He steps out from behind the bone slab. The 2 mercs see him at the same time. Their reactions are professional and fast. They pivot, draw, swing. 2 short swords come at him from 2 angles. Textbook trap. Jill catches one blade with his bone hand and lets the other blade hit his shoulder. The one against his bone hand simply stops. The metal screams a little, but nothing gives. The one at his shoulder hits second skin. And second skin is not in a mood today. The blade bounces so hard the merc's wrist rolls the wrong way with a wet crunch, and he lets out a yelp that gets cut off because Jill's other hand comes up and taps him, gently, on the sternum. Marrow freeze. The guy takes 2 more staggering steps back, blinks in confusion, and drops. Not dead yet. Twitching. Cold rising from the inside. He'll be gone in under a minute, and he won't feel it after the first 10 seconds. Mercy, in a weird way. The other merc is smarter. He lets go of his sword, since Jill is holding it, and jumps back, drawing his short bow off his shoulder in the same motion. He knocks an arrow. Draws, fires, Jill leans left. The arrow whistles past his ear and cracks against the bone wall behind him. The merc reaches for another arrow. He doesn't get it, because the first arrow was still in the air when Jill lifted his bone hand and just crushed the sword in his grip like a dry twig. Then he tossed a shard of it, thumbnail-sized, with a flick. The shard hit the merc in the throat. The merc sat down. Then he tipped over. Total time from first sword to last body, 4 seconds. Rook doesn't move. Jill straightens, wipes his bone hand on his cloak, mostly out of habit. Then he lifts his eyes to the hooded figure on the rock. He calls out a greeting. Casual. Light. He tells Rook it's been a while. Rook doesn't answer, just draws his bowstring. Slow. Even. Jill nods. Yeah. Not a talker. He remembers. He starts walking forward. The chamber is big. 50 meters maybe. That's Rook's home turf. Rook is a range fighter. Every step Jill takes puts them closer to Jill's zone. But Rook doesn't back up. Rook just tracks him. That black feathered arrow points at Jill's chest the whole way. 20 meters out, Rook releases. Jill dodges. Barely. The arrow does not fly like a normal arrow. It curves, it corrects, it comes at him from a slightly different angle than it left. Some kind of tracking enchantment on the feathers. He feels the arrow whip past his ear and thump into the wall behind him. When he glances back, the arrow is already dissolving into black smoke. Single-use tracker. Clever! Rook already has another one knocked. Jill grins. Actually grins, because he can feel his arm getting hungry now. The way it hums when it wants a specific thing. Rook has a tracking enchantment. Jill wants that tracking enchantment. Adding to shopping list. He takes another step forward. Rook fires again. This one Jill catches out of the air with his bone hand, 6 inches from his eye, between 2 skeletal fingers. He looks at the arrowhead, blackened steel, runed, beautifully made. He gives Rook a thumbs up with his human hand and lets the arrow crumble. Rook's shoulders shift. Just slightly. That's Rook's version of nervous. 15 meters. Rook draws again, this time from a different pocket of his quiver. This arrow is white, not black. Its head is a crystal. Jill's arm makes a low warning hum in his ribs. Anti-magic arrow. Nulls skills in a radius when it hits. If that arrow hits him, second skin drops, and every dragon skill in his loadout goes offline for however long the radius holds. And then it's just Jill in his own body against an archer with 100 more arrows. That version of Jill is a cadaver. He can't dodge that one. Rook is 100% aiming at his chest, not for a graze. And Rook's aim, even after years of grinding revenge in a forest, Jill knows is genuinely inhuman. So Jill doesn't dodge. He beats the arrow. Jill fires Bone Splinter Nova. He raises his skeletal hand, palm out, and a cone of 100-inch-long ivory shards blasts out at the speed of a rifle round. The chamber goes white with the shockwave. Rook, quick as he is, only manages to twist a shoulder before the wave hits him. 98 of the splinters miss, because Rook is a ghost with legs. 2 hit him, 1 in the thigh, 1 in the shooting arm, right through the meat of the bicep. Rook makes the smallest, tightest grunt Jill has ever heard a human male make, and then his bow arm goes slack, because the muscle is punched through, and the anti-magic arrow rolls out of his fingers and clatters onto the rock. Rook takes 1 step back, just 1. Jill sprints. He crosses 15 meters in a heartbeat. The wind thread skill from earlier compresses under his feet. He clears the last 5 meters as a lunge. His bone hand goes for Rook's throat. Rook's other hand, the good one, moves in a blur. Because Rook did not carry only a bow. Rook carried a knife. Slim, curved. He rams the knife straight down into the top of Jill's skeletal wrist. The blade snaps. It snaps in half against the bone. Rook lets go and jumps back, twisting in the air, landing 5 meters further away with the smoothness of someone who's been sparring since he was 7. Jill lands where Rook used to be, turns, grins. Rook is bleeding. From the arm, from the leg, from the palm where the broken knife handle scraped him on the way out. Rook looks at his own hand, then at Jill. Then his hood tips back a little, and for the first time in this fight, Jill sees Rook's eyes. They're wide. That is the fear of a man who ran the numbers on the way in, and the numbers said this fight was easy. Jill takes a step forward. Rook does not draw the bow again. Rook can't. His shooting arm is jelly. Jill tells him, casually, that they should probably talk before it gets uncomfortable. Rook's mouth twitches. Then he does something Jill did not expect. He drops to one knee and puts both hands on the rock, palms flat. Not surrender. Something else. Some kind of stance. The rock under his hands lights up. Rune circles. Everywhere, all at once. Across the entire chamber floor, Rook has been walking the whole time, and every step he was drawing. His boots left a rune circuit. Jill just walked straight through it and never noticed because second skin was blocking the aura. The runes flare. Every corpse in the chamber sits up. The two mercs Jill just killed, the old dried carcass of the fire dragon Jill killed months ago, whose skeleton still lies in a heap at the back of the wyvern nest. A dozen smaller bones Jill hadn't even registered. Old animal remains, half buried in dust. Click and rattle and stand up. Rook is a necromancer. Well, Rook has a necromancy skill. There is a difference, but not much. The dead mercs come at him first. They're wet, they're fast, and they don't feel marrow freeze anymore, because marrow freeze needs a live nervous system to work. Jill fights back. He rips the sword out of the first merc's hand with his bone grip and swings it in a full arc that separates the merc's head from his neck. The head bounces, the body keeps walking for 2 more steps and then flops. Rook flinches from 30 feet away. That's a puppeteer's flinch, when a puppet gets cut. The second merc, the one with the throat wound, jumps on his back, cold hands around Jill's neck. Second skin holds, but the weight is off-balancing him. Jill reaches up, grabs the corpse by the hair, and throws it into the wall. The wall is fossilized dragon skull. The impact is unkind. The dragon skeleton, though, that's the problem. That old fire worm was 30 feet long when he was alive. His bones are still 30 feet long, and they're rearranging themselves into a rough dragon shape right now, held together by black threads of Rook's necromantic string. Not a real dragon, but a big, angry, dumb dragon-shaped meat puppet with fangs the size of short swords. Jill sighs. He whispers to his arm, requesting a very specific pull from his new inventory. He gets it. His arm answers with a warm little glow. Elder Tier Draconic Skill Number 4. Freshly harvested 20 minutes ago from the giant's jawbone. Name, Regent's Call. Effect, recognized as apex predator by lesser draconic remains within radius. They cannot act against user. Jill flexes his arm. The bone dragon puppet, mid-lunge, freezes. Its jaws hang open. Its stitched-up skeletal spine sags. Every thread of Rook's necromancy on that skeleton just went limp, because the skeleton itself is refusing to fight the guy at the top of its own food chain. The fire dragon skeleton lowers its head, tilts it to the side, and does something that looks almost like a bow. Rook's face, the visible half of it, goes gray. Jill walks past the bowing dragon skeleton and puts his bone hand on the top of its skull, very gently. Absorbs. Whatever leftover fire dragon skill scraps he missed last time, he takes now, in about half a second, without breaking stride. He keeps walking. Rook scrambles backward. His bad leg won't hold. He falls onto his elbow. His hood falls off completely. He looks so much older than Jill remembered. There are streaks of white through his dark hair now. The corner of his mouth twitches like a man who hasn't slept in weeks. Whatever he's been doing since Dean died, since the news of Jury reached him, it wasn't peace. Jill stops 3 feet away, crouches, balances his elbows on his knees. He asks Rook, quietly, one question. Why? Rook stares at him. For a long moment, Rook doesn't answer. Then he says, in a voice like gravel that hasn't been used in a month, one word. Voss. Jill nods slowly. That tracks. Voss ran the play. Digne enjoyed the play. Jury delivered the killing kick. Rook just did what the leader said. Rook was the one who signed the mission form. The one who logged the incident report as an accident. The one who told the guild that the map boy had slipped and fallen. Rook, in his own way, was the paperwork of Jill's death. Rook adds, still very quiet, that he never thought Jill would be missed. That last sentence is honestly the meanest thing anybody has said to Jill this whole book. And Jill's face doesn't change. His eyes go a little colder, but he doesn't lash out. He tells Rook, level, that Rook is going to answer some questions. Then Rook is going to die, in that order. No negotiation. Rook says he thought so. Jill leans in and touches Rook's forehead with 2 fingers of his human hand. Casts a mind linkage skill he pulled off Reiner's skull months ago. Not mind reading exactly, mind agreement. Rook can lie, but if he lies, the link buzzes for Jill. He asks about Voss. Rook talks. Voss holds the second shard of Valzard's soul. It sits in a mirror in Voss's private chamber. It whispers to him at night. It doesn't own him yet, but it will. Voss is aware, and Voss is willing. Voss wants a bigger crown. The Demon King's fragment is offering him one. Jill asks about the other 3 shards. Rook doesn't know all three. He knows one of them is in a person Voss has been quietly meeting for a year, a foreign priest from the Grand Empire east of Glora. He does not know the priest's name. Voss keeps it close. Jill files that away. Grand Empire east of Glora. Priest. The throne room he saw teased in his own weird instinct earlier. The one where a slit in the air opened and a slim, smiling figure walked out and the king bowed. Yeah. Adding that to the mental map. Jill asks about Gastra. Rook flinches at the name. He says Gastra never dealt with him directly. Only Voss. Only jury. Rook was too paranoid to sit in a room with an upper demon. Rook's paranoia, ironically, is why he's the last of the original four still standing. Jill asks the last question. If Rook could take it back, the kick over the cliff, the shrug, the paperwork, would he? Rook is silent for maybe 10 seconds. Then he says no. He says Jill was going to slow them down. He says a hero party can carry one weak link only if that link is a mascot. Jill was too smart to be a mascot and too weak to be a soldier. He says it plainly. No cruelty in the voice, just the observation of a man reading a ledger. The mind link doesn't buzz. Rook isn't lying. That's what he thinks. That's what he thought then. That is who Rook is. All the way down. Jill nods once, stands. He tells Rook goodbye. He puts his bone hand on Rook's chest, not for marrow freeze, for direct absorption. He's not going to waste Rook's skills by killing him with a splinter to the throat like a hired merc. He's going to eat them at the source. Rook's mouth opens. He almost says something. Then he doesn't. He closes his eyes. The bone hand pulses. Rook's body seizes. His fingers scrabble at the stone once, and then the skills come pouring into Jill in a bright, clean rush. The tracking arrow enchantment, the rune circle necromancy Rook just used. 6 different supreme tier archery skills, including one called Star Splitter that Rook was famously the only living user of. The anti-magic arrowcraft, the paranoid forest survival tree. Rook's whole toolkit, transferred, cataloged, packed. When it's done, Rook is a dry husk on the rock, weightless. Face peaceful for the first time in Jill's memory. Jill closes Rook's eyes. 3 betrayers down, 1 left. And the last one is the smart smiling king of the biggest kingdom on the map. He straightens up and turns to head back down the shaft to Runa and the heart. The heart. He hears her yell before he sees anything. Runa's voice booms up the shaft from 100 meters down, and it is not fear. It is furious concentration. Jill sprints. He drops down the shaft on the compressed air skill, faster than falling. The wind screams. The walls blur. He lands in the heart chamber. The heart is no longer floating quietly. The heart is glowing, bright red, pulsing every 2 seconds now, not every long, slow minute. And around it, spun into a full defensive shell of woven light, is Runa. She's on both knees, both hands up. A translucent dome of white gold light closes over the heart, sealing it off from the room. She's holding the dome by hand, and her arms are shaking, and there is sweat pouring off her face. She sees Jill and shouts that the heart woke up when the mountain shook. The runes on the fire dragon skeleton up top vibrated all the way down. It thought something was coming to eat it. It started pumping. She adds through her teeth that if it keeps pumping, it will reach the rest of the elder dragon's nervous system in about 10 minutes, and the whole mountain wakes up under them. Jill runs the numbers fast. Option 1, run. Leave the mountain, seal the top, hope the elder dozes off again. Losses? Probably nothing. Wins? Probably nothing. The dragon might wake anyway. Option 2, dig it out. Eat the heart. Add 10,000 years of raw draconic life force to his arm. Losses? Could kill him. Could tear his soul in half. Wins? This becomes a very different story. Option 3, kill the heart. Simply, with one of his new skills. Shut off the elder for good. He looks at Runa. She looks at him. She already knows what he wants to do. Her jaw sets. She tells him if he tries option 2, she will resurrect him just to kill him herself. He nods and picks option 3. He reaches into his new inventory. Requests something to end a dragon heart quickly and quietly. His arm surfaces one specific skill it pulled off the giant's jawbone. Old, elder tier draconic ritual line. Name, long sleep. It's not violence. It's not combat. It's a lullaby. Jill has never sung in his life, but the skill knows how. His mouth opens and a low, old note comes out. A note in a language older than anything human, in a range he shouldn't be able to hit. And the heart, floating there behind Runa's dome, slows. 2 seconds between pulses. then 3, then 5, then 30, then it goes still. The glow fades from red to dull rose to gray to nothing. The elder dragon of Mount Ragna, whatever tiny ember of it had woken, sighs and sleeps again. Deeper, cleaner. This time the sleep will last. Runa drops the dome. She sags forward and puts her palms on her knees, gasping. Jill sits down hard next to her. Both of them are quiet for a full minute. Then Runa says, softly, that he sings horribly. Jill says he knows. She laughs, he laughs. They sit there next to a sleeping god corpse, both of them dust-covered and shaking, laughing like idiots in the dark. After a while, Jill reaches out one last time and touches the sleeping heart with the tip of his skeletal finger. He does not absorb it. He does not eat it. Instead, he just takes a very thin, very careful trickle, one skill, freely offered by a sleeping thing in gratitude for not being murdered. The skill's name flickers up in his mind. Dragon word. Effect. Any command he speaks in the elder tongue, once per day, will be obeyed by lesser draconic beings. Jill smiles slowly. That is going to be extremely fun. He seals the heart chamber behind them with 300 meters of layered earth magic, thicker than any king's vault has ever been, and they climb back up out of the mountain into the pre-dawn cold. At the top, at the wyvern nest chamber, they pause over Rook's husk. Runa stares at the body for a long moment. She doesn't say anything ugly, she just looks. Then she turns away. Jill lays Rook out flat, folds his hands over his chest, and buries him under a thin blanket of stone. Not a grave. A closing of a chapter. Outside the mountain, the sun is coming up. Runa breathes it in. She's better at it today than she was on the first sunrise. She's starting to figure out how to hold a body. She turns to Jill and asks, deadpan, what's next? He looks east, across the foothills, across the plains, toward the capital of Glora, where Voss sits on a throne with a whispering mirror and a demon shard sunk into his brain. Then his eyes drift further east, past Glora, all the way to that other kingdom, the Grand Empire, where a foreign priest is apparently in the room every time Voss makes a deal. He tells her Voss. She nods. They start walking down the mountain. They do not know that 100 miles east, in that gilded throne room of the Grand Empire, the same slit of black opens in the air again. The same slim, smiling figure steps back through it, this time with a report. He murmurs to the king that the archer just died. The king does not look upset. The king smiles slightly and asks how many are left. The slim thing says 1. The king says good. He orders his priest, a robed man standing quietly at his elbow the whole time, with pupils that are not human, to prepare a welcome, because if the map boy is coming, then the map boy will get a party. Jill and Runa reach the base of Mount Ragna by noon. They stop at a stream to drink. Runa splashes water on her face and marvels at how cold it is. Jill drinks and doesn't marvel, because his brain is already 3 moves ahead. Voss has a demon shard. Voss has the priest of a foreign empire. Voss has an entire capital city between Jill and himself, and Voss has months of paranoia baked in since Dine died. Voss will be dug in. Voss will have prepared traps. And Voss, unlike Rook, will absolutely see the mind link move coming. Jill needs an angle. He needs someone inside the capital he can lean on. Someone who owes him. Someone who wouldn't rat. His head lifts. He remembers Hana, the orphanage director in Nurkia. Big warm woman with the tearful hug. She has a sister, doesn't she? A chapel matron who runs a small shrine on the outer wall of the Glora capital. Hana mentioned her once, in passing. A wink, a name, a promise that if he ever needed a bed in the capital, the shrine would find one. That's a start. Jill tells Runa about Hana's sister. Runa lifts an eyebrow and asks if the sister is going to try to hug her. Jill tells her probably. Runa makes a face. She still hasn't figured out being touched by strangers. Her body is 1 week old. Fair. They start east, along the caravan road, toward the capital. 2 days in, they hit their first checkpoint. Glora border guards. Bored. Corrupt. They wave the pair through after Jill hands them a coin and calls himself a wandering scholar, which is the world's most boring cover but somehow always works. 3 days in, they pass through a village where the tavern has a fresh notice nailed to its door. Jill stops to read it. It's a wanted poster. Him. Sort of. The artist has never seen him. The sketch is bad, but the text is direct. Wanted. For the murder of the noble Lord Danae of Nurkia. For the disappearance of the Saint Jury of Horus. Reward, 50,000 gold, alive. 100,000 gold, dead. Signed, Voss, First Sword of Glora. Runa reads it over his shoulder. She whistles low. She informs him he is now worth more than a small castle. Jill peels the poster off the tavern door, rolls it up, and stuffs it into his coat. Souvenir. He tells Runa he wants to frame it in the room where he keeps his trophies. She informs him he does not have a room, or a house, or trophies. He tells her he's working on it. They keep walking. Behind them, the tavern keeper watches them go through his window, and slowly, thoughtfully, reaches under his counter for a signal flare. The signal flare goes up an hour after Jill and Runa leave the village. Bright orange. Straight up. Visible for 30 miles in every direction across the flatlands. And every bounty crew within reach of that flare, and Glora has a lot of bounty crews, because Glora is that kind of kingdom, turns their horses toward the smoke and rides. Jill and Runa are half a day up the road when they hear the first hoofbeats behind them. They don't slow down. Jill just tips his head slightly and tells Runa somebody's coming. She asks how many. He listens harder. His ears are better now. There's a wolf-tier sense skill sitting in the arm from the Elder Harvest, and it's constantly running low in the background whether he wants it or not. He counts hooves. 6 horses. Maybe 7. 2 of them heavier than the rest. Probably armored knights on war horses. The others lighter. Scouts or archers on riding horses. He tells her 7 riders. Runa cracks her knuckles. They're new knuckles. They make a beautiful sound. Jill considers his options. He could just kill them. 7 riders is nothing. He has, at last count, over 3,000 skills in his arm. Killing 7 bounty hunters would take about a minute and leave 7 bodies and 7 horses and 1 very complicated crime scene right on the caravan road. Which is exactly what Voss would want. A crime scene. A confirmed sighting. A trail. No. Better plan. Ghost them. Make them chase nothing. Jill grabs Runa's hand and pulls her off the road, into a wheat field, then across the field and down into a dry creek bed. They crouch there while the wheat still hides their footprints, and Jill peels off 1 small draconic skill from his inventory, a low-tier concealment weave called Empty Path, and drapes it over both of them. It's not invisibility. It's better. It's a subtle push against every passing eye. The eye slides off. The brain forgets there's anything in the creek. Even a good tracker will look right at them and register nothing. The 7 riders thunder past on the caravan road above. Jill watches through a gap in the reeds. 2 knights in the Voss livery, silver mantle over red, plus 5 hired trackers with dogs. Yes, dogs. Jill sighs. Dogs are annoying. Dogs don't have brains that can be pushed. Dogs use nose. He waits until the group is well past. Then he pulls out 1 small vial of stinkweed oil. He's been keeping it in a coat pocket since Nurkia, specifically for this, and pops the cork and splashes about half the vial on his own boots and Runa's. Runa makes a face and asks him if that is really necessary. She informs him she just got her sense of smell back. Jill tells her he's sorry. She glares at him. Then he splashes the rest of the vial down the dry creek bed in the opposite direction they need to go. A fake trail, dragged out for about half a mile before the wind eats it. The dogs will pull the trackers west. Jill and Runa go east. They keep to the fields for the rest of that day. They eat dry bread while walking. Runa complains, but only for form. They sleep that night in a shepherd's abandoned shed, curled up back to back for warmth. Runa still runs cold sometimes. Her body is a week old, and it hasn't quite figured out its own thermostat yet. Jill lets her borrow his cloak. She takes it without saying thank you, but she folds a corner of it back over his shoulder, so he isn't cold either. Small tell. He notices. Neither of them says anything about it. The next morning, they hit the caravan road again, this time from a different mile marker. New posture. New posture matters. Jill hunches, slings a fake limp into his left leg. Runa pulls her hair up into a plain knot and swaps her cloak for the tan traveling shawl a Nurkia grandmother pressed into her hands 3 towns back. Different silhouette, different rhythm. If a scout up ahead has been briefed on a tall, dark-cloaked pair walking east, they're now a limping merchant's boy and his tan shawl sister carrying a cheese wheel Jill bought from a farmer that morning. The cheese is important. The cheese sells the story. Nobody looks twice at a cheese. They pass a checkpoint in the afternoon, and Runa haggles the guard down on his toll for the cheese. With such enthusiasm, the guard laughs and waves them through free. Runa is very much enjoying being alive today. By late that night, they see it on the horizon. The capital of Glora, city on a hill, white walls, gold domes, 10,000 torches on the walls, a river running through it under 3 bridges. From this distance it looks like a fairy tale kingdom that has never done anything wrong to anyone. The kind of skyline songs are written about. Runa stops walking. She stares at those walls for a full minute. Jill lets her. She hasn't seen the capital in 100 years. Last time she saw it, the guards were poisoning her tea in the royal dining hall. She finally makes a small sound that is not quite a laugh and not quite a sigh, and tells him the walls are taller than she remembered. Jill tells her cities grow. She says people don't. They keep walking. They enter through the Pilgrim Gate on the north wall. Pilgrim Gate is the sleepiest gate because it feeds into the Temple District, and the Temple District doesn't have much money in it, so the guards there don't bother searching bags. Jill picked this gate specifically for that reason. The guard at the gate glances at the fake merchant papers Jill flashes him, glances at the cheese, glances at Runa's tan shawl, waves them through with a bored grunt. They're in. Inside the walls, the capital is a different animal. Loud, cramped, 20,000 people in every square mile, vendors screaming prices, street preachers screaming doctrine, kids screaming for the fun of it, horses, carts, somebody in a corner playing a fiddle badly, a woman selling roasted nuts by the handful, and banners. Everywhere. Purple and gold banners hanging from every third window and every temple pillar. All of them showing the same face. Voss, the first sword of Glora. Golden hair, blue eyes, sword raised, smile like a coin. Runa mutters that his hair got worse. Jill snorts. There's also a specific poster nailed to every single public bulletin board they pass. Same one as the tavern. Wanted. 50,000 alive, 100,000 dead. Now the sketches on these ones are better. Somebody has been sitting down with somebody who actually saw Jill recently, which is a problem. He pulls his hood a little further down. They wind through the Temple District for an hour before Jill finds the address Hana passed him 3 provinces ago. It's a small shrine, wedged between a wine merchant and a bathhouse, in a quiet lane where the cobblestones are older than the paint. The shrine's door is painted sky blue and has a hand-carved sunbird above the frame. Jill remembers Hana mentioning the sunbird. That's the sign. He knocks 3 times, then 2, then 3. Hana's specific rhythm. The door opens a crack. A single eye peeks out. Middle-aged. Sharp. Wary. Jill says Hana sent him. The eye widens. The door opens the rest of the way. A short round woman in a chapel matron's robe pulls him inside by the sleeve and pulls Runa in after him, and slams the door and bolts it, and only then breathes. She introduces herself as Maro, Hana's older sister. She looks nothing like Hana except in the eyes. She has Hana's eyes, big and warm and terrified. She apologizes for the bolt. Then she offers them tea. Then she starts fussing over Runa, who did not sign up for this and is now getting her hair patted. Runa gives Jill a look that says, "Please save me." Jill sips his tea and does not save her. Maro sits them down at her tiny kitchen table and explains the situation in her city fast. She's been reading the posters. She recognized Jill from Hana's description before he even said the code. She knows what he did in Nurkia. She knows what he did in Horus. She knows Voss is losing his mind about it. Voss has been closing the city, she tells them. Slowly, quietly. He's put men on every gate. He's added a curfew that isn't officially called a curfew but is enforced like one. He's tripled the palace guard. And this week, he announced something new. She slides a printed handbill across the table. It's an invitation. Fancy paper. Purple ink, gold seal. The first sword of Glora, hero of the realm, protector of the people, invites all citizens of standing to a grand gala in the palace gardens on the coming Sunday to celebrate the memory of the fallen hero Lord Dene of Nurkia, and to honor the missing Saint Jury of Horus, whose fates the sword personally vows to avenge. Free food, free wine, public procession. Anyone in the city with any title, any name, any papers is invited. Jill turns the handbill over slowly. Runa reads it upside down and starts laughing. Because this is a trap. This is such a trap. This is a trap with a bow on it. This is Voss standing on the roof of his own palace with a giant sign that says, "Please come kill me, I am waiting." Which means Voss wants Jill to come. Which means Voss has staged it. Which means there is a specific killing setup somewhere in that gala, and Voss is very confident about it. Maro nods grimly. She confirms what Jill is already thinking. Voss has been meeting for days with 3 particular people. His new priest advisor, a foreigner from the Grand Empire in the East, a robed man with pale skin and eyes she doesn't like. The head of the Royal Assassins Guild, which Glora officially doesn't have, but of course has. And a mage master from the palace tower who specializes in barrier magic. Priest with weird eyes, assassins, barrier mage. Yes, it's a trap. And it's a well-designed one. Jill puts the handbill down. He asks Morrow if she can get him invited. Morrow blinks. Then she asks him if he is joking. He tells her he is not joking. She stares at him. Runa answers for him, cheerfully, with her mouth full of tea cake. She says he's not joking. She says the boy walks into traps for a living now. She says it's kind of his thing. Morrow looks at Runa, looks at Jill. Then she sighs the sigh of a woman who has been dragged into hero business against her will, and has decided she might as well be useful. She tells him she can. Her cousin runs a paper-making shop that supplies the palace. She can forge minor nobility papers by Friday morning. 2 invitations, sealed, indistinguishable from the real thing. Jill thanks her. She waves him off. She says he saved her sister. This is small work. She tells him he'll sleep in her spare room. Both of them. She tells Runa she'll get her a real dress for the gala. Runa lights up at the word dress and immediately looks embarrassed for lighting up at the word dress, because Runa's official position is that she is a hardened warrior ghost and does not care about clothes. She pretends she was just clearing her throat. Jill does not tease her. That is a gift. Over the next 3 days, Jill and Runa stay hidden in Morrow's back room. During the day, Runa practices her body. Small things. Threading a needle. Pouring water into a cup without spilling. Walking downstairs. Every hour, she can do something she couldn't do the hour before. Her balance is coming in. Her fine motor control is coming in. She is still, however, a magical natural disaster with light magic. Twice a day, Jill takes her out to the little walled courtyard behind Morrow's shrine and lets her practice. Twice a day, she does something spectacularly unsafe. On the second day, she summons a healing light circle that healed all of Morrow's houseplants so aggressively they burst out of their pots and grew halfway to the ceiling. On the third day, she tries to summon a warding light and instead summons a beam that carves a neat square hole in one of Morrow's wooden barrels. Morrow takes each disaster with tightening patience and eventually just starts moving the potted plants and barrels she likes into a different room. At night, Jill sits by the small stove in the kitchen and sorts his inventory. 3,000 skills. He hasn't had time to really look at any of them. He does now. The Elder Dragon's Hall is bigger than everything he's ever gathered combined, and most of it is not combat. Most of it is stuff he didn't even know a magic system could have. There's a whole category called timekeeping, dozens of skills that manipulate the perception or flow of small pockets of time. There's a category called weight, skills that alter how much mass a thing has, either heavier or lighter. There's a category called naming, skills that let you speak the true name of a thing and get it to answer. He barely understands half of these. He can't master them all before Sunday. Impossible. So he prioritizes. He picks 5 skills to actually drill. Combat ready, gala appropriate, controllable in a crowd. 1. Second skin. His personal armor layer, already comfortable. 2. Dragon word. 1 command per day in the Elder tongue. Obeyed by anything with even trace draconic blood. Voss's priest may or may not have dragon in the lineage. Jill will find out. Also useful if the priest brings summons. 3. Marrow freeze. Kill touch, silent, discreet. Excellent for a gala. 4. Star splitter. The archery skill he took from Rook. Fires a bolt of pure kinetic light that splits into 100 smaller bolts at the exact instant the target's aura tries to block it. Basically unblockable at range. Fired by drawing a bow, but you don't need a bow. His bone hand can draw the bowstring on a phantom bow, which he finds out on day 2 when he practices in Morrow's courtyard and accidentally splits the top of a distant chimney into 99 pieces. 5. A new skill he pulled from the Elder Harvest, called Coin Turn. It flips a coin flip situation in the caster's favor once. Just once. He has no idea what coin flip situation means to the arms system, but he trusts it. Sometimes you just carry a reserve. Runa, meanwhile, is drilling light magic under Morrow's supervision. Morrow turns out to have been a chapel healer in her youth. She teaches Runa the basic breathing forms for controlling light flow. By day 3, Runa can produce a stable palm lamp without vaporizing anything. Small wins. Friday morning, Morrow comes back with the papers. 2 forged invitations. sealed with the palace crest. She hands them over. Jill inspects one. It is genuinely indistinguishable from the real thing. Maro's cousin does very good work. Jill has been paired, on paper, with the identity of Lord Marin of the southern Salt Coast, a minor noble who genuinely exists but who has never once come to court and would not be recognized. Runa's paper puts her as Lady Vela, his cousin, up from the coast for her first season. Cousins are less suspicious than couples. Fewer follow-up questions. Sunday arrives. Runa steps out of Maro's spare room in the dress Maro found for her. Deep green silk, long sleeves, high collar, a little gold at the cuffs. Her red hair is pinned up, her new red eyes catch the lamplight. Jill looks at her. He forgets to breathe for a second. Then he clears his throat and tells her she cleans up okay. She tells him he looks like a raccoon in a jacket. He is wearing a very well-cut noble's jacket that Maro's cousin also supplied. Deep charcoal, silver thread at the collar. Nothing about him looks like a raccoon. He knows this. She knows this. She says it anyway, because that is how Runa says something nice. Maro fusses with both of their collars, blesses them both, and shoos them out the door. They walk to the palace. The streets of the capital are packed. Every noble house in Glora sent somebody. The nobles arrive in carriages, in palanquins, on horseback. Jill and Runa go on foot, because it fits the Salt Coast minor noble story better. Marin is famously a cheapskate. Nobody blinks. The palace gardens are extraordinary. Even Jill has to admit it. Terraces of white marble stepping down to a lake. 10,000 small paper lanterns floating on the water. Tables set with silver. A whole orchestra in the corner, playing something delicate. Golden trees. Actual golden trees. Thin silk leaves catching the breeze. And, standing on the top terrace, greeting each guest personally, is Voss. Jill sees him from 100 feet away. Voss is smiling that famous smile. Golden hair combed back. Silver mantle over red. Ceremonial sword on his hip. He looks like the answer to a nation's prayers. He looks exactly like the poster. The line to be greeted is long, though, and Jill is happy to hang back. He gets Runa a glass of something sparkling. He surveys the garden. He counts assassins. 2 on the terrace balcony above them, dressed as servants, but their eye lines are wrong for servants. 3 in the trees on the west side, motionless in the branches, wearing dark cloaks that read as shadows. 1 on a rooftop overlooking the garden with a bow across her back. That's 6. There will be more. That's just the ones he can see, with the wolf-tier sense skill, pulsing quietly in the back of his mind. He also feels the barrier mage's work. There's a very fine, very well-hidden ward laced through the garden walls. It's a null magic ward, tuned to trigger only when a specific type of skill is used inside it. Any large area effect skill will collapse into itself and blow up in the caster's face. Anything single target still works. Whoever set that ward is smart. It's designed to prevent Jill from clearing the crowd with one big skill. Fine. He wasn't going to. He also spots the priest. The priest is standing 3 paces behind Voss on the terrace. Robed, pale, absolutely still. His face is half in shadow under the hood. His hands are folded. And when Jill lets his sense skill drift over that hooded figure, the skill flinches. It comes back with a report Jill has never seen before. Not local, not normal, not safe. Yeah, that's the second demon in the room. Or the second demon shard's carrier. Or both. Jill takes a sip of his sparkling drink. He tells Runa, in a low voice, that the priest is the one to actually watch. Voss is bait. Runa, without moving her lips, says she can see that. She adds that the priest is looking at us. Jill glances up. The priest, on the terrace, is looking directly at their spot in the crowd. Under the hood, 2 pale points of light meet Jill's eyes across 200 people. The priest smiles, very, very slightly. He's known. Since he walked in the gate, maybe. Since he entered the city, maybe. Since Rook died, probably. Jill smiles back, same size smile. Then Voss, up on the terrace, spots Jill in the crowd. Just for a second. The smile doesn't leave his face. But the muscles under his eyes tighten in a way you'd only notice if you'd trained with him for 2 years and knew his tells. Voss knows too. Everybody knows. The trap is officially armed. Jill sets down his sparkling drink and offers Runa his arm. They walk toward the terrace. The greeting line moves them forward. Nobles ahead of them curtsy and bow. Voss gives each one his practiced word. A gentle sentence, a squeeze of the hand, a warm nod. He's genuinely good at it. That's part of the trick. He was always genuinely good at it. Their turn. Jill and Runa step up. Jill bows. Runa curtsies. She has been practicing the curtsy in the mirror for 3 days. It goes fine. Voss's eyes meet Jill's. He says cheerfully that he doesn't recognize this house. Jill introduces himself, in a bland accent, as Lord Marin of the Southern Salt Coast, his cousin Lady Vela, their first season at court. Voss says cheerfully that he is so glad they came all this way. He says he hopes they enjoy the evening. He says he hopes they especially enjoy the fireworks, which will be at midnight, from the lake. Then he says, still cheerfully, still smiling, that the Salt Coast has such lovely maps. He hears they employ excellent cartographers. Runa, next to Jill, doesn't blink, but Jill feels her hand tighten on his arm just slightly. Cartographers, map makers, map boy. Voss just told him. Jill smiles back, exactly as cheerfully. He tells Voss that the maps of the Salt Coast are indeed lovely. He tells Voss that he heard the maps of the capital were even better. He tells Voss he came to see for himself. The two of them stand there smiling at each other for one very long, very still second. Every muscle in Jill's body knows Voss's ceremonial sword is not ceremonial. Every muscle in Voss's body knows Jill's bone hand is under a very good glamour, but very much there. Neither of them moves. Then Voss laughs. A rich, warm host's laugh. He tells Jill that he must certainly walk the palace maps room then. He tells Jill that he has a personal tour arranged after the fireworks for special guests. He tells Jill he would be delighted to include Lord Marin and Lady Vela. The line behind them is waiting. Voss must move them along. Jill bows again. Runa curtsies. They step down off the terrace and drift back into the crowd. Runa waits until they are 10 paces away, then whispers that Voss just invited them into the ambush personally. Jill nods. He whispers back that they are going to accept. Because here's the thing. If Voss wanted them dead in the crowd, they'd be dead already. The barrier ward, the 6 visible assassins, the priest. That isn't the kill setup. That's the crowd control setup. Voss doesn't want to fight Jill in the gardens with 1,000 nobles watching. He wants Jill in a smaller, sealed room, with a smaller audience, where he can control the story afterward. The maps room, after fireworks, is where the actual trap will spring. Which is perfect, because Jill would rather fight in a smaller, sealed room too. Fewer bystanders to worry about. Fewer stray splinters. Fewer noble deaths on the ledger. And the maps room, in the palace, is a very old wing. Thick stone walls, no windows, 1 door. If it all goes very wrong, at least it stays contained. Fireworks are at midnight, 2 hours away. Jill and Runa mingle. Jill is not, historically, a mingler. But he has 3,000 skills in his arm, and one of them, tucked away in a subcategory called social, is a small elder-tier trick called Silver Tongue. It doesn't lie for him, it just makes his real answers land smoother. He turns it on at 10% and immediately becomes the most charming raccoon in a jacket the Salt Coast has ever produced. Nobles laugh at his jokes. A duchess pinches Runa's cheek. A minor prince asks him if he'd consider selling salt to the royal kitchen. Runa is quietly having the best night of her life. She has never been to a party. Ever. Not as a hero of old Glora. Heroes then were used, not celebrated. Not as a ghost. She keeps forgetting what she's here for and looking at the lanterns on the lake with wide red eyes. Jill lets her have it. He watches her be happy for stretches of 30 seconds at a time. Then he watches her remember and reset her face to noble cousin neutral. Then she forgets again and looks at the golden trees. He decides that when this is over, when Voss is done, when the shards are done, when Gastra is done, when there are no more names on the list, he is going to bring her back to this garden, empty, no trap, no priest, just to look at the trees. The clock in the palace tower strikes midnight. The fireworks start. They are spectacular. Voss did not skimp. 10,000 gold worth of powder blooming over the lake in colors that Runa is now going to remember forever whether she wants to or not. Jill uses the moment. He drifts to the priest. The priest is watching the fireworks from the terrace balcony, hands folded, face still hooded. Jill sidles up next to him at the balcony railing, smiles at the sky, and casually opens conversation. He tells the priest the display is lovely. The priest, without turning, replies in perfect Glora court accent that displays of light are often the most honest things a court produces. Jill lets a beat pass. Then he asks the priest, in the elder dragon tongue, what his real name is. Dragon word activates. The priest freezes. His hood turns very slowly. Under the shadow, two pale points of light meet Jill's, and this time they are wide. The priest opens his mouth. His mouth does not want to move. His mouth wants very badly to not move. But dragon word is not a suggestion. Dragon word is a command. The priest says, in a voice that is thin and dry and does not sound like the accent he was using 30 seconds ago, a single name. Viserion. Jill logs it. The priest's mouth snaps shut. His eyes narrow. He knows he was just tricked. He knows Jill used something ancient. And now he knows something about Jill that Voss doesn't. That Jill can wield Elder-tier draconic speech. Which means Jill's skill inventory is bigger and older than any of Voss's briefings suggested. The priest, Viserion, recovers his poise fast. He turns his face back to the fireworks. He asks Jill, in the same court accent as before, if Jill is enjoying the party. Jill says he is. Viserion says he hopes Jill enjoys the map's room even more. The last firework blooms over the lake. Applause washes the terrace. Voss appears at Jill's elbow, all warmth, and asks Lord Marin if he is ready for that tour. Jill offers his arm to Runa. Runa takes it. Voss offers his arm to a smiling noblewoman Jill doesn't recognize, but assumes is a plant. Viserion falls in silently behind them. A small procession, 5 people, walks off the terrace, up a stone staircase, into the palace itself. Nobody in the crowd notices. The crowd is drunk on wine and light. Voss chats amiably as they walk. He tells Jill about the age of the palace. He points out portraits of previous kings. He tells a joke about a court dwarf that lands badly. He is doing a very careful job of not looking at Runa, which is how Jill knows Voss knows exactly who Runa's body used to belong to, and knows exactly which soul is currently driving it. That's fine. They arrive at the maps room. It is exactly as Jill hoped. Thick stone walls, no windows, 1 door, high ceiling. In the center, a massive round wooden table with a raised relief map of the whole continent carved into it, painted in soft colors. Torches in brackets on the walls. Old, quiet, contained. Voss steps into the room first. He walks to the table. He gestures at the map, at the Salt Coast, and asks Jill to show him where Lord Marin's estate is. Jill steps into the room. Runa steps into the room. The noblewoman plant steps into the room. Viserion steps into the room last. Then Viserion closes the door, and the door locks, and every single torch in the room snuffs out at once. Total darkness, for maybe 3 seconds. Then all the torches relight at once, but blue, cold blue, barrier mage blue. The whole room is now inside a sealed ward. Anti-magic ceiling, anti-magic floor. The kind of ward that lets you cast small skills but eats anything above supreme tier. A room designed to defang Jill. Voss's smile drops. The noblewoman's face melts off. She was an assassin under illusion. Her real face is scarred and hard. A knife appears in her hand. Viserion doesn't move. He just stands by the door, hands folded, watching. Because Viserion isn't here to fight. Viserion is here to grade the outcome. Voss draws his ceremonial sword. Except now, in the blue light, the sword isn't ceremonial, it's black. And it hums. And its edge is definitely, unmistakably, cursed. He tells Jill, quietly and with real warmth, that he was hoping Jill would come. Jill sighs. He tells Voss he was hoping the same. Runa cracks her neck. The assassin lunges. Round starts. The assassin's knife comes in at Jill's throat and Runa is already there. She steps between them like it's a dance she's been rehearsing for weeks. 1 palm up, 1 palm out. Light flares. Not a beam this time. Runa has finally learned control. A disc. A round shield of pure white light, about the size of a dinner plate, hovering an inch off her palm. The knife hits it and stops. Just stops. The assassin's whole arm shudders from the impact. Runa smiles. She's been waiting to try that one. She twists her wrist. The disc flips 90 degrees and slaps the assassin across the face like a heavy iron pan. The assassin's head snaps sideways, cheek splits, blood mists, and she goes sailing into the wall behind Voss. Runa turns to Jill with actual delight on her face and informs him she did that. Jill tells her he saw. Nice work. She beams. Voss uses that half second to lunge. Voss is fast. Voss has always been fast. And the cursed black sword in his hand is faster than the man wielding it. It drags his arm through the swing like it wants to reach Jill more than Voss does. The tip whistles at Jill's throat in a horizontal slash. Jill leans back. The blade passes an inch from his neck, second skin holds against the aura wash coming off the sword, barely. Jill feels the curse hiss against his glamour like acid against paint. Whatever that sword touches doesn't just get cut, it gets unmade. Interesting. He wants that sword. Voss doesn't give him time. He steps in, reverse cut, low, going for the leg, then a stab, high, for the sternum, then a spinning slash for the throat. 3 moves in under a second. Textbook Voss combo. Jill drilled against this exact sequence for a full year in the party days. He remembers the counter. He does the counter. He drops his weight, catches the low reverse cut on the flat of his bone hand. The black sword rings against elder bone and sparks fly, but the sword doesn't cut through, because whatever Voss has enchanted it with, elder tier dragon bone still ranks higher. Hooks Voss's wrist with his other hand and rotates. Just rotates. Uses Voss's forward momentum against him. Voss goes over Jill's hip and lands on his back on the map table. The relief map cracks. Voss coughs. His sword hand is still holding the cursed blade, but his elbow bent the wrong way on the throw. Jill straightens. He tells Voss that was actually the 3rd time he's landed that hip toss on him. He tells Voss he needs to work on his outside guard. Voss rolls off the table, spits blood, and comes up furious. That's when the ward kicks in. Jill can feel it now. A low, cold pressure on his ribs. Every skill above supreme tier in his inventory suddenly grays out in his mental library. Second skin still holds, because second skin is technically supreme tier, not elder. Marrow freeze still works. Star splitter grays. Bone splinter nova grays. Regent's call grays. Long sleep grays. Half his shopping cart just got taken away. Voss sees the flicker in Jill's face and smiles through the blood. He tells Jill the ward was Viserian's design. He tells Jill the ward has been mapped to Jill specifically. The barrier mage sampled Jill's aura off a scrap of cloth rook, left in Nurkia, apparently. That is dedicated work. Jill respects it. Barely. He tells Voss he'll manage. Voss lunges again. The assassin, who is not dead. Runa's plate slap knocked her stupid but not off the board. Pushes off the wall and drags herself back into the fight from the flank. She has 3 knives now. She was hiding 2 more. She throws 2 at Jill's back and keeps 1 for close work. Runa intercepts both thrown knives with 2 more light plates, 1 per hand. She catches the assassin's rush a heartbeat later with her shoulder and just tackles her, because Runa is currently in Stella's very fit body, and Stella apparently used to do a lot of yoga. The 2 women hit the ground rolling and Runa comes out on top with her knees on the assassin's biceps and both light plates hovering over the assassin's throat. Runa tells the assassin that if she moves, she loses her chin. The assassin, choosing wisely, does not move. That's the flank handled. Runa's fine. Runa's better than fine. Runa is having a night. Jill can focus on Voss. Voss knows this and adjusts. He stops trying to fight like a hero and starts fighting like a survivor. He backs up, keeps the table between them, and starts flicking small cutting slivers off the cursed sword's edge. Tiny black crescents that fly through the air like thrown razors, each one carrying a bit of the unmaking curse. 20 of them. 30. He's turning the sword into ammunition. Jill lets second skin do the work. The crescents that hit him sting but don't penetrate. The ones that miss chew holes in the walls behind him. Elder tier Dragonhide, even in a supreme downgraded ward-suppressed version, is still tough enough to take shrapnel. He walks through the black rain. Voss keeps backing up. Voss is buying time. Voss is looking, very briefly, at Viserion by the door. Viserion still hasn't moved. Jill notes that. Viserion is not backing Voss up. Viserion is watching to see if Voss survives on his own merit. Viserion is a bad ally to have. Jill crosses the distance in 3 long steps, catches Voss's neck slash on his bone forearm, wraps his human hand around Voss's sword wrist, and squeezes. Not with skill, with grip. Just grip. From all the compressed strength traits he stacked out of the Elder Hall. Voss's wrist bones make a small, polite crunching sound, and Voss makes a large, impolite scream. The cursed sword falls out of Voss's hand and clatters onto the broken map table. Jill kicks the sword under the table without looking at it. Later, he drags Voss up by the collar until Voss's feet are barely touching the floor. Voss claws at Jill's forearm with his one good hand. He's spitting curses now. Actual curses. He's not smiling anymore. He looks like a rat in a corner. Jill tells Voss he wants 3 answers. Voss spits at him. Actually spits. The spit hits Jill's cheek. Jill wipes it off calmly with his shoulder and repeats himself. 3 answers. 1. Where is the mirror with the Valzard shard? Voss laughs at him. Voss tells him the mirror doesn't matter. Voss tells him the shard is not in the mirror anymore. The shard is in him, in his chest, since last month. He's smiling that rat's smile. Voss tears open the front of his silver mantle with his broken hand. Under his shirt, in the center of his chest, is a black crystal the size of an eye, fused to his sternum. It pulses, slow, once, twice. Once you can see it, you can feel it. The whole room feels it. Even Runa, on the floor pinning the assassin, feels it and goes cold. The Valzard shard is real. It is fully installed. Voss is the shard now, in a very meaningful way. Viserion, still by the door, tilts his head to the side. He is watching this reveal with mild interest, like a professor watching a student flunk a test in a new and creative way. Jill exhales. He tells Voss that's fine. That will make this simpler. He asks the second question. 2. Who else in the 4 demon shards? Names or locations? Voss laughs harder. Voss tells Jill he doesn't get to know. Voss tells Jill Viserion carries the 3rd shard, which Jill has probably guessed. Voss tells Jill that the 4th shard is not in a person at all, it's in an object. But he won't say what. The mind link Jill installed on Voss's forehead a half-second ago through the collar grab does not buzz. Voss believed what he said. That last piece, object, not person, is real intel. Jill logs it. Third question. 3. Why? Why the cliff? Voss looks at him. Voss looks at him for a full second. Then Voss tells him a version of the same answer Rook gave, but nastier. Voss tells Jill that the party was going to be canonized as living saints. Voss tells him the map boy did not fit the portrait the temple painters were going to paint. Voss tells him the map boy was going to be edited out of the icons regardless, and Voss just moved up the timeline. He says it with a small, honest, exhausted shrug. The way you'd talk about pruning a hedge. The mind link doesn't buzz. Jill nods. Then he does something Voss did not budget for. He lets Voss go. Voss drops to his knees. His broken hand hangs limp. He looks up at Jill in confusion. Jill steps back and gives Voss a foot of breathing room. He tells Voss that he's going to give him the same option Voss gave him at the top of Swandle Ravine. He tells Voss that he's going to give him the exact same amount of warning Voss gave him. He tells Voss that he's going to let Voss stand up before he ends it, because Voss did not let him stand. He tells Voss to stand. Voss's face changes. He stops looking like a rat. He starts looking like a man who has decided to die on his feet. Some old iron of the person Voss used to be, the person Jill genuinely believed in, once, flickers back into his eyes. He gets up. Slowly. Painfully. He uses the map table for balance. Broken wrist. Cracked ribs from the throw. Bleeding lip. Cursed sword out of reach. Shard pulsing black light in his chest. He stands. He straightens his mantle with his one working hand. He tells Jill that at least his death will be quick. Jill tells him it will not. He steps in with his bone hand out and puts 3 fingers on Voss's forehead. Not to kill, to absorb. The shard in Voss's chest gives a hard, panicked pulse. It recognizes what's about to happen, and it tries to bolt out of Voss's body through his spine. But Jill's bone hand is already reading it, already understanding it, and the absorption goes right through Voss's skull and down his spine and hooks the shard by the root. Voss's eyes roll back. The absorption starts. Voss's whole skill set comes in first. His sword forms, his famous smile aura, his leadership skill line, his deceptively supreme tier stamina and defense skills, his barrier breaker sword art, all of it, in a rush. Then the deeper layers. Voss's memories of the last 2 years. Voss's private conversations with Viserion. Voss's briefings on the other 3 shards. Voss's night mirror whispers from the Valzard fragment. Everything Voss thought he was keeping secret, pouring straight into Jill's head like wine from a shattered bottle. Then the shard itself. The shard fights. It fights hard. It burns. It screams inside Jill's head with the voice of a dead demon king, a voice that is smoky and vast and personally offended. It tries to burrow into Jill's mind instead of getting eaten. It tries to find a soft spot. It finds no soft spots. Jill has been eating dragons. The shard cracks. Not all at once. In 3 long stages. Each crack releases a wave of black pressure that Jill absorbs and turns into fuel. His bone arm glows purple, then blue, then white. The shard finishes cracking. The Valzard fragment, the second of 4, dissolves and pours into Jill's inventory as a single new skill line called Demon Speech. He'll unpack it later. Voss's body drops. He is dead before he hits the floor. Jill lets him fall. He stands over Voss for maybe 5 seconds. He does not gloat. He does not smile. He does not feel triumphant. He feels the specific, quiet, useful kind of tired you feel when a long chore is done. Then he turns his head to Viserion, who is still standing by the door. Viserion, at last, moves. He unfolds his hands. He pushes back his hood. His face is more visible now. He is beautiful in the wrong way. His skin is pale like fine wax. His eyes are pale like fine ice. His mouth is smiling like a well-rehearsed apology. His pupils are diamond-shaped. He tells Jill, in that same court accent, that Voss failed the test, and that is unfortunate but not unexpected. He tells Jill that the trial is now concluded. He tells Jill that his master would like to formally invite Jill to his court. Jill blinks. That is not the sentence he expected. He asks Viserion who Viserion's master is. Viserion tells him, with a small bow, that his master is the Emperor of the Grand Empire east of Glora, the kingdom Jill has been noting for 2 weeks, the one with the throne room and the black slit in the air. Viserion tells him the Emperor has been watching Jill since Nurkia. Viserion tells him that the Emperor is impressed. Viserion tells him that the Emperor believes there is more work for a man of Jill's ability than personal vengeance. Jill listens. Runa, still pinning the assassin on the floor, listens too. She does not like this. Her face is stone. She recognizes recruiting talk when she hears it. She used to be recruited exactly this way, a century ago, right before the tea. Viserion continues. He says the 4 shards of Valzard are meant to be reunified. That is Jill's suspicion confirmed, spoken aloud. He says the Emperor holds the 4th shard, the object one. He says the Emperor also has the ability to reveal to Jill where the 3rd shard is currently sitting. He says the Emperor would consider trading that information for Jill's cooperation. Jill asks Viserion where the 3rd shard is. Viserion tells him he cannot tell him yet. Jill nods slowly. He tells Viserion that he is not interested in serving an Emperor. Viserion tells him that the offer is not to serve. The offer is to ally. Jill tells him he is not interested in allying either. Viserion tells him that the offer is one time. Jill tells him he understands. There is a very small pause. Then Viserion's smile changes. Just a hair. Just enough to be a different smile. He tells Jill that in that case, the Emperor also wanted him to deliver a message. Viserion snaps his fingers. The air behind him tears open. The black slit. Same one from Jill's premonition. Same one from every throne room he has flickered through in his head. It opens right there in the maps room, right behind Viserion, right where the door used to be. The door is gone. The wall is gone. Just an opening into somewhere else. And somewhere else is dark and smells of hot copper. Something is on the other side. Something big. Something that fills the whole slit from top to bottom. Something that is breathing. Jill's arm hums a warning. Loud. Not a low warning. A siren. Whatever is in that slit is not an upper demon. It is a demon lord. A whole tier above Gastra. A whole tier above what Jill has ever fought. And it is here, right now, poking one long finger out into the maps room, testing the air. The finger is longer than Jill is tall. It is jet black. It has one nail like a sickle. Runa, on the floor, whispers, "Oh no." Viserion tells Jill, still smiling, that the message from the Emperor is simple. Viserion tells him the Emperor will not force his hand. Viserion tells him the Emperor will simply, slowly, cost him everyone. Then Viserion steps backward, through the slit, and disappears into the dark. The finger stays. The finger points, slowly, at Runa. The Demon Lord's voice, through the slit, is not loud. It is the opposite of loud. It is quieter than a whisper, and it is inside every skull in the room at once. It says one word to Runa. Soon. Then the slit closes. Just like that. The door is back. The wall is back. The finger is gone. The pressure is gone. The room is a normal room again. If a normal room has a broken map table, a dead ex-hero, a fainted assassin, and 2 very shaken living people in it. Silence for maybe 5 seconds. Then Runa sits back off the assassin and lets out a breath she has been holding since the finger appeared. She tells Jill that they need to leave. Jill tells her they need to move. He pockets Voss's cursed black sword, free upgrade, and drops the noblewoman assassin with a 2-second marrow freeze, so she'll be out of the game for the rest of the week without dying. He is not in a killing mood tonight. He got what he wanted from Voss. Bystanders can walk. He carves through the map's room wall with earth magic in a single smooth arc. The anti-magic ward is gone now that Viserion and the Shard are both gone, and steps out into a servant's corridor. Runa follows. They move fast. Through corridors, through kitchens. Past two guards, Jill drops with marrow freeze, through a laundry chute, into the palace outer garden, over the outer wall using a rope of woven earth, down into the streets of the sleeping city. They get back to Marrow's shrine an hour before dawn. Marrow opens the door in her nightgown and does not ask questions. She takes one look at their faces and pulls them inside and puts the kettle on. Jill sits on the kitchen floor with his back against the stove. Runa sits next to him. Neither of them says anything for maybe 10 minutes. Then Runa tells him quietly that the Demon Lord said soon to her. Jill tells her he heard. She tells him she is scared. She has never said that word to him before. Not in 100 years of haunting. Not in the abyss. Not in the mine. Not on the mountain. She has said everything else. Never that. Jill puts his human hand on top of her hand. He tells her the same thing he never got told, once, at the top of the cliff. He tells her he is not going to let them take her. She squeezes his fingers. Then she leans her head against his shoulder. They sit like that until Morrow brings them tea. The tea is good. Somewhere east, in a throne room with gold pillars, an emperor is listening to Viserion's report. The emperor is smiling. Viserion tells him Voss is dead, the second shard is eaten, and the boy did not accept the deal. The emperor nods. He asks Viserion how the boy took the reveal of the Demon Lord. Viserion tells him the boy did not flinch. The emperor's smile widens. He tells Viserion that this is what he wanted. He tells Viserion that a boy who eats shards for skill points is exactly the tool he needs to reunify the four fragments. And once all four are in one body, one skull, one arm, that body will be very easy to inherit. Viserion bows. The emperor tells him to send a hunter after the girl next. Not to take her, just to take one finger, just a finger, just enough of a message to make the boy come running east on his own. Viserion bows deeper. He tells his emperor it will be done. Back in Morrow's kitchen, Jill sets down his teacup. He looks at Runa, who is finally starting to look sleepy against his shoulder. He looks at his bone hand, which is still glowing very faintly white from digesting the shard. He looks east through the small kitchen window, past the sleeping city, past the plains, all the way toward a horizon he now knows has a throne room, with gold pillars behind it, and an emperor sitting on the throne, with plans for Jill's arm. He thinks about Gastra bleeding somewhere underground, waiting to make his move. He thinks about the third shard hiding somewhere he doesn't yet know. He thinks about the fourth shard, hiding in an object he can't yet find. He thinks about the elder dragon sleeping under Mount Ragna, whose heartbeat he sang to sleep, but did not eat. He thinks about Voss's cursed sword in his coat, the one that unmakes what it touches, waiting to be sorted. He thinks about Hellforge, still unpacked in a quiet corner of his arm. He thinks about Hana and the orphanage, and the sudden power vacuum in Nurkia that nobody is filling right. He thinks about Runa learning to make a light plate today, and how proud she looked. 3 betrayers down. 1 left, technically. Jury, who is not really a person anymore, but who is technically still breathing in her ice mirror cell under Horus. He'll deal with that scrap eventually, but the real board has changed. The betrayers were the appetizer. The main course has walked in. An emperor, a demon lord, Viserion, 3 shards, a hunter on the way for Runa. Jill leans his head back against the warm stove. He closes his eyes for the first time in 3 days. He smiles a very small, very tired, very dangerous smile. He tells Runa, softly, that they should probably learn to fight together properly. Runa, half asleep against his shoulder, tells him that sounds like a nightmare. He tells her it will be. She laughs. Just a little. Just once. They sleep. Outside, the sun comes up on a capital that does not yet know its first sword is dead. In a few hours, the palace will discover Voss's body, the broken map table, and a lot of very awkward questions. In a few hours after that, half the noble houses in Glora will start jockeying for the empty throne. In a few days, Nurkia will hear. In a week, Horus will hear. In a month, the rest of the continent will hear that the Golden Voss is gone, and nobody knows who did it. Jill will let them wonder for a while. He has some sorting to do first. 3,000 skills to organize, an elder dragon's inventory to actually inspect, runa to train, a cursed sword to test, a hellforge to unpack, a demon lord's message to prepare a specific, personal, unforgettable reply to. And then he is going east. A dark hall, black stone, not a torch in sight. One old man walks between two rows of empty pillars and stops at the far end, where a shape sits on a small silver stand, covered in velvet cloth. He does not lift the cloth. He does not need to. He just runs his gloved hand across the top of it, slow, the way you'd pet a sleeping cat. He smiles. Then he keeps walking. Cut. A woman sits alone in a room lit by one candle. Her legs are on a workbench in front of her. Her lower half from the waist down is black silk thread, hundreds of loops of it, arranged like the legs of a very patient spider. She is stitching a fresh loop through her own thigh with a curved needle. She hums a lullaby while she works. Her smile does not stop for the pain. Cut. A grassy training field. A girl in a resistance cloak, red hair flying, palm up, laughing. Flat on his back in the dirt below her is our guy. His shirt has a perfect glowing handprint burned into the sternum. He is wheezing. She points at his chest and mouths that she is proud of herself. Cut. Above Jill's open palm, a black anvil unfolds itself out of a fold of pure shadow. It floats. Fire the color of a bruise pours upward off it, not down, up. Jill smiles like a kid at his own birthday. Cut. Down in a dripping stone corridor, Gastra, bandaged, dragging one bad leg, is being helped forward by two hooded attendants. At the end of the corridor, sitting on a throne of stitched bone, is something that looks like Gastra's older brother, matching horns. Wet grin. Too many teeth for one mouth. He opens his arms like Gastra just came home from a long trip. Roll it back to a small kitchen an hour before sunrise. Our boy is still on the floor with his back against a warm stove. A ghost girl in a borrowed body is asleep on his shoulder. Neither of them has moved in almost an hour. And neither of them wants to. They earned it. Quick catch-up for anyone tuning in fresh. Jill, timid spirit-talking map boy, got thrown off a cliff by his own hero party. Bone Dragon saved him. Skeletal arm harvests skills off dead things. He went home, killed the loudest betrayer, drained the prettiest one into a screaming crone, tricked the smartest one into a maps room ambush, and ate his soul shard. Along the way, he brought a century-old dead hero back inside her murderous sister's fresh body, because if the universe was going to hand him a spare miracle, he wasn't going to be picky. That hero is currently asleep on his shoulder, and her name is Runa. 2 Valzard shards down. 2 to go. Except now the board just changed. An emperor a country and a half to the east has decided he wants Jill's arm on his personal shelf, and to convince Jill to walk over voluntarily, he sent his own priest, Viserion, 3rd shard, 10,000-year-old face shifter, will come back to him, with a friendly offer and a very unfriendly parting gift. The gift was a demon lord poking one long clawed finger through a rift in reality and pointing it at Runa. He said one word. Soon. Yeah. Not great. Jill has been sitting on Morrow's kitchen floor turning that word over in his head for 48 minutes. Runa is asleep. The stove is warm. The tea is done. And every time he closes his eyes, he sees the finger. He decides 3 things while she sleeps. 1. She never fights alone. 2. He is never more than a heartbeat away from wherever she stands. 3. Whatever the Emperor's hunter turns out to be, it doesn't get to land clean. Then the sky through the kitchen window goes gray, and Morrow clatters down the stairs in her nightgown asking who wants breakfast, and the morning after killing Voss begins. Political chaos hits the capital by breakfast. A palace maid opens the maps room door with a fresh pot of coffee, sees the first sword face down on a broken relief map, and drops the pot straight through the floorboards. Within an hour, every noble house in Glora has sent a runner sniffing for details. Within 3, the story leaves the palace and hits the street. The official version, cooked up in a panicked hour by Voss's own advisors, the first sword died in an honor duel with a masked northerner. Very dramatic, very sad, very not what actually happened. No mention of the cursed sword, no mention of the shard in his chest. No mention of the fact that the throne room's 4th wall now has a Jill-shaped hole through it. The nobles don't believe the official version. They don't have to. They only need to move faster than each other, because a golden throne with no butt on it is the best kind of Tuesday. Jill hears the palace bells go off from Morrow's kitchen. He counts them. 6 tolls, death of a ranking noble. He raises his teacup at the ceiling in salute. Runa wakes on his shoulder and asks who died. He tells her Voss did, per the official record. She grunts, rolls off him, says she wants an omelet. Maro makes them omelets. They stay in the little room above the shrine for 2 days. Not because they have to. Maro's cousin already forged their next set of travel papers by noon on day 1, but because Jill needs a workshop and Runa needs practice, and the wine merchant next door is loud enough at night that nobody can hear anything happening in Maro's back courtyard. Day 1, Jill sorts skills. 3,000 of them, give or take. Most of them dumped into his arm from a dead god-sized dragon during a 9-second panic absorb inside a mountain. Half of them don't have names. A quarter carry names in a language nobody has spoken in 9 millennia. A handful arrive with warnings the arm delivers as a low itch under the skin that just means don't try that one indoors. He builds a mental filing system. He tags the combat-ready skills green. Anything with a chant longer than a paragraph goes yellow. Anything that would flatten a district goes red. Anything he doesn't understand at all goes purple, and there is a lot of purple. He also finds 3 surprises. Number 1, coin turn. He remembers picking it earlier, flips a coin flip situation in his favor once. He still has no clue what the arm considers a coin flip, so he's saving that one for a rainy afternoon. Number 2, silver tongue at 10%. He used it at the gala. Sorting turns up the fact that the skill can be pushed to 100%. At 100%, per the tiny description that unspools in his mind, the listener will agree with the last sentence spoken. Any sentence. Any listener. He puts a big mental red flag on it and files it under, for emergencies where lying is cheaper than a fight. Number 3, something called long look. He can't quite tell what it does. When he tries to activate it, the arm just points slowly toward the east and holds there, like a compass with an opinion. He shelves it. Future problem. By late afternoon of day 1, he sits cross-legged in the middle of Maro's back courtyard with the cursed black sword across his knees. Voss's parting gift. The pretty little abomination that pulled Jill's arm off the map table with one swing. He examines it in daylight properly. Handle wrapped in dark leather, guard shaped like 2 thin curved feathers. Blade absolutely black, not painted black, not stained black, black in the way a hole in the world is black. The edge does not catch the sun. The sun stops when it hits it. There is no reflection along the flat. There is no reflection at all. He picks it up. He gets a headache immediately. Not a metaphor, a real head-splitting pressure right behind his eyes that only stops when he sets the sword back down. He tries it 3 more times. Same result. Whatever the curse on this thing is, it does not like being held by anyone who isn't already half demon. He puts on a leather glove, same headache. He puts on the skeletal hand, nothing. Ah, Elder Tier Dragonbone doesn't care what curse you slap at it. Elder Tier Dragonbone eats curses for breakfast. Elder Tier Dragonbone was a category error the second Jill sank his claw into an ancient jawbone under Mount Ragna. He picks the sword up with the bone hand. He walks over to a stack of straw dummies Maro uses to teach the shrine kids how to swing broomsticks. He sets one dummy in the middle of the courtyard. He steps back 6 paces. He takes one slow breath. He swings. The dummy does not split. The dummy stops existing. There is no explosion. There is no burst of light. There is no dust. The straw does not fall to the ground. The dummy is just gone, mid-air, with a soft snick sound like a scissor closing on nothing. Even the frame, the pole, the base, all of it. Deleted. Runa, on a bench, says quietly that they need a bigger yard. Jill agrees. He names the sword right there on the spot. Null, short for null. Short for the thing this blade does to whatever it touches. He tries it on a second dummy. Same result. Except now the arm hums a small, polite bill along his ribs. A mana cost. Each swing eats a chunk of magic reserve. So Newell is a heavy weapon, not a free one. Fine, fair. Runa asks if she can try. Jill lets her. He hands her the sword. She holds it for exactly 1 second and drops it, hissing and shaking her hand out. Her palm is red. The curse tried to eat her. She glares at the blade. She glares at Jill. She informs him she is buying herself a much better sword. Jill files that under things to do when there is time. Day 2, he unpacks Hellforge. This is the skill he took off Danae's demonic axe the night he cored out that mountain of armor and left him leaking flame through his own teeth. Since then, Hellforge has been sitting in the arm like a wrapped present he hasn't had 5 minutes to open. He opens it. Turns out Hellforge is not a weapon. Hellforge is a forge. Specifically, and Jill has to sit with this for a full minute after he reads it, Hellforge is a portable, on-demand, shadow-based blacksmith rig. It builds a floating anvil out of pure compressed dark. It runs on the caster's own mana, and it can hammer any absorbed skill into a permanent physical weapon shaped to the caster's specifications. He reads it 3 times. Then he takes off his cloak, rolls up his human sleeve, and calls it. Above his palm, a fold of dark unfurls itself, then another fold, then a third, layer over layer, spun like fabric, condensing down into a small black anvil the size of a stool. Fire the color of a bruise pours upward off the anvil's surface, not falling but rising, as if the flames are being pulled toward the sky by a magnet. The anvil hums softly, waiting. He tests it with a small skill. He asks the arm to hand him one basic wind cutter, the very first spell he ever borrowed from a corpse a year ago, and to hammer it into a knife shape. The anvil accepts. He feels a warm tug on his mana pool. A hammer he did not summon starts pounding on the anvil in a rhythm nobody's hand is producing. Sparks fly. 10 seconds later, a small knife slides off the edge of the anvil into his waiting palm. Weightless. Sharp. Green mist along the edge. The wind spell. Made physical, made permanent, made his. He tries it on a piece of firewood from Morrow's stack. The wood does not split. The wood is diced. 20 pieces. Clean. He looks at the knife, then at the anvil, then at Runa on the bench. He tells her, softly, that this is going to be extremely fun later. Runa gives him a look that suggests she is already writing a shopping list of custom weapons. He dismisses the anvil. It folds back down into shadow and slides into his skin. His mana pool is a little bruised, but nothing worse than a long run would leave him. He can absolutely afford to build things with this. He just needs to pick what to build first. He decides to save Hellforge for the road. He has an emperor to walk toward. That road is going to be long. He can build as he walks. Day 2 ends with Runa in the courtyard, cross-legged, hands out, generating tidy little palm plates of light and stacking them into a small shining pyramid. 6 of them, then 7, then 8. Small win. She grins to herself in a way that means she's about to try something she absolutely should not try, and Jill sighs and moves the potted plants and Morrow's laundry basket into the safer corner of the yard before she even asks. Night falls. Jill sleeps light. Runa sleeps hard. Morrow locks up the front, the middle, the back, and the side, and puts a small bowl of salt on every windowsill because Morrow is that kind of matron. Night 3 is when the hunter arrives. She does not use the door. She does not use the window. She does not even use the salt-warded roof. She uses the wine merchant's cellar wall next door, where the 2 buildings share exactly 1 meter of ancient brick, and she doesn't dig through it. She threads through it. Her skill is called Silk Snare. It turns her body, one part at a time, into loops of black spider silk that can pass between any 2 atoms of ordinary matter. The rest of her, the parts she isn't threading yet, waits patiently on the other side. She has been walking through walls, doors, and people her entire adult life. She has practiced this on farm animals, prisoners, and once, when she was bored, on a moving carriage without stopping it. She is the Emperor's best. She threads herself into Runa and Jill's shared room at 3 in the morning. Runa wakes first. Not because she hears the hunter, because Runa's new body has been leaking little strands of borrowed light magic in her sleep for 2 days now, a habit her spirit picked up as a ghost, that her fresh skin hasn't unlearned yet, and one of those strands brushes against something that shouldn't be in the room. The aura report comes back wrong. Runa sits up in bed with her hand already glowing and a plate half-formed. She yells. Jill hits the floor and rolls in the same motion. The hunter is already fully assembled, human-shaped, standing in the corner where the wardrobe's shadow hides her. And she throws the first cut. A single spider thread lashes across the room at Runa's wrist. Runa slaps it aside with a light plate. The plate scorches the thread. The thread rearranges around the burn and comes at her from the other side. Runa lets it come. She lets it wrap her forearm. The moment it tightens, she pushes light through it, heat traveling along the thread like fire down a fuse. The hunter yanks the thread free before the heat reaches her. She smiles. Runa has her attention. For the next full minute, Runa fights the Emperor's finest hunter alone in a 15-foot room, and she holds. Actually holds. Every drill she's done in the courtyard over the last 2 weeks pays off in real time. Plate slaps. A sunfire wall across the doorway to seal it off. 2 clean redirects of thread strikes. She even scores a hit, burns a small hole through the hunter's shoulder that reveals more black silk underneath instead of blood, and the hunter's smile finally slips. Jill is trying to close the distance the whole time. But the hunter planned for him. Half her threads are running interference between him and Runa, a shifting curtain of black silk that redirects him every time he lunges. He can cut through it with the skeletal hand. He can burn through it with a stolen fire palm. He can't get through it fast enough. He watches Runa hold her ground, and he is proud of her and terrified for her at the same time. Then the hunter changes strategies. She stops going for Runa's body. She goes for Runa's left hand. One thread whips out of the shadow, not toward the wrist, toward the ring finger. It wraps twice. It cinches. Runa yanks. The thread does not break. It sings. Runa realizes a beat too late that this one is not the same as the others. This one has been sharpened into a wire. The wire tightens. Runa's ring finger separates from her hand in a spray of red. She screams. Jill hears the sound, and it is the worst sound of his life. He blows through the last of the interference threads with a raw burst of bone splinter nova, the entire curtain of silk shredded in one wide cone. He crosses the room in a stride and a half. The hunter is already gone. She threads herself into the floor. She threads herself into the wall. She threads herself into the ceiling. Every escape route open at once. A single loop of her, leaked out of her own severed shoulder wound, flicks out one last time before it disappears, and it does not hit Runa or Jill. It hits the plaster above the bed. Runa's finger is caught between 2 of the loops. When they leave, they take the finger with them. Jill lunges after the retreating strand with Newell in his skeletal hand. He unmakes a full meter of Morrow's wall trying to catch the tail of her exit. He catches nothing but air and old paint. The hunter is out, gone through the wine cellar. Gone through the earth, gone through wherever her master called her home from. Written on the wall over the bed, in fresh red, in a neat curling script, are 8 words. The Emperor invites you east. Jill stares at those words. Runa is on her knees on the floor, cradling her left hand. She's not crying yet. She's staring at the space where her finger used to be. Her face has gone very quiet. Jill kneels next to her. He does not speak. He puts one arm around her shoulders. He picks up her hand with his skeletal one, gentle, so gentle, and brings it up to eye level to look at the wound. Clean cut, cauterized by the wire. She won't bleed out. She won't lose the hand, but she has lost the finger, and the finger is in the Emperor's pocket now, and that is a message. He asks her, quietly, if she wants him to try something. She looks at him. Her eyes are red-rimmed. She says yes. He calls Reiner's supreme attachment magic, the one he used to graft her soul into Stella's body months ago. He does not have her finger. He can't attach what isn't there, so he attaches something else. He offers his own bone. Specifically, the tip of his own skeletal pinky. The bone at the end of his own ivory pinky cracks and drops off, painlessly, like a knuckle unclicking. A small pale nub floats down onto her palm. Reiner's attachment activates. The nub melts into the stump where her ring finger used to be and reshapes itself into a small, perfect, glowing white skeletal finger. She flexes it. It works. She looks at Jill. She lifts the new finger. She wiggles it in his face. Then she taps him on the nose with it. She informs him she looks metal now. He laughs. He doesn't mean to. It just comes out. Runa laughs too, tired and hollow, but she laughs. It is the 3rd worst laugh he has ever heard. He also thinks it might be the bravest. Morrow comes in with a lantern and sees the hole in the wall and the blood on the sheets and the 2 of them on the floor. She does not scream. She does not ask questions. She sets down the lantern, walks straight over, and hugs Runa without saying a single sound, because Morrow is Hana's sister, and that family knows exactly when a person needs a hug and not a sentence. When Morrow finally lets go, she stands, looks at the hole in the wall, and tells them very calmly that they cannot stay another night. The palace has investigators in every temple district. The wine merchant next door will report a broken wall by morning. Somebody in Voss livery will be at Morrow's front door before the 2nd bell. Jill nods. He was going to say the same thing. He tells Runa to pack. Runa packs with her new bone pinky on the ring hand and a light plate humming half-formed on the other, because she is not going to be caught unarmed in her life again. She takes about 4 minutes. He takes about 2. They leave through the roof at 4 in the morning. Morrow presses 2 small bundles into their hands at the last second. bread, cheese, a wrapped sausage, a small vial of tincture, and a folded square of paper that turns out to be a name and an address in a village on the far side of the Glora border. Cousin of a cousin, safe bed, one night only. Maro hugs Jill last. She whispers into his ear that when the Emperor is dead she wants to know first. Jill promises. He and Runa vanish into the pre-dawn streets. He walks with Newell on his hip, Hellforge unpacked in his arm, 20 new mental tags on his fresh skill library, and one specific direction blooming in his chest. He walks Runa in front of him, not behind, never behind again. Somewhere east, in a private hall lit by exactly one candle, an old man in a crown he pretends is heavy stands in front of a shape covered by a velvet cloth and runs his gloved hand across the top of it. He is humming. He is humming a lullaby. He has not decided yet whether to keep the girl's finger as a paperweight or as a soup ingredient. He decides paperweight. He is a traditionalist. 2 days on the road puts them at a checkpoint on the Nurkia border, and Runa is complaining the whole way. Not about the finger. She has decided the finger is not a topic. She is complaining about walking, about the price of a good pair of boots, about the fact that Maro's sausage tastes better than the sausage Jill bought in the last village, about the fact that her new bone pinky keeps clicking against her regular knuckles when she flexes and makes a soft little tap sound that Jill can hear a full arm's length away. He listens to all of it with a small smile. Runa complaining means Runa is still Runa. That is the whole point. If she stops complaining, that is when he starts to worry. They cross into Nurkia at noon on day 3, and Nurkia is not the Nurkia they left. The last time Jill walked these streets, half the shops had their shutters nailed shut, kids had bruises on their cheeks, and every third banner had a certain armored gorilla's face stitched into it. Now the shutters are open. Now the kids are running down the main lane with sticky fingers and painted wooden swords, shrieking about who is the map boy and who is the frozen witch. Jill hears a 5-year-old yell that he is the bone arm and jumps off a barrel to tackle his friend, and Jill's face does something complicated for half a second before he catches it. Runa is delighted. She stops one of the kids and demands to know why he isn't the frozen witch. The kid tells her, very seriously, that the frozen witch is the loser role. Runa turns to Jill with wide eyes and informs him she has been reduced to a loser role by the local children. Jill tells her she can be the bone arm next time. She thinks about it. She says maybe. They wind toward the orphanage. On the way, Jill notes 3 things. 1. The banners of the dead lord have all been taken down. In their place hang plain green cloths, Nurkia's old city color from before the war, apparently. Not a face on a single one. Somebody made a decision. Somebody said no more heroes on flags. 2. The market is running, and the prices are almost human. Bread is still expensive, but it isn't the loot the poor pricing from 3 months ago. Somebody is regulating. 3. There is a Merchants Guild sigil painted small on the corner of about half the storefronts. Not a threatening size, not a menacing color, just present, everywhere. A soft grip on the city that isn't quite a fist. Jill files that. They reach the orphanage. Same cracked wooden sign, same door with the too loud hinge. Jill knocks the same 1-2-3-2-1 rhythm he used the day he broke the beauty tax over his knee, and Hana opens the door with a wooden spoon in one hand and flour on her nose. She sees Jill. She sees Runa. She screams. Then she throws the spoon over her shoulder into the kitchen where it hits somebody who yelps in protest, wipes her hands on her apron, and drags them both into the front room by the sleeves. She is bigger than Jill remembers. Not larger, bigger. She takes up more of the room. She has that specific posture a woman gets when a lot of small children have been depending on her for a lot of small things for a long time, and she has decided she is going to be strong enough for all of them or die trying. She hugs Jill first. Sturdy, warm, smells like fresh bread and lavender oil. She holds on for exactly the right amount of time and then lets go. She turns to Runa. Runa braces. Hana does not care. Hana hugs Runa the same way she hugged Jill. Runa freezes with her arms straight down at her sides for the first full second, because being hugged by a friendly stranger who has never done a bad thing to her is a category of experience Runa's spirit didn't get before the tea, and Runa's borrowed body hasn't logged since it woke up. Then, very slowly, like she's trying to remember instructions from a manual, Runa lifts her arms and hugs Hana back. Hana pulls back and holds Runa at arm's length and tells her she has beautiful hair. Runa says thank you in the tiny, embarrassed voice of a warrior who does not have a subroutine for compliments. Jill has to look at the ceiling for a second, because if he catches Runa's eye right now he is going to laugh, and she will kick him. The kitchen smells like a small kingdom. Hana feeds them stew, bread with butter, and 3 separate pies she was making for the kids that she declares are now for the guests instead. Runa opens her mouth to protest, and Hana silences her with a look. Runa closes her mouth and eats. Between mouthfuls, Hana catches them up. Nurkia has been officially without a lord for 11 weeks. Officially. Unofficially, a merchant's guild, respectable one, not the crooked kind, has been running things through a rotating council of 5. Roads maintained, taxes fair, watch honest mostly. The bad kind of vacuum did not fill this city, because Jill did not just kill the tyrant, Jill also cut every one of the tyrant's rot teeth out of the local nobility before he left. The merchants had a chance to grow into the shape he left, but the merchants aren't going to hold. Hana says it plainly. They're not soldiers, they're money men with a nice heart. In 6 months, when the news of Voss's death and the new war reaches the caravans, somebody with a sword and no soul is going to walk into Nurkia and say hello, I am your new lord, and the merchants will bow because merchants bow. Nurkia needs a real lord. Jill nods slowly around a spoonful of stew. He asks Hana if she remembers the captain in Horus who told them about the beauty tax girls. Big scar over his left eyebrow. Career militia. Retired to the coast after the war because he couldn't stand looking at nobles anymore. Hana absolutely remembers. She fed the man for a week. She still writes him letters. He hates writing back because he thinks his handwriting is embarrassing. Jill asks for the address. Hana raises an eyebrow, gets up, and gives him the address. He tells her, casually, between 2 spoonfuls, that he's going to make the captain the new lord of Nurkia. Hana blinks. Runa grins around her bread. Hana says the captain is going to refuse. Jill says he knows. Hana says the captain is going to refuse very loudly, using words a lot of Hana's kids should not hear. Jill says he plans to insist very quietly, using logic the captain will lose. Hana thinks about this for maybe 3 seconds. Then she informs him she will pack a hamper for the trip. By evening, they are back on the road toward the coast. Hamper on Runa's shoulder, 6 pies and a jar of jam nestled between 2 clean shirts. Runa asks Jill, as they walk, if he has ever considered that he might actually enjoy politics. Jill tells her absolutely not. She informs him he just installed a lord for fun. He tells her he installed a lord for infrastructure. She tells him that is what politics is. He tells her to be quiet and eat her pie. She eats her pie. The retired captain lives in a small stone cottage on a bluff over the water. He is out front chopping wood in his shirt sleeves when they arrive. He straightens up, sees Jill, and swears so loudly a gull 200 meters out drops the fish it was carrying. He informs Jill that he had heard rumors and had been hoping the rumors were wrong. Jill tells him the rumors are correct. Also that he is now the Lord of Nurkia. The captain drops his axe. The captain says a great many things. Some of them are about Jill personally. Some of them are about Jill's ancestry. A few of them are about what the captain will do to Jill's face if Jill does not immediately walk back down the bluff and forget the address. Runa sets the hamper on the fence post and pulls up a chair from the porch. She is going to enjoy this. For 40 minutes, Jill lets the captain scream. He does not argue. He does not interrupt. He nods at appropriate intervals. He accepts a slice of pie from Hana's hamper without looking away. He waits. When the captain finally runs out of curses, he stands there panting with his hands on his knees. Jill tells him quietly that Nurkia has a merchant's council that is going to lose control by winter. He tells him about the kids in the market with painted swords. He tells him about the green cloth banners without a face on them. He tells him about Hana. He tells him about the school Hana wants to build behind the orphanage that she cannot build because there is no lord to sign the land grant. He does not raise his voice. The captain sits down hard on the woodpile and puts his face in his hands. He says a much shorter, much uglier word. He tells Jill he will do it for 1 year. Jill tells him 5. The captain tells him 2. Runa tells him 3. The captain looks at Runa, decides he does not have the energy to fight a girl with a bone finger, and says 3, fine 3. And if he dies in the 3rd year, he is going to haunt Jill personally. Runa smiles brightly at him and tells him she has done that job before and she does not recommend it. Jill claps the captain on the shoulder with his human hand, never the bone one, not to this man, and tells him the paperwork will find him within the week. Then he steals a second slice of pie and walks Runa back down the bluff before the captain can change his mind. Halfway back to the road, Runa asks him if that was on the list from the start. Jill tells her no. He tells her it became the list when he saw the kids on the barrel. She looks at him sideways. She does not say anything else, but when she takes his skeletal hand a little further down the road, she squeezes it once, and she does not let go for a long time. There is one more errand in the Nurkia loop. Jill does not want to do it. Runa knows he doesn't want to do it. Neither of them mentions it out loud. They just angle south from the coast instead of east, and walk 2 more days. They arrive at Horus at dusk. Horus is quiet. The temple bell has stopped ringing, because there is no temple staff left to ring it. Ever since the Saint of Horus stopped showing up at services, and the militia found the missing girls' dresses in a mine, the town has been in the specific kind of silence that a place goes into when it is trying to forget it ever adored the wrong person. The chapel is boarded up. The market runs half full. The children play, but they play quieter. Jill and Runa slip through the town without hoods this time. Nobody looks. Nobody sees. Nobody wants to see anybody they don't already know. They reach the mine entrance at the north edge of town at full dark. The rockfall Jill sealed the chamber under is still in place. 3 meters of stone. Solid. He runs his skeletal palm along it. The stone is happy to see him. He asks it to open. It opens. He walks in alone. Runa waits at the mouth. She told him 3 villages ago she wasn't going in there. Not because she couldn't. Because she doesn't want to see her killer face to face again, even if the face is currently occupied by a stranger, and Jill respects that more than he can put in a sentence. The lamps in the tunnel are dead. He lights his own. Small blue palm light. Same trick he used the first time he came down here. The chamber is exactly as he left it. Dresses on racks. Corpses on hooks. Perfumes going stale. Ice mirror cracked. And in the far corner, in a heap of silver gown, is the husk. She is still alive, somehow. He gave her nothing to live on when he sealed the room 3 months ago. No food, no water. But the drained life force he sucked out of her only took what was borrowed. What she had before the beauty tax started, what her real body ran on, is still ticking somewhere deep in her 90-year-old ribs. She looks up when he walks in. She squints. Her eyes don't focus. She doesn't recognize him. She smiles. Small and pleased and empty, she asks him if he is her new admirer. Jill closes his eyes for a second. Just a second. He was ready for anger. He was ready for a curse. He was ready for her to spit at him and rasp threats she couldn't back up. He was not ready for this. He tells her, gently, that he is not. She looks disappointed. She turns back to the mirror. She resumes talking to it. She calls the reflection pretty. She asks the reflection to marry her. She giggles. Jill stands there in the doorway for a long minute. He thinks about draining the last of her life force. It would be clean. She would not feel it. She has felt very little for months. He thinks about unmaking her with Newell, cleaner still, one swing, no body, no trace. He thinks about walking out and resealing the room and letting starvation finish what he started. Then he thinks about the woman who smiled at him in Dennis Forest. The one who stitched his ribs in the rain. The one whose face he memorized for warmth. That woman is dead. She was dead the day she raised a finger over a cliff. What is in this room now is what happens when a person spends 2 years drinking other people's youth to hide from herself. It is a punishment. It is a punishment she designed personally, one girl at a time, and the universe just handed her the bill. He walks over. He gently takes her hand. He helps her stand. She giggles again and asks if he is going to take her to the ball. He tells her he is going to take her outside. He walks her out of the mine on his arm, like an escort at a real ball. He walks her past Runa, who takes one look at the empty, smiling husk and steps aside and says absolutely nothing. He walks her out of Horus, along the north road, into the forest at the edge of town, to a small clearing under a birch tree. He sets her gently down against the trunk. She smiles up at him. She tells him he is a nice young man. He tells her he is not. He turns away. He walks back down the road. He does not look back. Runa is waiting for him at the road bend. She does not ask. She just falls in step beside him and takes his human hand. They walk in silence for a good hour. Finally, Runa asks him if he thinks it was cruel. He tells her yes. She asks him if he thinks it was fair. He tells her yes. She squeezes his hand. She tells him she agrees. They keep walking. The road east from Horus is not a good road. Not in the way the caravan road out of Nurkia was a good road. This is the kind of road that runs through 3 abandoned villages, over 1 collapsed bridge, and past 2 spots where the ferns grow in the very specific way that means somebody was murdered there recently, and nothing has come to bury the body. It is the shortcut to Mount Ragna. It is a shortcut for a reason. 2 days out from Horus, they walk into a village that looks alive, which is strange, given the villages before it. Smoke from 3 chimneys, chickens in the road, a woman drawing water from a well in the little square, humming to herself. Runa stops at the edge of the tree line, because Runa has been on the road 100 years, first as a hero, then as a ghost drifting through the dreams of the dying. And Runa has an excellent sense for when a village is 1 shade too still. She tells Jill something is off. Jill agrees. He can smell it. The village smells like a village. It smells too much like a village. Bread, wet hay, a whiff of horse, somebody's cooking fire. All of it, at once, in exactly the ratios a village should smell like, all pushed slightly too strong on the wind. The way an actor delivers a line too clearly, he whispers to Runa to fall in behind him. They walk into the square anyway, because if this is a trap, standing at the tree line staring at it is not going to disarm it. Better to walk in ready than get flanked in the underbrush. The woman at the well straightens up as they approach. She smiles. She has a face that is only ever seen on posters recruiting people to farms. She invites them to drink from the well. She tells them the water is very good. Jill smiles back. He tells her he is happy to. Then he flicks a single mote of spirit light out of his sleeve, drops it into the well, and asks it to tell him what is at the bottom. The spirit floats back up in 3 seconds looking sick. At the bottom of the well is a pile of villagers, 6 or 7, all fresh, all bled out into the water, all wearing the exact clothes of the woman standing at the wellhead. Jill's smile does not change. He tells the woman thank you, but he is not thirsty. The woman's smile also does not change. She tells him that is a shame. Then everything in the square changes. The chicken by the fence is not a chicken. It unfolds itself into a hunched, red-eyed, lower-tier demon with matted feathers and hands where its wings should be. The horse tied to the post is not a horse. It stretches upward into 2 meters of black-skinned muscle with a smile that opens on the side of its neck. The woman at the well drops the bucket. Her skin peels back off her face in 1 clean sheet like the wrapper off a candy, and the thing underneath is Gastra. Different Gastra than last time. Half his face is scar tissue now. Jill's light blade souvenir. His skin is dry. His golden eyes are dull. He is not the smiling seducer from Jury's cave anymore. He is a wounded, angry, careful animal. He tells Jill, in a voice that is thinner than it used to be, that he has been waiting 3 days. Jill tells him he is flattered. Gastra tells him not to be. He is not here for a conversation. He is here to finish what he started under Horus. Jill flicks his cloak back and drops his hand to Null's grip. Runa steps sideways out of his shadow into her own stance, palm up, sunfire already forming. The 2 lower demons peel off from Gastra and go for Runa. That is not smart of them. Gastra told them Runa is the priority target and to keep her busy. They interpreted busy as easy. They are about to receive a corrective lesson. The first lower demon, the chicken thing, lunges at Runa with its hand wings splayed out. It has a black stinger where its beak should be, and the stinger is dripping something the color of tar. It comes in fast, low, at her stomach. Runa does not step back. Runa forms a full sunfire wall, not a plate, a wall, 3 meters across, 2 meters tall, humming solid white, the same technique she was still bruising her palms on in Maro's courtyard 3 weeks ago. The demon slams into the wall face first at full sprint and cooks against it in a shower of feather ash and screaming. The second demon, the horse thing, is smarter. It circles around the wall from the left. Runa hears it coming, drops the wall, and rotates on the balls of her feet like the ballet instructor Senna hasn't yet taught her existed. She forms a spinning double plate in each palm and throws one. The plate cuts through the demon's shoulder and shears its right arm off at the joint. The demon staggers. Runa closes distance. She stabs the second plate straight into the neck mouth. Sunfire pours down its throat. It falls, 2 down, 10 seconds. Runa stands over the second body, breathing hard, and turns to Jill with an expression that is half feral and half proud. Jill wants to applaud. He doesn't have time. Gastra is coming. Gastra has learned. He is not opening with matter erasure this time. He is opening with a swarm of shadow tendrils out of his own coat, 12 of them, each with a mouth on the end. They spread out and come at Jill in a coordinated grid. No single point to block, no single line to cut. Very smart, very Gastra. Jill draws Null. He does not swing it in the wide sweeping arcs he practiced in Maro's yard. He swings it in tiny, tight economical cuts, because Null does not need force. Null only needs contact. He unmakes a tendril. Then he unmakes the tendril next to it. Then he pivots on one heel and unmakes 3 at once. Every tendril he touches stops existing. Gastra loses parts of his coat. Parts of the shadow magic embedded in the coat. Parts, based on his flinch, of his own reserve. He is bleeding mana into the void because Null does not distinguish between weapons, matter, and magic. Null says no. Gastra rethinks. Fast. He backs up. He raises both hands. And out of his palms comes the same matter-erasing cloud that almost deleted Runa in Horus. He fires it at Jill point blank. Jill raises Null, expecting to have to unmake the cloud as it comes, and the cloud parts around Null. Not because of Jill, because of Null. Null is a null blade. Null is by definition the negation of a thing. The matter erasure spell is by definition the negation of matter. 2 negations do not add, they cancel. The cloud slides around Null like water around a rock and hits the wall of the well house behind Jill and erases about a quarter of the roof. Jill himself is untouched. Gastra sees the cloud fail. His golden eyes go wide. Jill grins. Gastra dives sideways to reset. He casts a shadow slit portal at his feet to escape. The portal opens. Jill has been waiting for this exact move. Jill closes the distance in 3 long steps, mighty arm boosted, faster than the eye, and slams Null flat through the portal itself. The portal unmakes. Gastra falls 2 feet through the ghost of a portal that no longer exists, hits the cobblestones, and looks up at Jill with the specific expression of a man who has just realized he brought a knife to a knife-erasing fight. He tries one last thing. He rolls to his side, rips a small crystal out of an inner pocket of his coat, and smashes it against the ground. The crystal explodes into a compressed pulse of pure demonic essence, an emergency panic teleport keyed to the deepest safe house he has left. The pulse fizzes and dies. Because Null is still floating an inch above the cobblestones, and Null is still saying no. Gastra sits back on his heels and starts laughing. It is a very tired laugh. It is the laugh of a con man who has been outplayed and is trying to enjoy the last minute of the game. Jill lowers Null. He walks up to Gastra. He crouches down. He tells Gastra that he has 3 questions. Gastra tells him he expected as much. Jill asks him, 1, where the 3rd shard actually sits inside Viserion. Under the skin, in the chest, in the throat. He needs the specific vessel location so he can cut clean if Viserion is armored. Gastra tells him, between the collarbones, in a small pocket of demon flesh grown specifically to house the shard, connected to Viserion's own spinal column. To take it out, you have to sever the connection first. Otherwise the shard pulls itself back into Viserion mid-absorption. Jill files that. He asks, 2, what the 4th shard is inside. Object type, any hints? Gastra tells him he does not know for certain. Viserion never told him, but he has heard the Emperor call it his heirloom, and he has heard Viserion refer to it as heavy. Heirloom, heavy. Jill files that too. He has a strong guess, and he is going to hold it until he gets a look at it. He asks, 3, who is above Viserion in the demon hierarchy? Who is the smiling one that came through the rift? Gastra's laughing stops. He tells Jill, very quietly, that the smiling one is called Malith. He tells Jill that Malith is one of the 7 demon lords. He tells Jill that Malith is not the strongest of the 7, but he is by a comfortable margin the meanest. He tells Jill that Malith is the one who invented the matter erasure spell Gastra just tried to use, and that Malith uses it on his own subordinates when they underperform. Jill nods slowly. He tells Gastra thank you. Gastra tells Jill to make it quick. Jill puts his bone hand on Gastra's forehead. He absorbs. The skills pour in. Matter erasure shards. Shadow slit teleport. A whole subcategory called demonic diplomacy that Jill will not open until he has coffee. Body mimic. The peel off my face trick. A defensive skill called blood silence that hides the caster's aura from all detection. And, at the very bottom of the pile, the prize. Demon sight. Range, continental. Effect, shows the caster the location of every meaningful concentration of demonic energy within that range. Gastra's body slumps sideways off Jill's hand. Empty husk. Dust in a coat. Jill stands. He wipes the bone hand on his cloak. Runa is at his shoulder before he turns fully around. She asks him if it worked. He tells her yes. She asks him if the prize was worth the trip. He tells her he is about to find out. He closes his eyes. He calls demon sight. The world behind his eyelids goes gray. Across the gray, in his mind, red dots bloom. To the east, past the border of Glora, past a wide stretch of plains, a bright red concentration hums slow and steady in the shape of a city, the capital of the Grand Empire, where the fourth shard sleeps in something the Emperor calls an heirloom. Slightly further east than the capital, a second red dot pulses more urgently, moving, walking, breathing. That is Viserion. That is the third shard, going about the priest's business somewhere in the Empire's temple district. And then, at the very back of the map, on the far side of the Empire, tucked under a mountain range that is not Ragna and not on any map Jill has ever seen printed, is a red mass so big that his mental compass wobbles when he tries to look at it. Malith, the demon lord, sitting in his mountain like a very patient spider. Jill opens his eyes. His head is bleeding, small trickle from his left nostril. Demon sight is not a cheap skill. Runa hands him a cloth. He tells her, in a rough voice, that they have their map. He tells her Viserion is roughly 2 weeks east on foot. He tells her the Emperor's heirloom is in the palace roughly 3 weeks east. He tells her that Malith the Demon Lord is under a mountain further out, and Jill is not going anywhere near Malith's mountain until his bone arm is at least a shoulder blade long. Runa considers this. She says fair. She says one more thing. She tells him she wants to go back to Mount Ragna first, because if they are walking into the Emperor's front door in 3 weeks, the arm needs everything the arm can get, and there is still an elder dragon's heart under Ragna that Jill only sipped from before. Jill looks at her. He tells her the heart nearly killed him last time. She tells him she is here this time. He tells her it is dangerous even with her. She tells him she trained for this. She tells him she has been practicing anchor weave in her sleep. She tells him she has a whole new light magic technique she has been saving for exactly this trip, a technique she calls the cocoon, and she has been building it in her palm for 3 straight weeks whenever he was not looking. He raises an eyebrow at her. She smiles. The kind of smile Runa gives right before she is very right about something and enjoys being right. He tells her fine. They walk to Mount Ragna in 4 days. The mountain hums under their boots as they approach. It always hums. Jill assumed for a long time that the humming was just Ragna being a big rock full of magic. He now knows the humming is the elder's slow, sleeping heartbeat, 30 beats to a night, from a heart the size of a fist, buried a mile down under 300 meters of Jill's own layered earth magic. The heart is quiet, but the heart is very much still there. He unlocks the outer chamber first. Earth magic peels the rock back like curtains. He and Runa step down through the wyvern nest, through the collapsed fire chamber, down the shaft, past the cavern with the elder's exposed skull and jaw, deeper than they went last time. He unlocks the second seal, then the third, then the fourth, layer by layer. Each seal was designed to hold for 1,000 years against anyone but him. He walks through them like doors in his own house. They reach the heart chamber at midnight. The heart is floating exactly where he left it, fist-sized, pale rose in the low light. Its glow is very faint. Its rhythm is very slow. It is not going to fight him. He sang it to sleep with a lullaby a season ago, and it has been enjoying the nap. Runa sits down in the middle of the chamber. She rolls up her sleeves. She takes a long breath. She tells Jill to come here. He walks over. She holds up both hands. She weaves. Sena is going to teach her better light magic in a week or so. Sena, who neither of them has met yet. Sena, who will not survive the next month. Sena will teach Runa things that Runa will never forget. But Runa is not waiting for Sena. Runa has been working on this technique alone. Between her hands, a small ball of white gold light appears. Then a second one. She stacks them. Then a third. She weaves the balls together with tiny threads of light, like a spider building a web out of sunlight. In under a minute, she has a cocoon-shaped mesh of light hovering above her palms, the exact size and shape of one Jill. She tells him to step inside. He steps inside. The cocoon closes around him. It is warm. It hums against his skin. It does not hurt. It anchors. She tells him she can hold him inside this for 4 minutes at most. Any longer and her heart may stop. She tells him he has 4 minutes to eat the heart. Lactating 4. She tells him if he takes longer than 4 minutes, she will kill him personally after Malith is done trying. He tells her 4 minutes is fine. He walks the cocoon over to the floating heart. He puts his skeletal hand on it. He begins. He goes slow this time, deliberate, not the panic chug from his first Ragna visit. He opens the connection a hair at a time and lets the ocean pour into a controlled pipe. The elder speaks to him. It is not really speaking, it is a memory flood, aged 12,000 years, arranged not chronologically but by importance. The heart remembers big things first. The elder's own hatching, a war older than any human writing, 100 years spent as a mountain hopper burning down forests to make room for eggs. A love, yes, an actual love. Another elder, silver and green, who died. The mourning. The long, quiet migration to what would eventually become Ragna. And then the last day. Jill sees it clearly. A slim figure walking up the elder's flank in the sunlight. Diamond-shaped pupils. A smile that is almost pretty. A robe embroidered with silver runes that shift on their own. Viserion. 10,000 years ago. The elder, who Jill only saw as an already dying god corpse the first time he was down here, sees the slim, smiling figure and does something Jill does not expect. The elder bows its head. In the memory, the elder recognizes the visitor. Then the elder dies. That is all Jill gets of the last day. The memory camera cuts hard. But the elder recognized Viserion, and Viserion, 10,000 years ago, wore the exact face he wears today. Jill files the biggest possible file cabinet in his mind under this one and moves on, because the memory flood is not done. There is still 4 minutes of history left to pour into him, and the elder is now handing him something else. Skills. Not the 2,000 skills he already grabbed off the outer bones last time. Deeper skills. The ones that lived inside the heart alone. Timekeeping tier skills, naming tier skills, weight tier skills, elder language commands that will not translate cleanly into human tongue at all. They arrive in Jill's mind as sensations, as tastes, as sudden knowings. One skill unfolds itself and Jill actually gasps inside the cocoon. Elder voice. Effect. User speaks any command in the elder draconic tongue and any lesser demonic being within earshot will obey the command once per encounter. No daily limit, no per target limit, only per encounter. Jill sits with this for a full 6 seconds. He is looking at the anti-Malith key. He is looking at the anti-Viserion key. He is looking at the reason he came down here. His arm hums pleasure. Warm agreement. Elder voice is the arm's favorite acquisition of Jill's career, and the arm is not shy about telling him. Runa's cocoon flickers. He hears her, faint, through the light mesh, telling him he has 1 minute. He pushes the connection wider. He pulls the last of the useful heart data, not the personal memories anymore. He is not going to eat this dragon's love story. He takes what is combat. He takes what is defensive. He takes what is elder tier speech. Everything else he lets go, and the elder's dying awareness, whatever tiny embers of it are still in the heart, seems, if anything, grateful. He removes his hand from the heart. The heart pulses once, twice. It goes back to sleep. He steps out of the cocoon. Runa releases the weave. The cocoon dissolves into little motes of light. Runa staggers sideways. Her nose is bleeding. Her ears are bleeding. She has a small cut on her lip from biting through it during the last 30 seconds. Jill catches her before she hits the floor. She looks up at him. She smiles a shaky, exhausted smile. She informs him her personal fee for that trick is a very nice dinner, an actual mattress, and 1 full day where he does not ask her to hold anything with light in it. He tells her done. She passes out. He carries her up out of the mountain. At the top, at the mouth of the wyvern nest, he pauses. He sets her down against the wall. He rolls his own shoulder and looks at his arm. The bone hand is not just a hand anymore. Through the skin of his forearm he can see the ivory now, creeping up past the elbow in a lace-like pattern that was not there yesterday. Along his upper arm, faint bone lattice work embedded in the muscle. Up over the shoulder, a thin ivory line curling along his collarbone, half an inch long, glowing very faintly. He is becoming the dragon in small increments. He does not tell Runa yet. She is asleep. He does not want to burden her with a timer she cannot help him beat. He seals the mountain behind them, layer by layer. 6 seals now, not 4. The heart stays where the heart lives. He picks Runa up. He carries her down the slope in the pre-dawn cold. Somewhere below them, on the road east, a border town called Carcassine waits with its cold blue mage lights and its polished obsidian gates, and its citizens, who all wear thin metal collars, and among those citizens there is a blacksmith's daughter named Senna who has not yet had her worst day. Somewhere further east, in the imperial cathedral of the Grand Empire, a slim priest with diamond pupils lights a candle and hums a hymn he learned 9,000 years ago. Somewhere further east still, a very old man in a heavy crown stands alone in a dark hall and pets a shape under velvet cloth and hums a lullaby. And somewhere, in a private room lit by one candle, a very patient spider-woman is threading a fresh loop through her own thigh, humming the same lullaby in the same key. The border of the Grand Empire does not look like a border. Borders in Jill's experience are wooden posts and board guards and a rope stretched across a dirt road. This border is a wall, 3 stories tall, black stone, cut so smooth Jill can see his own reflection in the base as he walks up to it. No banners, no color at all, just a single arch cut into the middle of the wall with 2 guards under it, and even the guards are wearing black. Even the horses tied at the guard post are black. Somebody in the Grand Empire made a decision about aesthetics a long time ago, and everybody after them was too scared to argue. Runa mutters that this is the ugliest country she has ever tried to walk into. Jill agrees. He pulls his hood a little further down. They are not walking as themselves today. Runa's face is a wanted face in Glora, and Glora's warrants get honored in the Empire on principle. They are walking as a pair of textile merchants from a small kingdom on the northern coast that Jill has been to exactly once and Runa has never heard of. Their story is thin. Their papers are excellent. Maro's cousin does very good work, and the cousin's counterpart in Nurkia's Merchants Guild did the second set for free once she heard whose papers they were. Jill has a small bolt of green wool under his arm as a prop. The prop is important. The prop is what sells the story. They join the line at the arch. The line moves fast. Not because the guards are efficient, because the guards are terrifying. Every person ahead of Jill walks up to the arch, holds out their wrist, gets scanned by a rune plate the left-hand guard is holding, and is either waved through or is not waved through. Nobody argues, nobody asks questions. One old man ahead of them fails the scan, and the guards do not draw weapons. They simply nod at him, and he turns around, sits down in the dust off to the side of the road, and starts crying. He does not try to run. He knows better. Jill watches this. He tells Runa, very quietly, that they should absolutely not fail the scan. Runa asks him, also very quietly, what happens if they fail the scan? Jill tells her he does not know, but the old man's face has him voting hard against finding out. Their turn. Jill steps up first. He offers his wrist to the rune plate. The plate is a flat disc of dark iron with a single curl of golden script inscribed into the center. The guard holds it against Jill's forearm. Human arm, thankfully, because Jill has his skeletal one tucked into a merchant's sleeve wrap, and the plate warms. It hums a low note. It does not glow, because there is no rune on Jill's skin for it to talk to. It is looking for a compliance rune, per the Emperor's law, and it does not find one. The guard glances at Jill. He does not look alarmed. He looks bored. He asks Jill his kingdom of origin. Jill gives the name of the Northern Coast Kingdom. The guard makes a mark on a small ledger. He tells Jill that unrunned foreigners are welcome, but that Jill will be issued a temporary compliance rune at the Customs House 1 street inside the gate, to be worn for the duration of Jill's stay in the Empire. Removal of the rune at any time is punishable by death. Failure to reach the Customs House within 4 hours of entry is punishable by death. The guard says all of this at the tone of someone reading the closing hours of a bakery. Jill says he understands. The guard waves him through. Runa gets the same speech. Verbatim. She agrees with her best merchant's smile. She gets waved through. They walk under the arch together and into the first street of Carcassine, the border town of the Grand Empire. Carcassine is a city that does not know how to be at ease. The street inside the wall is wide and clean and lined with dark stone buildings, and there are more people walking on it than Jill would expect for a border town at midday. What Jill does not see, in 20 full seconds of watching, is a single one of them smile. Not a merchant selling. Not a mother carrying, not a child eating a piece of fruit. The children in Carcassine walk quietly, close to their parents, with their eyes down. The adults walk fast, on purpose, not looking at anyone else. Everyone above the age of 7 has a thin metal band around their neck. Not a heavy collar. Not chains, something the width of a woman's ring, wrapped around the throat, closed with a small dark stone under the chin. Every band has a single rune etched into the front. Every rune is a slightly different curl of the same base symbol. Every rune is glowing a faint, cold blue. Runa notices the collars in the first 3 seconds. She does not react. She has been alive as a hero, dead as a ghost, and alive again as a redhead in an empire that scares her, and her poker face is now excellent. She tells Jill, without moving her mouth much, that this is much worse than she thought. He tells her, without moving his mouth much, that they are going straight to the customs house, and then they are finding a room, and then they are figuring this out. They do exactly that. The customs house is 1 street in from the gate, exactly as promised. A short, blocky building with a single black lacquered door. Inside is a queue and a bureaucrat behind a desk. The queue moves. When it is Jill's turn, the bureaucrat, without looking up from her paperwork, tells him to place his forearm on the counter. Jill places his forearm on the counter. She picks up a small stylus with a warm golden tip and, without asking his name or looking at his face, draws a rune onto his skin. The rune settles into him, not on top of his skin, into it. A cold blue glow flares once, and then dims to the same soft ambient hum every other citizen is wearing. She then presses a metal band around his neck. It closes. It seals. She tells him this rune is temporary, keyed to expire in 14 days, and that the rune's compliance protocol is currently set at travel-visitor level, which means it will only activate on him if he commits a major crime. He asks her, casually, what a major crime is. She still does not look up. She tells him that all crimes are major. He tells her he understands. Runa gets her rune the same way. The bureaucrat treats them both like a pair of parcels. They step outside into the cold blue afternoon of Carcassonne with matching collars around their necks and matching invisible tags under their skin, and Runa says, in Jill's ear, that if the Emperor can kill her with a thought, she wants a plan for that within the hour. Jill tells her he is already working on it. They find a rooming house in the merchant's quarter. Modest, clean, nobody smiles at them at check-in. Jill pays in silver. The proprietor gives him a key and asks him no questions. They go up to the room. Jill locks the door. He walks straight to the window and closes the shutters. Then he sits down on the bed, takes off his sleeve wrap, and holds the bone hand up to the compliance rune under his skin. He tries to absorb it. The bone hand hums, curious. It touches the rune. It reads the rune. It reports back that the rune is not a self-contained skill. The rune is a receiver. The rune is passive. The rune is doing exactly nothing until it receives a signal from somewhere else, at which point it will do exactly one thing. Kill Jill from the inside. Which means Jill cannot deactivate the rune from his end. He can only deactivate the source. The source is the palace 3 weeks east. He tells Runa. Her face does the thing where she does not react to bad news out loud, but he can see her jaw tighten. She asks him if the arm can eat the rune off her skin. He tells her he can try, but he suspects the same result. He tries. Same result. Her rune is a receiver too. Her rune is not going anywhere until the palace is done. Runa lies back on the bed and stares up at the ceiling. She informs Jill quietly that she does not enjoy being on a leash. Jill agrees. He also lies back on the bed. They stare at the ceiling together for maybe 2 full minutes. Then Jill sits up. He tells her they are going out. He needs to find, in this order, an unrun local, a source of gossip, and dinner. He does not know how to find the first one, so he is going to have to find the third one and hope the second one is at the restaurant. Runa gets up. She informs him this is why he needs her. She is right. Runa, for reasons Jill has never quite understood but has learned to trust, is much better at finding gossip than he is. Runa can walk into a place with 15 strangers and know within 10 minutes which one of them is sleeping with which other one, and which 2 of them think the third one is a snitch. It is a hero of old Glora skill. Runa was a spy master on the side, apparently, in a past life. They find a small food house 3 streets deeper into the city. The kind of place with soup and dark bread and a fire in the corner. They order a lot of soup, because they haven't eaten a hot meal since Nurkia and Runa is very insistent on it. Runa spends 40 minutes learning things. She learns that Carcassonne's compliance runes are indeed all keyed to the same palace source. She learns that the palace source has never once failed. She learns that in living memory, 3 separate men and 1 woman have attempted to remove their own collars in Carcassonne, and all 4 of them were killed by their own runes in the middle of public streets before they could even finish the removal. She learns that this is why nobody in the Empire tries anymore. She also learns something Jill did not know to ask about. She learns about the blacksmith's daughter. 2 tables away, a pair of older women are talking, low but not that low, about the girl who runs the forge on Chandler Street. The girl who took over when her father's hand went bad 2 winters ago. The girl who is running the shop by herself now that her father can't lift a hammer, doing the work of 2 full-grown smiths, and doing it well enough that the guard captain is giving her the imperial commissions because she is charging fair. The girl who, one of the women mentions, in a voice pitched even lower, is missing a compliance rune. The other woman shushes her sharply. Runa's ears prick. She waits. She sips her soup. She waits. The 2 women change topics. Then they change back. Then the first one, 3 minutes later, mentions again, this time in a whisper, that the blacksmith girl's mother hid her at birth, that the runing officer never came for her at age 7, that her father has been paying somebody, quietly, for 11 years to keep her name off the census, that the mother died of the effort, that the daughter is now walking around Carcassonne free of the leash, and nobody has caught it yet. The women change topics again, more firmly this time. Runa turns to Jill. She tells him she has their first stop. They find the forge on Chandler Street. It is a small shop, wedged between a butcher's and a candle maker's. The front doors are open despite the cold, because the forge inside is hot enough to warm the whole block. A hammer is ringing steady, in and out of rhythm. That is a person who has been swinging that hammer since they were small. Jill and Runa step in. The girl at the anvil straightens up. She is not tall, she is not big. She has the shoulders of a person who has been working iron since she was 12. Her hair is tied up in a red scarf. Her forearms are streaked with soot. She has a wide, slightly crooked nose that has been broken once and not set well. She is maybe 19. She has no metal collar around her neck. She looks up. She sees Jill. She sees Jill's skeletal hand. He did not bother wrapping it in this shop, some instinct told him not to. And she looks at the bone for maybe 2 seconds. She does not startle. She does not gasp. She does not step back. She sets down her hammer. She wipes her forearm with a rag. She asks Jill, in a voice that is level and dry, if he is here for a weapon. Jill tells her he is here for a conversation first, but weapons after. She looks at him a long moment, then she looks at Runa. Then she looks at Runa's small skeletal pinky where it rests on Runa's other hand. She does not startle at that either. She tells them her name is Sena. She tells them the shop is closed for the afternoon. She walks over to the front doors and swings them shut and drops a beam across the inside, because Sena has been waiting a long time to talk to somebody who walks around with a bone hand and a skeletal pinky, and Sena is not going to have that conversation with the door open. She turns back to them. She tells Jill, with no wind-up at all, that if he is who she thinks he is very late. Runa asks who she thinks he is. Sena tells them, without smiling, that Carcassonne's underground has been passing around a story from Glora for 2 months about a wanted boy with a bone arm who killed 3 heroes and a lord and toppled a first sword. She tells them the story is annoyingly detailed. She tells them the resistance took bets on when he would show up here. She tells them she lost 20 coppers because she bet on last week. Runa likes her instantly. Jill can see it in Runa's face. That specific Runa smile that means she has identified a new favorite person. Jill tells Sena, carefully, that they are here because they were told the Empire has a resistance, and because he needs to speak to it. Sena tells him he is speaking to it. He raises an eyebrow. She tells him she is not the leader. She is not even close to the leader. But she is one of exactly 42 unrunned people currently in the Empire, and every one of the 42 is on call for exactly this kind of guest. He asks her, with real curiosity, why she is on call. She tells him her father was a smith and her mother was a librarian, and between them they raised a girl who could keep a secret and swing a hammer, and that is a rare pair. She tells him she also has a specific reason to want the Emperor dead, but she does not owe him the story of that reason yet. Jill tells her fair. He tells her, next, what he needs. He needs an understanding of the sanction rune system, because he has 2 of them installed and he does not enjoy it. He needs a location on the priest Viserion, because he has business with him. He needs a way into the palace, eventually, though not today. And he needs somewhere safe to sleep and to work while he plans, because the rooming house near the border gate is going to notice, in about 3 days, that its 2 textile merchants have never once tried to sell a bolt of anything. Sane listens through all of it without moving. When he is done, she says one word, follow. She leads them out the back of the forge, through a small courtyard full of scrap iron, into a low door in the courtyard wall, down a narrow flight of stone steps he did not know was there, and into a room the size of a small chapel, lit by a dozen oil lamps, filled with maps, weapons, one very large chalkboard, with the entire compliance rune diagram drawn on it in white chalk, and about 11 people who look up when the three of them walk in. The 11 people are of every age. There is a boy who cannot be more than 15. There is a woman with white hair. There is a tall man with a red beard and no left hand. There is a slender woman in the far corner sitting on a stool with her back to the door, reading a book. None of them have collars. The boy at the front stands up. He is going to say something. The white-haired woman puts one hand on his shoulder and gently sits him back down. She stands up herself. She takes one long, unhurried look at Jill. She takes one at Runa. She lands on Runa's skeletal pinky and stays there for 2 beats. She tells them her name is Kola. She tells them she leads what small resistance the Grand Empire has. She tells them the resistance has been waiting for someone with Jill's toolset for 2 centuries, and Jill is welcome to as much bread as he can eat. Sina, behind Jill, mutters that Kola always opens with the bread thing. Jill turns his head slightly, sees Sena's small, dry grin, and Jill likes her too now. There it is. Kola walks them over to the chalkboard. She spends an hour explaining the sanction. The compliance rune, she says, is not a modern invention. It is 900 years old. It was originally designed by the first emperor of the Grand Empire, who used it to bind the loyalty of a rebellious general's troops. Over the centuries, successive emperors refined it. It became the standard. It became the law. By the reign of the 4th emperor, the rune was mandatory at age 7 for every citizen of the empire. By the reign of the 6th, refusal was made punishable by death, which is a strange sentence to enforce on someone who does not have the killing rune yet, but the empire found ways. The rune, when triggered, does not use force or fire or poison. It uses stopping. It simply tells the wearer's heart, in a language the heart cannot argue with, to stop. There is no wound. There is no scream. There is a pause, and then the wearer falls over, and then the wearer does not get up. The rune is centrally powered. The power source is in the palace. Nobody knows exactly what the power source is. It has been called the Emperor's Heirloom for 200 years. That is the only name anyone has for it. Jill's ear catches on the word heirloom. He does not react outwardly. He remembers Gastra's answer under Nurkia. Heirloom, heavy. The 4th Valzard shard is inside the Emperor's Heirloom. The Emperor's Heirloom is powering the rune system that kills people from the inside, which means the 4th Valzard shard is currently killing people from the inside on the Emperor's behalf. Every disobedience death in the Empire, for 200 years, has been fed to the shard. Jill's stomach does a slow, cold turn. He asks Kola, carefully, if she has any idea what the heirloom actually looks like. Kola tells him no. She tells him nobody in the Resistance's records has ever seen it and lived. But every emperor for 2 centuries has worn it publicly. It is described in old accounts as a jewel, sometimes a scepter, sometimes a crown. Jill files that. He asks Kola if there is any way to sever a person's rune from the source at the wearer's end. Kola's face changes. She tells him the Resistance has been trying for 2 centuries. Nothing has worked. Every attempt kills the wearer. Jill tells her he thinks he can do it. Kola stops. The whole room stops. Every person in the room, including the woman on the stool who has not turned around, goes still. Jill tells them he does not want to promise before he tests it, but he has been eating skills off dead things for a year now, and he ate the whole rune structure off his own arm this morning. He understands the rune. He does not understand it well enough yet to safely disconnect it in a living person, but he thinks he will, in time. Kola tells him, in a voice that has gone very quiet, that if he can do that, the Resistance is his. Jill tells her he does not need the Resistance. He needs 3 things: a safe place for 2 weeks, a quiet route to Viserion when he asks for one, and, when the war moves to the palace, the Resistance ready to move with him. Kola tells him all 3. Done. She then, in the same breath, adds that in exchange she has one favor. Jill braces. She points at Sina. She tells Jill that Sina has been asking for a year for permission to leave Carcassonne on her own errand, and Kola has been telling her no, because Sina is one of the Resistance's most valuable smiths, and the Resistance cannot afford to lose her. But if Jill is here, and if Jill's business is going to move fast, then Kola wants Jill to take Sina with him, because if Jill is going to Viserion, Then Sina's business happens to sit on the same road. Jill glances at Sina. Sina tells him her mother is buried in the Imperial Temple District. Under a false name, because Senna's mother was killed by her own compliance rune 11 years ago, on the orders of the previous emperor, for the crime of hiding her own daughter's identity. Senna has never been able to visit the grave. Senna wants to visit the grave. Sina would like Jill to escort her, because a girl with no compliance rune walking into the Imperial Temple District alone is a girl who does not walk out. Jill looks at Sina for a long moment. He tells her yes. Runa, next to him, looks between Sina and Jill. Runa also tells Sina yes. Twice. In a warm voice that is not one of Runa's usual voices, and that makes Jill glance at her sideways, because he is not sure he has heard that voice out of Runa before. Senna's face does not change much. She is not much of a smiler, but something in her jaw softens. She tells them both thank you. That night, Jill and Runa sleep in the basement room next to Cola's chalkboard. They sleep on cots. They sleep in their clothes. Senna sleeps on the cot across from them, and does not seem to mind having strangers within arm's reach, which tells Jill more about Senna than any other thing so far. He wakes before the others in the morning. He walks up to the forge quietly and sits on a workbench and lets his skeletal arm hum and think while the empire outside slowly turns on its noise. He decides 3 more things in that quiet hour. 1. He is going to end the rune system before he leaves this country. Not because the resistance asked, because Sina's mother is under a fake name. 2. He is not going to tell Runa about the ivory creeping past his collarbone yet, not until he has a better sense of the timer. 3. He is going to eat Viserion before he touches the palace, because Viserion is going to try to talk him into something, and Viserion is very good at talking, and the safest way for Jill to make sure Viserion does not talk him into anything is to eat him before he starts. Senna comes up from the basement an hour later carrying 2 mugs of tea. She hands him one. She sits on the workbench next to him. She does not say anything for a good 10 minutes. She just drinks tea with him and watches the forge come up to temperature. Then she asks him, without looking at him, if the bone hand hurts. He tells her no. He tells her it hums a lot. He tells her sometimes it gets hungry. She nods slowly. She tells him she has been building a hammer for him for 4 days. He turns his head. She tells him she started the hammer the moment Cola told her the boy with the bone arm might be coming through. She tells him she was going to give it to him as a bribe to take her to her mother's grave, but now that he has already agreed, she is going to give it to him anyway, because a hammer is not a gift a smith takes back. She stands up. She walks to the back of the forge. She lifts something off a shelf under a piece of black cloth and brings it over. She hands him the hammer. It is not a war hammer. It is not a battle hammer. It is a smith's hammer. Ivory-handled. Head the size of Jill's fist. Perfectly balanced. And when Jill takes it in his skeletal hand, the arm hums, and the hammer hums back at exactly the same pitch, in perfect resonance. Sena tells him she does not know what he is going to do with a smith's hammer, because he has already got a very nice cursed sword. But she felt like the arm wanted one, and smiths listen to arms. Jill looks at the hammer. He looks at Sena. He does not tell her yet, but the arm has just pointed him at the answer to a question he has been carrying for 4 days. Hellforge floats an anvil. Hellforge hammers on its own. But Hellforge, if given a real physical hammer of good make in the caster's real physical hand, will hammer harder and cleaner, and the weapons that come off it will be permanently linked to the smith's hand. Sena has just handed Jill the tool that turns Hellforge from a novelty into a signature line. Jill tells her thank you. He tells her sincerely, and quietly, and without smiling, because Sena is not a smiler and does not seem to trust the ones who are. Sena nods once, briskly, and goes to shovel coal. The next 3 days become the shape of Jill's life in Carcassonne. Mornings, he works with Sena at the forge. She teaches him where to hit metal and where not to. He teaches her, without saying he is teaching her, a small trick with heat that no living human smith knows because he took it off the elder dragon's memory of its own hatching. Sena's iron starts glowing colors Sena has never seen before. Middays, he sits with Cola and reads the Resistance's archive of the Sanction. 3 centuries of failed attempts at rune severing. Every attempt is documented, dated, and, in the case of the 27 wearers who died trying, named. Jill reads every name. Cola watches him read every name and does not say anything. Afternoons, Runa trains with Sena in the courtyard. They are not sparring. Runa is teaching Sena how to plate light between her palms. Senna is teaching Runa how to walk in the Empire without drawing eyes. Smaller strides, weight forward, eyes low, chin down. Runa is very bad at it for the first day. Runa is passable at it by the third. Runa complains constantly. Senna tells her, dryly, that Runa complains like a queen and walks like a foreigner, and they need to fix at least one of those. Runa laughs. Senna, once, actually smiles. Evenings, Jill and Senna take short walks through the temple district. Not to Senna's mother's grave yet. Just to scout, Senna maps the district for Jill in real time, telling him which chapel has the sleepy priest, which chapel has the priest who counts pilgrims in and out of the door, which chapel is where the compliance officers meet for weekly dinner. By the second walk, Jill knows the district like his own room. On the fourth day in Carcassonne, the public bell rings at noon. The public bell in Carcassonne only rings at noon when the emperor's word is being delivered to the city. Everyone within earshot stops what they are doing and walks toward the central square. Not by choice, by compliance rune. The runes each carry a small pull spell, and when the noon bell rings, the pull activates. Everyone with a rune drifts toward the square. Jill and Runa, wearing temporary runes tuned to travel visitor level, feel a mild, polite tug. Senna, unrunned, does not feel a thing. She walks with them anyway. The square fills. In the center of the square, on a small raised platform, stands Viserion, robed, hooded, diamond pupils hidden under the fabric shadow, hands folded. Voice, when it lifts, warm and cultured and slightly amused. The same voice from the Glora Terrace at Voss's gala. Jill's arm goes taut against his ribs. Runa's hand goes to his wrist. Senna, next to them, exhales very softly and murmurs that this is not a coincidence. Viserion addresses the crowd. He does not shout. He does not have to. The runes carry his voice into every caller in the city, into every citizen's inner ear. Every person hears him at the volume of a friend leaning in close. He tells the citizens that a foreigner has entered Carcassonne, a dangerous foreigner, a boy, thin, brown-haired, traveling with a red-haired woman. He tells them the boy is a wanted fugitive from the neighboring kingdom of Glora, guilty of the murder of that country's first sword and 2 lords. He tells them the emperor of the Grand Empire has taken personal interest. He tells them the emperor wishes the boy to come to the palace for a conversation. Then Viserion smiles. He tells the citizens that the emperor is also aware the boy may be reluctant. He tells the citizens that any citizen who spots the boy and reports his location to the Imperial Guard will be rewarded with the removal of their compliance rune. The square goes silent. Not the silence of a crowd listening, the silence of a crowd doing math. Viserion tells them that removal of the compliance rune is not a promise the Empire makes lightly. It is a promise the Emperor is now making publicly to every citizen of Carcassonne. Bring the boy to the palace, and take the collar off, forever, no charge. He tells them one more thing. He tells them the red-haired girl the boy travels with does not need to be brought in alive. He bows to the crowd, cordially, one small bow, and turns and steps off the platform. The bell rings again. The pull spell releases. The crowd starts to disperse. Jill has not moved. Runa has not moved. Senna, next to them, quietly and calmly, says one word. Move. They move. They move at Runa's carefully taught small strides, eyes low pace, not running, not fleeing, just 3 people who happen to be walking the same direction, into a side alley off the square, down a switchback, through an unmarked door, into the back of a herb seller's shop, out through the back of the herb seller's shop into a narrow lane, over a low wall, across a rooftop, and down into Senna's forge courtyard by a route Jill did not know existed until Senna walked it. They lock the forge behind them. They go straight to the basement. The resistance is already there. Kola is standing at the chalkboard. She looks up when they come down the stairs and tells them she has already heard. The room is not panicked. Kola runs a room that does not panic. But the mood has changed. Senna's forge has become, in the last 4 days, a wanted address by proximity. The Emperor's public offer to lift compliance runes in exchange for Jill's location is going to make every citizen of Carcassonne who has ever hated their collar, which is every citizen of Carcassonne, into a potential informant. And there are a lot of citizens. Kola tells Jill they have maybe 24 hours. Jill nods. He tells her he is going to Viserion tonight. Kola looks at him. He tells her he came here for the 3rd shard and the shard is walking around the temple district on daily rounds, and Viserion has just publicly baited him personally, and Jill would like to take the shard tonight while Viserion still believes he is the hunter. Kola asks him if he has considered that Viserion baited him publicly for a reason. Jill tells her yes. Viserion wants a meeting. Viserion wants a conversation. Viserion is convinced he can talk Jill into something. Kola asks Jill if he is going to give him the conversation. Jill tells her he is going to give him one sentence and then he is going to eat him. Kola nods slowly. She tells him fine. She then, without asking, tells Senna to go with him. She tells Senna that Senna has been visiting the Imperial Cathedral for 4 days for cover and knows the back rooms better than anyone. She tells Senna to keep Runa outside as backup and to guide Jill in through the sacristy door, which she has been walking past every afternoon for a week, and which is the least watched entrance in the temple district. Senna nods once. She goes upstairs to get her tools. Runa does not like being told she is backup. Runa says as much. Senna, on the stairs, without turning, says that Runa is not backup. Runa is anchor. If it goes wrong inside, the two of them cannot fight their way out of a cathedral. But Runa can burn the cathedral down from outside on a signal, which is the kind of exit Senna and Jill are going to need. Runa considers this. Runa says fine. Kola, at the chalkboard, tells Jill one more thing before he leaves. She tells him Viserion has been in Carcassonne for 8 years. She tells him the Resistance has been watching him for all 8. She tells him Viserion, in all 8 years, has never once done a thing that made him look like a demon. He has done charity work. He has sponsored orphanages. He has personally paid to have compliance runes waved on 3 separate children born to unhealthy mothers. He has, by every visible measure, been a saint. Kola tells Jill that whatever Viserion is going to say to him in that cathedral tonight, Viserion is going to sound like a good man. Jill tells her he knows. Kola tells him not to listen. He tells her he will not. Night falls on Carcassonne. The cathedral of the Imperial Temple District is a heavy black shape against a purple sky. Its bell tower rises higher than the surrounding buildings. Its front doors are shut and locked at sundown, per tradition. Its sacristy door, at the back of the east wall, is not. Jill and Senna approach the sacristy from the north, along the shadow of a bakery wall. Runa is 1 block back, on a rooftop, with a sunfire lance already half formed in her palm and a resistance-issued crossbow across her back, watching the cathedral's 4 visible entrances. If anyone unexpected walks toward any of them, the lance goes up as a signal, and Jill and Senna leave immediately. Senna, at the sacristy door, kneels down. She takes a small tool out of her belt. She works the lock. It clicks open in 6 seconds. She is very good at this. Jill files that away and also decides not to ask. They step inside. The sacristy is dark, cold. It smells like beeswax and cold iron. Senna leads Jill through it in 3.5 strides, past a rack of vestments, past a small altar, through a low arch into the vestibule behind the main sanctuary. She stops there. She turns. She tells Jill she cannot go further than this. She tells him the sanctuary is where Viserion holds service, and she has a compliance rune that will trigger if she steps onto consecrated ground, because the Empire's runes are keyed to react to certain older wards, and the cathedral has some. Jill blinks. He asks her if that means she is unrunned but still leashed to certain places. She tells him yes. She tells him it is the last little joke the Empire plays on the ones who slip the roll call. Even unrun children still can't step into certain buildings because the Empire hard-coded certain places as no-go for anyone born after the 6th Emperor's reign. Jill nods slowly. He files that too. It is a small piece of a very big picture. He tells Senna to wait here. He tells her that if he does not come back in 20 minutes, she is to leave through the sacristy and get Runa off the roof and get both of them out of the city by any road that opens, and to not wait for him. Senna tells him she will not do that. She will wait longer than 20 minutes and she will lie to Runa for as long as it takes. He tells her thank you. He steps into the sanctuary. The sanctuary is lit by a single row of candles along the far wall. The pews are empty, the nave is empty, the pulpit is empty. Except in the front pew, third from the aisle, sitting patiently with his hands folded on his lap, robe crisp, hood pushed back all the way, staring straight ahead at the altar, is Viserion. Jill walks down the aisle. His boots do not echo. He has cast a small silencing weave. But Viserion, without turning, tells him his boots do not need to be silent. He tells him the cathedral is a very forgiving room. He tells him he is glad Jill came. Jill stops at the front pew. He looks down at Viserion. Diamond pupils. pale wax skin. That same small smile, worn like a coat. Viserion, still not looking at him, tells him that they have much to discuss. Jill tells him he has one sentence for him, and then he is going to take the shard. Viserion, for the first time, turns his head. He looks up at Jill. He tells him he thought Jill might say something like that. He tells him he prepared a room. He tells him, still smiling, that before the room is used, he would like Jill to hear one truth. Just one. He tells him the Emperor is not the master of this empire. The Emperor is a puppet. The real master is a lord named Malith, who lives under a mountain very far east, and who Jill has now seen through a rift twice. He tells Jill that the Emperor is dying, slowly. Every year the Emperor is less himself. He tells Jill that when the Emperor finishes dying, Malith intends to fully wear the Empire's crown himself. He tells Jill that Viserion is not loyal to the Emperor. Viserion tells Jill that Viserion is loyal to Malith. And Viserion tells Jill that Malith is offering Jill a deal that the Emperor did not authorize and does not know about. If Jill will voluntarily walk to Malith's mountain and let Malith use Jill's bone arm to reunify the 4 Valzard shards, Malith will let Jill keep his own mind after the reunification, and Malith will kill the Emperor personally as a courtesy gift, and Malith will give Jill and Runa a small kingdom of their own, off in the northern coast Jill grew up thinking was the world. Viserion tells Jill that the alternative is that Malith takes the shards from Jill's cold corpse and gives Jill's mind to nothing. He tells Jill that he is offering him enlightened surrender. Jill listens through all of it without changing his face. When Viserion is done, Jill tells him his one sentence. Jill tells him no. There is a heartbeat of pure silence in the cathedral. Then Viserion, still smiling, stands up out of the pew, and behind Jill, without a sound, a sunfire lance appears at the back of Viserion's neck, held in the small, calloused hand of a redhead in a resistance cloak who has just walked in through the sacristy anyway, because Runa does not stay on rooftops when she has decided a conversation has gone on long enough. Runa tells Viserion in her most level voice that she does not like sermons. Viserion, for the first time in 10,000 years, is genuinely surprised. Viserion holds very still for exactly one heartbeat. Then he laughs. Not a demon laugh, not a villain laugh, a warm, quiet, delighted laugh. The laugh of a man who has just watched his opponent play a move he has been waiting 100 years to see. He does not turn his head, he does not move his hands. He simply smiles a little wider, with a sunfire lance humming a finger's width from the back of his neck, and he tells Runa that she has grown into her body faster than he expected. Runa tells him she has always been a fast learner. Viserion says of course. He tells her the old Runa always was. Runa's jaw ticks. Just a hair, he noticed. He noticed her, back then, in the last life. Viserion has been watching her for longer than she has been dead. She presses the lance a fraction closer. Viserion's smile does not move. And then the pews on either side of the aisle stand up. Not the pews. The shadows under the pews. 12 figures at once, folded flat under the wood, slide out on their bellies, and rise silently to their feet, in perfect coordination. Black robes, black hoods. Not human. Their hands have too many joints. They do not breathe. Viserion did not come alone. Viserion never comes alone. Viserion has been sitting in this cathedral every day for 8 years, and every day for 8 years he has had 12 honor guard demons folded under the pews on standby, because Viserion is 10,000 years old, and paranoid is what 10,000 years teaches you. Runa does not flinch. Runa fires the lance, point blank, straight through the back of Viserion's neck, or she would, except the space where Viserion's neck was is empty. Viserion has stepped sideways into a thin slice of the air itself, a black slit no wider than a finger, and out of a matching slice 2 paces to the left. His hood is still up, his hands are still folded, his smile is still on. Runa's lance goes clean through the empty space, hits the pulpit at the front of the cathedral, and vaporizes half the wood. Runa spins. She rebuilds the lance in her palm in under a second. She has been drilling this. Sina would be proud. Jill is already moving. He does not go for Viserion. He goes for the 12. He knows this fight is going to happen in 2 parts, and part 1 is subtraction. He unsheathes Null in a rising arc and cuts the closest 3 honor guards from hip to shoulder in a single sweep. And they do not scream because they don't have the mouths for it. They simply unhappen where the blade passes, and the parts of them behind the cut fold to the floor with the physics of empty coats. 9 to go. Runa peels off toward the left aisle and cuts loose. The moment she is clear of Jill's swing arc, sunfire pours out of her both hands. Plate shape, wall shape, lance shape, whatever the geometry needs in the moment. 3 honor guards on her side charge her, and she meets them with the sunfire wall she used at the village well. This time the wall is bigger. This time the wall is hotter. 2 of the 3 honor guards run into it face first and cook. The third one is smart enough to sidestep the wall and lunge at her flank with its many-jointed hand outstretched. Runa is smart enough to have expected the smart one. She rotates on her heel. The wall follows her. The honor guard's hand hits the wall from the other side and unarms itself at the elbow. She flicks a plate at the honor guard's face. It cuts through the hood and whatever is underneath the hood, and the honor guard folds. 3 on her side, done. 6 left in total. Jill cuts through 2 more on the right aisle with Newell, while stepping past the pews toward Viserion. He has picked up the honor guard's rhythm now. They move in coordinated pairs, one flanking left when the other flanks right. Textbook demon pack tactics. He anticipates 2 more paired lunges and reads them wrong on purpose, so his blade is where the second demon in each pair is going to be, not where the first is. Both pairs collapse. 2 left. Jill is already looking past them. Viserion has not moved from his second position by the left wall. Viserion is watching, just watching, hands folded, studying Jill's footwork. The last 2 honor guards make their move together. One goes for Jill, one goes for Runa. Viserion has picked a target for each of them. The one going for Jill is the fastest of the 12, and the one going for Runa is the tallest. Jill's honor guard hits him before he has fully turned. A joint hand wraps around Jill's neck. Second skin holds. The fingers cannot cut through Elder Dragonhide, but the joint hand can squeeze, and the joint hand does squeeze, and Jill's air cuts off. Jill drives Null upward into the demon's ribs from below. Unmakes the arm. The joint hand falls off his neck in pieces and folds away. He hears Runa yell, "Sharp." He does not have time to look. He hears the flare of sunfire and the crackle of something that sounds like paper burning fast. And then he hears Runa laugh, short and rough, and he knows her fight went fine. 12 honor guards. Done in maybe 40 seconds. Viserion, from the wall, gives them one small polite clap. 2 fingers on the palm of his other hand. He tells them both, warmly, that they have improved. Jill turns to face him fully. The cathedral around them is on fire in 2 places, has 1 hole in its pulpit, is missing about a third of its front pews, and has approximately 6 piles of empty demon robes scattered down its aisles. Runa is breathing hard. Jill is breathing hard. Viserion has not raised his heart rate. Viserion pushes back his hood the rest of the way. He walks slowly out of the corner and up the aisle, toward Jill. Diamond pupils in cold light. Skin like porcelain that has never been cracked. Smile that is not a smile. He tells Jill that he is going to give him one more chance to reconsider Malith's offer. Jill tells him no. Viserion tilts his head. He tells Jill that he understands. And then Viserion moves. He is fast in a way Jill has not seen. Not sword fast, not demon fast, old fast. The kind of fast that comes from 10,000 years of muscle memory in a body that never tires. He crosses the 10 paces between them in 1 step, because he takes the step through a shred of space he opens at his own foot. He arrives at Jill's chest with a hand raised, and the hand has grown into a claw longer than Jill's forearm, and the claw is coming down at Jill's collarbone in a diagonal cut that would have opened him from throat to hip. Jill catches the claw on Newell. Newell does its work. The claw disappears at the wrist, cleanly, in the null blade's mercy. Viserion's other hand, the one that still has fingers, comes up in the same motion and grabs Jill by the throat, before Jill can bring Newell back around. Viserion lifts Jill off the ground. Second skin holds against the throat crush. Barely. Jill can still breathe, if he wants to think of it as breathing. Viserion looks up at him. He tells him that he was going to give him a very good life on the northern coast. Jill, from a foot off the floor, tells him he already has a life. He slams the sole of his boot into Viserion's chest and pushes off. Viserion staggers back 1 step. Jill lands. Jill swings Newell in the same motion, low, at Viserion's knee. Viserion pivots through another slit of space and reappears 3 meters behind Jill. Jill spins. Viserion is not there anymore. Viserion is behind Runa. Runa spins too. Her lance comes up. Viserion catches the lance in his 1 remaining hand, absorbs the sunfire into his palm in a way that makes Jill's stomach cold, and taps her once on the sternum with 2 fingers. Runa flies backwards into the pulpit. She hits it hard. She slides down to the floor. She does not get up right away. Her lip is bleeding. Her eyes are open, but her focus is drifting. Viserion turns from her. Not before her, but after. He is telling Jill something with the order. He is saying, I could have killed her and I did not, so you will now do me the small courtesy of a real conversation. Jill's jaw locks. He does not go to Runa. He does the smarter thing. He drops Newell into his left hand, and he raises his right, the bone hand, and he calls in a memory that has been sitting in the arm since Mount Ragna, waiting for exactly this moment. He calls the Elder's last day. He does not have to speak. Elder Tier memory flash is a broadcast. The image lives in his arm, and he pushes it outward through the arm at Viserion, straight into Viserion's eyes. 10,000 years ago, a slim, smiling figure walking up the Elder Dragon's flank in bright sunlight. Diamond pupils, same robe pattern, same folded hands. Viserion sees the memory. For the first time in 10,000 years, Viserion's rhythm breaks. His smile does not fall, his shoulders do not slump, but his eyes go, just for a fraction of a second, still, not surprised, not shocked. Something worse, recognized. He asks Jill, softly, where he got that. Jill tells him he ate an elder. Viserion is silent for a beat. Then Viserion tells him that changes some things. Jill does not wait for the some things to be explained. Jill speaks in the elder tongue. Not a full command. He tries a modest one, because he knows Viserion is not a lesser demonic being, and elder voice is only supposed to work on lesser ones, and he wants to see how much of a discount he gets on his tier for surprise. He speaks one word. In the language of the dead dragon under Ragna, the word is roughly translatable as still. Elder voice fires. Viserion freezes. Only for a heartbeat. Not a full paralysis. The command hits him and slides off him because he is above the tier the command is designed for, but the impact of the command hitting him at all, of a human boy speaking words no human should be able to pronounce, in the exact intonation Viserion has not heard aimed at him since a war 10,000 years past, jams Viserion's next step for a full second. Jill does not need a full second. Jill needs the half of one. He lunges. Null goes in through the base of Viserion's throat, angled downward, into the pocket of demon flesh Gastra told him about, straight through the connection between the shard and Viserion's spine. Viserion's eyes go a little wider. The unmaking blade slides through the connection, severs the shard's tether to Viserion's body, and passes clean out the other side. Viserion looks down at the blade in his own throat. He looks up at Jill. He smiles. Small, almost fond. He tells Jill, in a voice that is thin and does not carry, that he underestimated him twice in 1 century, and that is not a thing Viserion has been guilty of since the war. Jill puts his bone hand on Viserion's forehead. He absorbs. The shard tries to jump home to Viserion's spine when Jill starts pulling. It cannot. Newell severed the tether. The shard is loose. The shard has nowhere to go except into the arm. It goes into the arm. Viserion's body slackens. The muscle tone leaks out of him all at once. His hands drop. His shoulders drop. His face does not lose the smile, because the smile was carved into him a long time ago and the smile stays. Before Viserion's lights go out entirely, he leans his forehead into Jill's bone palm, closes his diamond eyes, and whispers a name. Just one name, in an old language. 2 syllables. Jill does not catch the language, only the shape of the 2 syllables. He commits them to memory. He will figure them out later. Runa, from her position at the base of the pulpit, catches the sound differently. Runa's spirit has heard many old languages. Runa does not know the 2 syllables either, but Runa knows the register. Runa knows it was spoken in a tongue that predates the war, older than the elder tongue, older than the demon tongue, older than anything Runa has a word for. She files the syllables. She looks up at Jill. Jill withdraws Newell. Viserion's body does not fall. It stays standing for about 3 seconds, like a robe on a coat rack, and then it collapses inward on itself, the way old paper collapses. There is no blood. There is no body. There is just a heap of cloth on the aisle floor, and, floating up out of the heap in a slow curl, one final wisp of dark that dissolves into the cathedral air. The 3rd Valzard shard settles into Jill's arm with a low, satisfied pulse. 3rd shard down. Jill stands there for a moment. He sheathes Newell. He walks over to Runa. He kneels down. He puts his human hand under her chin and tilts her face up. She is fine. She is bruised and her lip is split and her ribs will bother her for a week, but she is fine. She meets his eyes. She tells him she is going to sleep for 100 years after this. He tells her she can sleep for 2 if she wants. She laughs. She winces. She tells him to help her up. He helps her up. They walk back down the aisle. Sina meets them at the door of the sacristy. She takes one look at Visarion's empty robes on the aisle floor and does not ask. She just turns and leads them out through the sacristy, out the back door, back into the cold blue Carcassin night. Halfway back to the forge, Jill's arm does something new. It pulses. Not the pleased hum after an absorption. A different pulse, slow, rhythmic, almost like a second heartbeat, layered under his own. He stops walking. Runa stops too. She looks at him. She asks him what is wrong. He tells her quietly that he can feel the 4th shard. The arm has been pulling east since Gastra died, toward the imperial capital, toward the palace, toward wherever the emperor is currently sitting with his heirloom in his lap. Now the arm is pulling harder. Because with 3 of the 4 shards inside him, Jill's arm has become the biggest concentration of Valzard essence anywhere on the continent, and Valzard essence, per some rule Jill did not know until this second, wants to be complete. The 4th shard is calling to the 3 inside him. The 3 inside him are calling back. He can feel exactly where the 4th shard is, not a general direction, a specific room, a specific object. He can almost taste it. It is closer than he thought. Not 3 weeks east, 10 days east, in the imperial palace. And Jill's arm is telling him something else at the same time, something that makes his mouth go a little dry. The 4th shard is bigger than the other 3 combined. The heirloom has been eating for 200 years. Every disobedience death in the empire, every rune-triggered heart stop, every drop of demonic energy the compliance system has drained out of its own citizens for 2 centuries. All of it has gone into the shard. The shard has been fattening in the emperor's crown while the emperor's mind has been thinning. If Jill absorbs it, he doubles in power overnight. If Jill does not absorb it, the shard eventually reaches critical mass and hatches, and Molith walks into the throne room and puts on a crown that is basically a demon god at that point, and the war ends before it starts. Jill has to eat it, soon, he tells Runa. Runa listens. She tells him fine. 10 days. Senna, next to them, listens too. She tells them both she is going with them. She tells them she was going to visit her mother's grave in the imperial capital anyway, and now she has additional reason to see the palace. Runa turns to her. Runa tells her the palace is going to be worse than the cathedral. Senna tells her she is a smith. She tells her she made half the weapons the resistance is currently sitting on. She tells her she has been building a specific piece for 6 months for exactly this trip. She tells her they should let her come. Jill looks at Senna for a long moment. He tells her yes. Runa also tells her yes. Runa puts her arm around Senna's shoulder as they walk the last block back to the forge. It is not a hero arm around shoulder. It is a friend arm around shoulder. Senna's shoulders under Runa's arm do the small, careful hitch of a person who has not been touched by a friend in a very long time. They reach the forge basement. Kola is waiting. Kola takes one look at Jill's face and knows. Jill tells her the priest is done. Kola tells him she felt the shift in the city runes about 10 minutes ago. The city rune system had a fluctuation the moment Visarion's shard broke free of him, and the fluctuation registered on the Resistance's board. She tells him that the Emperor's ambient control over Carcassin has just dropped by an amount she cannot measure precisely but which is real. Jill tells her the shard is at the palace. 10 days east, he is going. Kola tells him fine. She tells him she is sending 15 Resistance members with him. She tells him she is emptying the Carcassin cell for this, because if he takes the Emperor's heirloom off the Emperor's head, the compliance runes across the Empire may go dead all at once, and if they do, the Resistance needs to be at the palace to hold the crowd through what comes after. Jill tells her fine. They leave Carcassin at dawn. 17 people all told. Jill, Runa, Sina, Kola. 13 Resistance members ranging from a 15-year-old runner named Pip to a woman in her 60s named Mordana, who never says anything but looks like she could kill a person by staring at them. They travel in 3 separate small groups on 3 separate roads. Different pace, different papers, different covers, all converging on a small hamlet 2 days out from the imperial capital. Senna and Kola have used the pattern before. The road is uneventful for 4 days. Uneventful in that specific way where nothing bad happens and Jill knows something bad is being set up somewhere out of view. The Empire is quiet in a way that makes his neck itch. On the 5th day, The small group Jill and Runa and Sena are traveling with, 6 people total including 3 resistance escorts, reaches a farming village at dusk and takes rooms above a stable. Runa sleeps in the same room as Sena. Jill sleeps across the hall with Pip and one of the older resistance men. Runa likes Sena. Sena likes Runa. Runa is teaching Sena the light plate. Sena is teaching Runa a smith's trick for guessing another person's weapon by the callus on their hand. Jill lies awake for a while listening to their quiet laughter through the wall. He thinks about Sena's mother's grave. He has not asked Sena for the name yet. He wants Sena to have the moment first. He thinks about the shard in the Emperor's crown, sitting 10 days away, calling to him softly through the arm. He thinks about the ivory that is now creeping up the side of his neck. He thinks about Runa. He does not sleep well. On the 7th day, they cross into the province the imperial capital sits at the center of. The land changes. Fields become gardens. Peasant huts become tiled cottages. Every second person on the road wears a compliance rune with a slightly fancier setting on the collar. Small runes for townsfolk, larger runes with additional inscriptions for merchants, ornate runes for minor nobility. Jill notices the runes are all the same color, always cold blue. The color has not shifted. The shard in the Emperor's crown is still active. The Emperor has not felt Viserion's death, or the Emperor has felt it and is choosing not to react. Jill cannot tell which yet. Sena thinks the Emperor is choosing not to react. Kola, when Jill asks her on the road, agrees. On the 8th day, they reach the small hamlet 2 days out from the capital. The other 2 travel groups are already there. The Resistance safe house is a boarded-up mill on the edge of the hamlet's south road. 17 people, 1 mill, 3 days to plan. Jill spends most of day 8 and day 9 sitting on the 2nd floor of the mill with Kola's chalkboard equivalent, a big piece of scrap parchment on the wall, mapping the palace layout from Resistance intelligence. The palace is not a fortress. The palace is a garden. The Emperor built the current palace 3 generations ago as a garden estate, on purpose. He wanted the country to see the Emperor was so unafraid of his own people he could sleep in a house with no walls. The palace's outer perimeter is a low ornamental wall and a wide moat with swans on it. The palace's real security is the compliance system. Every citizen of the empire is a self-triggering trap. The Emperor does not need thick walls when he can kill anyone who tries to walk under a low one. Which means, if Jill can walk in wearing another face, Jill can walk into the throne room without breaking a single window. Jill has wereface now, freshly ripped off Viserion. Wereface is a very old skill. It is what Viserion has been using to walk around wearing a court priest costume for 8 years. It lets the caster take on any face they have personally seen, in real time, without a mask. The face is a real face. The voice is a real voice. Only certain older wards and certain specific eye contact conditions can see through it. Jill has personally seen Viserion's face, which means Jill can walk into the palace as Viserion. He tells Runa the plan. Runa hates the plan. Runa says he is not going alone. Jill tells her wereface only carries one face. If they both walked in, one of them would be visibly foreign, and the palace will register the disguise the moment 2 faces are on top of it. He walks in alone as Viserion. She waits outside with the 15 resistance members and Sena as backup. Runa hates the plan again. Jill tells her that if it goes wrong, she is his exit. She and the resistance are going to be the only people in a 5-mile radius who can shoot the compliance system when it inevitably turns on the crowd. Her job is bigger than his. Runa considers this. Runa tells him fine. Runa also tells him that if he dies, she will resurrect him and then kill him herself. He tells her that has been established. Sena, in the corner of the mill, asks Jill one question. She asks him if she can borrow the sacristy trick. She wants to see her mother's grave the night before the palace hit. She wants to have already said goodbye to her mother before they walk into the imperial hall the next morning, in case the day goes wrong. Jill tells her yes. He goes with her. They walk to the imperial temple district on the 10th night, quietly, both of them in resistance cloaks. Unrun Sena and unrun Jill. His temporary rune has now expired, which is a paperwork problem for a future Jill. They reach the imperial cemetery 3 streets from the palace itself. Sena walks him to a small stone in the far corner. The stone has one name on it, not her mother's. She tells him her mother is buried under a servant's name to hide her from the emperor's registers. She tells him the servant name was Lorith. Her mother's real name was Ira. She kneels down. She puts one hand flat on the stone. She sits there with her hand on the stone for a long time. She does not speak out loud. Whatever she is saying to her mother, she is saying it inside her chest. Jill sits on a low wall 10 paces away and watches the sky. After a while, Senna stands up. She takes the small hammer Jill gave her, the ivory-handled one she originally forged for him and he handed back to her the day they left Carcassonne, because it belonged with a smith, and she taps it once, very softly, against the stone. The stone hums back at her. She tells the stone she is going to end the runes tomorrow, if the boy she is with is who she thinks he is. She stands up. She wipes her eyes. She walks back to Jill. She tells him she is ready. They walk back to the mill. Runa is waiting on the mill's second floor. Runa hugs Senna at the door without saying a word. Senna, for the second time in the last 2 weeks, hugs back. Dawn comes. Jill puts on Viserian's face. Runa flinches when he does it. She had told herself she would not. She does anyway. The face on her friend's neck is the face of a man who put a hand around her throat 2 nights ago. Even knowing it is Jill under the skin, her body reacts. She tells him she is going to punch him if he grins in her direction wearing that face. He does not grin. He walks out of the mill in silence. The palace gate at mid-morning is open, because the palace gate at mid-morning is always open. The Emperor's ostentatious no-walls policy is a full-time performance. Jill in Viserian's robes walks up to the outer gate. 2 guards there recognize him instantly and bow. He nods at them once, priestly, and walks past them across the moat bridge, up the wide garden path, through a second gate, past a third pair of bowing guards, across a marble courtyard, up a set of low stairs, and into the Imperial Hall. The Imperial Hall is quiet. The Emperor is sitting on his throne. Not standing, not on his feet, sitting, half-slumped, as if he is very tired. The throne is a simple carved stone chair on a low dais. It is not gilded, it is not gaudy. The Emperor is not that kind of ruler. Behind the throne, on a small stand, wrapped in red velvet cloth, is a shape about the size of a soup pot. The heirloom. Jill's arm goes taut in his sleeve. The Emperor looks up as Viserian walks in. He smiles. Small. Tired. Warm. He tells Viserian good morning. Jill in Viserian's voice tells him good morning. The Emperor gestures at a small side chair by the throne. He tells Viserian to sit for a moment. He tells him it has been a hard week. He tells him the priest has been very busy in Carcassonne these last few days, and he must be tired. Jill in Viserian's voice tells him he is fine, and sits down. He glances at the shape under the red velvet. The Emperor sees the glance. He follows it. He smiles again, sadder this time. He tells Viserian that he has been meaning to speak about the heirloom. He tells Viserian that he had a bad night 3 nights ago. He does not remember what happened after supper. He does not remember what he said to his own steward. He does not remember whether he ate breakfast the next morning. This has been happening more often. He tells Viserian that the shard is finishing him. He tells Viserian, in the specific soft voice of a man who has thought about this for a decade and made his peace, that he does not mind. He tells him he does not have children. He tells him he has been emperor for 43 years and he is very tired of being emperor. He tells him that once the shard has finished, the empire will belong to Malith, and Malith will be a different kind of ruler. But Malith at least has plans, and this empire has not had plans for a long time. Jill in Viserian's face nods slowly. He asks the Emperor, casually, if the heirloom has ever been shown to anyone. The Emperor tilts his head. He tells Viserian that of course it has. It has been shown to Viserian many times. It is worn at every coronation. The word coronation lands wrong on Jill's ear. Because Jill has not been at any coronation. Jill in Viserian's face has just asked a question that the real Viserian, who has attended every imperial coronation for the last 3 imperial generations, would not have asked. The Emperor's smile does not change, but the Emperor's eyes do, just a hair. He looks at Jill in Viserian's face for a beat too long. Then he tells Viserian, very softly, that Viserian is looking well today. Jill knows he is made. He has a choice. Try to save the disguise with a quick recovery, or drop it entirely and grab the heirloom. He hears Runa scream, not through the walls, through the ambient link in his arm. His arm, connected to hers by Reiner's attachment magic and the pendant he still wears under his collar, is telling him Runa is in danger right now, not in 5 minutes, not in an hour, right now, half a mile away, at the mill. Something is at the safe house. The Demon Lord did not send one hunter this time. The demon lord sent an assault. Jill's face, under Viserion's face, makes a small tight expression the Emperor almost does not catch. Behind the Emperor's throne, in the air, a black slit opens. Malith steps through it, not a claw, not a finger, all of him. He is small, he is beautiful in the wrong way, he is smiling, his pupils are diamonds, he is wearing a dark green coat, cut in a style that has not existed on this continent in 9,000 years. He greets Jill by name, not Viserion, not boy. He uses Jill's full name, his birth name, first and last. In a voice that is quiet enough to be intimate. Jill has never told a single person on this continent his last name. He does not use it. He has not thought it in 6 years. Malith smiles wider. He tells Jill that he has been reading about Jill's parents. He tells Jill that he has been enjoying the archives. He tells Jill that Jill's mother, before she died, wrote a letter that Malith has personally read 3 times. He tells Jill that in the letter, Jill's mother wrote that she was ashamed of her son. He tells Jill that Malith has that letter, physically, in his own coat, at this exact moment. He pats his coat pocket. He tells Jill that if Jill would like to read it, all Jill has to do is come with him. Jill's arm hums, angry. So does the shard part of him, which is now 3 shards deep, and does not enjoy Malith's proximity. Jill has 3 seconds to make his call. The Emperor between him and the heirloom. Malith 3 paces away. Runa in danger half a mile off. The heirloom under the velvet a body's length behind the throne. He can grab the shard. He can fight the Lord. He can save Runa. He cannot do all 3. He drops Viserion's face. His own comes back. The Emperor's eyes flicker. Jill draws Newell. He steps forward 1 pace. The Emperor does not stand. The Emperor smiles at him, small and warm. Jill swings Newell, not at the Emperor, not at Malith. He swings Newell at the throne. Newell unmakes the throne under the Emperor. The Emperor drops 6 inches straight down and lands sitting on a bare marble step, still holding the arms of a chair that no longer exists. The velvet-wrapped heirloom on its stand behind the throne wobbles. Jill flexes his bone hand and calls the deepest earth magic he has left in him. The Elder Tier 1. The one he only used once before at Mount Ragna. He tells the ceiling to come down. The ceiling of the throne room comes down. Marble the size of horses, then rock the size of houses, then the entire vault above the throne, 3 centuries of imperial construction, folds inward in 1 clean pour. The stand tips. The velvet-wrapped heirloom tumbles. Malith reaches for it. Calm, unhurried, and Jill sees Malith's fingers actually close on the wrapped shape, but by then the collapse has enveloped the throne end of the hall entirely. Jill is already running. He tears backward down the imperial hall in a straight sprint. He wraps himself in second skin at full flare. He weaves compressed wind under his boots and takes the last 30 meters as a leap. He crashes through the front doors as they fold shut. He hits the outer courtyard in a roll. He comes up already running toward the moat. The palace roof groans behind him. He hears the whole hall come down. He clears the moat in a jump. He clears the outer wall in a wind boost. He is on the street, and he is running for the mill. He hears Runa again through the arm link. Faint. Fading. He runs faster. He crashes through the mill door. Inside, chaos. The resistance is fighting. Every one of them. 15 people against 6 silk shadow hunters. The mill is on fire in 2 places. Pip, the 15-year-old runner, is standing over a downed resistance member with a small dagger held wrong. At the center of the mill, on the floor, is Sina. She is not dead. Not yet. She is bleeding from a wound in her side that runs from her ribs to her hip. A silk wire wound. Clean, cauterized, fatal. Runa is kneeling next to her, holding her, with sunfire cupped over the wound, trying to hold her together with heat and light. Runa's face is white. The silk shadow hunters are gone. They came, they cut, they left. Sena stepped in front of Runa when they came for Runa. That is why the wound is Sena's and not Runa's. Jill goes down on his knees beside them. Sena looks up at him. She smiles. A small, crooked Sena smile, the first real one he has seen from her. She tells Runa she is glad she got to walk in the sun with her. She tells Jill to end it. She tells him she means the runes, and the Emperor, and Malith, and all of it. She dies. There is no drama in it, no last speech, no slow fade. Sena, who has been a person for 19 years and unrunned for all of them, closes her eyes at the end of a quiet sentence. Runa does not cry. She does not scream. She goes very quiet, She sets Senna down gently. She takes Senna's hand and folds it across Senna's stomach. She takes the small ivory-handled hammer out of Senna's belt and puts it into her own belt. She stands up. Jill has never seen this Runa before. Not the ghost Runa. Not the reborn Runa. Not the training Runa. This is the Runa who was hero of Old Glora 100 years ago. The Runa who had command of a war. The Runa who has been dormant under the loud red-haired girl for 12 full months. Jill puts his bone hand on Senna's forehead, very gently. He does not want to absorb her memories. He wants one specific thing. He absorbs her compliance rune. Senna's rune was a foreigner clone, but Senna carried, in her fingers, the master imprint of every rune Senna has ever repaired for the Resistance across her lifetime. Senna has been quietly reading runes off Resistance members' collars for 11 years. Senna has, in her hands, the full master signature of the entire compliance system, filed by touch memory. Jill takes it. The arm hums. The signature settles in. Jill now has, in his skeletal fingers, the full skeleton key to the Empire's compliance rune network. He does not use it yet. He stands up. Runa stands beside him. Outside the mill, the Resistance is gathering itself. Kola is barking orders. Pip is being pulled off the downed member and into a head count. The fires are being knocked back. The hunters are gone. The safe house is compromised. They have to leave. Jill and Runa carry Senna out together. Kola sees. Kola goes very still for 1 second, then keeps giving orders. They bury Senna at mid-morning in a small orchard behind the mill. Under an apple tree. Kola says the Resistance words over her. Runa places the ivory hammer flat on the fresh earth. Jill puts his human hand on the mound and speaks in the elder tongue. Quietly, one small word, and the earth around Senna's grave grows a ring of tiny white wildflowers in about 4 seconds. Senna would have hated that. Runa says so out loud. It gets a small laugh out of everyone, which is exactly what Runa was going for. At the horizon, back the way they came, the Imperial Palace is still smoking. The palace collapse continues to settle for hours. Nobody goes near it. Late in the afternoon, at the edge of a hill overlooking the Imperial capital from the north, Jill and Runa stand together. Kola has taken the surviving 13 Resistance members to a fallback safe house 2 provinces over. She has told Jill they will meet him in Carcassonne in 2 months, and if Jill is not in Carcassonne in 2 months, she is going to assume Jill is dead and start the rebellion without him. Jill has told her he will be there. Now it is just Jill and Runa on the hill. The palace smokes. The city below hums with the quiet dread of a country that has just heard something big fall and does not know what yet. Compliance runes on every neck in the capital are still active, because the shard in the crown is still under 200 meters of rubble, but is very much still whole. Malith walks out of the rubble. Jill sees it from the hill. He does not see Malith clearly, but he sees the small green-coated figure step out of the ruined southern wing of the palace, walk into the garden, dust himself off, and stand in the sun for a moment. He is not chasing. He is looking east. He is not urgent. He appears to be planning his afternoon. He is unhurt. Jill lowers his hand. Runa, next to him, quiet, tells him she wants to burn the whole empire down. Jill tells her they will. She looks at him. He tells her first. They need one more thing. He looks east. Not at the palace. Past the palace. Past the imperial capital. At the far range of mountains beyond, the ones Demon Sight showed him a lifetime ago, where Malith actually lives. Not the throne room he just brought down. That was a decoration. Malith's real house is under those mountains. Runa follows his gaze. She tells him fine. Jill lifts his skeletal arm. He rolls the sleeve up to the shoulder. Runa notices, for the first time, all of it. The ivory that has crept up past his elbow, over the shoulder, along the collarbone, threading down toward his sternum. It is not a hand anymore. It is a slow-growing skeleton, wearing a boy's body around it. She does not say anything. She reaches over. She puts her human hand on the ivory at his collarbone. He does not flinch. They stand there for a long time. Behind them, on the road, a small procession of Resistance members carries Senna's ivory-handled hammer wrapped in cloth toward the fallback safe house. In front of them, on the road east, banners bearing the Imperial mark hang from every milepost, and as they walk toward that road, Jill picks the first banner off its post with a flick of knoll and unmakes it into ash. The second banner, the third. By the time they crest the next hill, there is a small trail of vanished banner poles behind them, all the way to the horizon. Somewhere in a very old hall, Malith opens a very old letter and reads it again and smiles. Somewhere further east, under a mountain range that is not on any map, a door that has been closed for 9,000 years thinks about opening. Somewhere in a slower kind of ivory, a small line of dragon bone crawls a millimeter further down Jill's rib and settles. Runa's fingers are still on his collar. She looks up at him. She tells him, softly, that they should probably learn to fight together properly. He tells her, softly, that it will be a nightmare. She laughs. Just a little, just once. They walk east.